Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Su Ziqing looked down, carefully examining the jade tablet fragment in his hand. It was translucent, looking like mutton fat jade. The delicate-featured youth didn't know its purpose. By the time he looked up, Chu Huaishu had already walked far ahead. After looking at the second silk pouch, he suddenly felt that his senior brother was a bit like that storyteller who roamed the world for fun. It seemed they were both playing with him. But even after being toyed with, Su Ziqing still gritted his teeth and chased after him. Along the way, he was like a little tail following right behind Chu Huaishu's rear. He would occasionally look at the tall back in front of him, a pent-up feeling in his heart. The more his senior brother left those kinds of mocking words on the notes, the more the youth wanted to prove to him that he was not a waste. They soon arrived by the cold pool. Chu Huaishu threw him a water-repelling pearl. Both the jade tablet fragment and the water-repelling pearl had been requested from Han Xuanjiang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to bring Su Ziqing into the secret realm. At the time, the cold-faced girl had been somewhat surprised. Why is this fox so invested in junior brother Su? If it weren't for the ambiguous physical contact the two of them had shared, she might have started shipping them. At this moment, Chu Huaishu turned his head to look at the delicate-featured youth and said, "This is a water-repelling pearl. You're coming down with me now." Taking advantage of the fact that the cold energy in the pool had not yet grown too strong, Su Ziqing could still enter a few times. When the cold energy became stronger, with his physique that had not yet opened a single aperture, he would probably be killed by the cold. "All right," the youth replied. The two leaped down and were soon brought into the secret realm by the formation at the bottom of the pool. This profound experience made Su Ziqing's eyes light up. He was, after all, still a youth who had not seen much of the world, and this was his first time experiencing the many wonders of the cultivation world. As a result, some of the resentment in his heart dissipated, and he was like a tourist, constantly looking left and right. "Stop looking. Stick close to me. Every path we take from now on, you have to remember it yourself. I won't lead you a second time," Chu Huaishu said. Yes," Su Ziqing replied. His memory was exceptional. He could recite this sword-tempering art after reading it once. Remembering a few paths was naturally not a problem. Along the way, he repeatedly wanted to ask questions, extremely puzzled as to what they were doing here. But seeing his senior brother striding forward without any intention of chatting, he could only trail off before speaking. The two soon arrived at the 11th fork. Su Ziqing saw Chu Huaishu stop. The youth did not know he was already in an illusion. He only saw this senior brother, dressed in a black robe, suddenly raise his large hand and then fiercely wave his sleeve. The next moment, everything around them was like a cracking mirror, and the entire world shattered. Intense rays of light shone through the cracks, stabbing at Su Ziqing's eyes so that he could barely open them. In these rays of intense light, the delicate-featured youth looked at that tall back. He was as if enveloped in a halo of light. He couldn't help but fall into a daze, his mouth agape in shock. The scene before him was simply too stunning for him. Everything around them turned to dust, and the blinding white light made him instinctively close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the two of them were already standing on the open area paved with bluestone. Everything from before had vanished like smoke, leaving only this figure in the black robe standing right in front of him. The entire image was deeply fixed in the youth's mind, unable to be erased. Su Ziqing was still in a daze, but Chu Huaishu had already walked forward without a word. The delicate-featured youth could only jog to catch up again. Soon, the stone gate was opened, and the two entered the third trial. The underground river was still flowing slowly. Chu Huaishu pointed forward. "Stand over there." Su Ziqing had a puzzled expression, but he still obediently stood by the riverbank. "Jump down," Chu Huaishu said. The youth was even more perplexed. What HM? Hurry up. His senior brother stopped acting like a person and pushed him down with one shove. His strength was much greater than Su Ziqing's. Plop. After being unexpectedly pushed into the water-repelling pearl in the delicate-featured youth's robes began to take effect. Then he quickly saw the suspended stone walls on both sides begin to descend, cutting off the river. Immediately after, water blades began to gather at the bottom of the pool, slashing towards him rapidly. Su Ziqing had practiced martial arts since he was a child, so his reactions were swift. He had actual combat experience and had dodged swords, spears, and staves before. He tried his best to move in the pool, wanting to avoid these water blades. However, there were simply too many of them. His body was soon covered in one cut after another, and he couldn't help but let out a miserable scream. Standing by the side of the pool, Chu Huaishu couldn't help but frown. He said in a displeased tone, "What are you screaming for? Those who haven't mastered the sword-tempering art are so lame. Your pain threshold is so low, you can't even endure the most basic pain. Useless trash." Su Ziqing, flailing in the pool, looked at Chu Huaishu with a stunned expression. His hair was completely wet, and his face was also dotted with water droplets. "Don't dodge," Chu Huaishu said, looking down at him, his voice deep and serious. The delicate-featured youth gritted his teeth and glanced at the bottom of the water, discovering that the number of water blades being produced was still increasing. Blood was already seeping from his body, dissolving in the water and spreading out like threads of silk. The torture at this moment was different from when he was cultivating the sword-tempering art. Su Ziqing met Chu Huaishu's gaze and only felt that his senior brother's eyes were cold and cruel. The four holes, as if they had smelled the scent of blood, began to gush out body-tempering liquid. Su Ziqing, who had little common knowledge of cultivation, was greatly alarmed. "There's poison, too." He wanted to climb out of the pool, but was pushed back down by a strong and powerful hand. Today, Chu Huaishu had brought this world protagonist here because he had some guesses he wanted to verify. After being pushed into the water, Su Ziqing stuck his head out. In a daze, the delicate-featured youth began to faintly smell a medicinal fragrance. He felt an itchy sensation on his body, and the wounds were actually healing quickly. Su Ziqing's heart shook with shock. Chu Huaishu looked down at him and spoke again. "What are you flailing around for? This is high-quality body-tempering liquid. Absorb it well. Ordinary people in the aperture opening stage can't afford to use such a large amount." Even if Su Ziqing were a fool, he should have realized by now. Senior brother is helping me cultivate? Although he didn't understand the methods, he began to obediently do as he was told. The water blades struck him again and again. He gritted his teeth and endured it. When he really couldn't bear it, he would instinctively let out a grunt. Chu Huaishu stared at Su Ziqing in the water, waiting silently, continuing to verify some of his own guesses. As expected, his efficiency in absorbing the body-tempering liquid is very high. What kind of congenital pill-popping sacred body is this? He wanted to vomit from envy. He had thought about it before. How could Su Ziqing's shortcoming of slow cultivation speed be compensated for? The first thing he had thought of was to rely on pills. He estimated that this kid's overall absorption efficiency was at least 50% faster than his own. Chu Huaishu even suspected that the liquid might be completely absorbed by him before the half hour was even up. He mused. Perhaps even Senior Lei Wenyan didn't expect someone to be able to absorb so much. In addition, the water blades and the body-tempering liquid only contributed a few thousand experience points to me before I reached the limit of its effects. But this kid's upper limit is probably much higher. What kind of bullshit constitution is this? Should I sell him to those pill maniacs as a guinea pig? He's practically a human experimentation sacred body. Chu Huaishu was mad with envy. Why? Why do they all have so many strange talents? And I'm just an ordinary cheater. And so, he crouched down with a displeased expression, looked at the delicate-featured youth in the pool who was gritting his teeth and trying his best not to make a sound, and said with dissatisfaction, in a tone that sounded like a scumbag's, So boring, like a dead fish. Don't he know how to scream? Scream, you should scream. Shu Huaishu felt that it would be very pleasant to the ear. But this demeanor and these words made the delicate-featured youth in the water feel that his senior brother was mocking him again. Am I really so unbearable in senior brother's heart? His eyelids drooped slightly, his jaw clenched, his heart filled with humiliation. That rebellious mentality of his adolescence was thoroughly stimulated. He now wouldn't even let out a grunt of pain, his whole body trembling from the agony, but he still endured the death by 1,000 cuts without a sound. Oh, quite stubborn, Shu Huaishu said in his heart. In fact, he himself was also of a stubborn nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't always be locking horns with the sword-tempering art. And Han Shuangjiang, who lived next door, was even more so. Now it was like 3 stubborn seeds living together. He looked down at Su Ziqing and said, when the body-tempering liquid is completely absorbed, you come out immediately. Don't linger in the water, do you hear me? Yes, the delicate-featured youth replied loudly, his voice incredibly clear. Why are you shouting so loud? Shu Huaishu was displeased again, but he quickly figured it out. It was obvious that he couldn't hold back the pain, and taking the opportunity to speak, he shouted a vent. A smile played on the corners of his mouth, and he no longer stimulated the underwater Su Ziqing. After you come up, you'll start practicing your technique immediately, understand? Shu Huaishu gave him another chance to shout. All right, Su Ziqing shouted again. In any case, the condition for clearing the 3rd trial was to stay underwater for 30 minutes. By having Su Ziqing come ashore early, the trial would fail. He could then go back into the water later, and more body-tempering liquid would gush out. The reason Shu Huaishu had swam around for 30 minutes before was purely because he wanted to enter the secret chamber to see if he could exploit a bug and get the dungeon clearance reward again. Time passed. After just a little more than the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the body-tempering liquid in the water was completely absorbed. Su Ziqing really was a congenital, pill-popping, sacred body, exceptionally abnormal. The youth climbed out of the water, his whole body trembling, his face deathly pale. He had wanted to take a breather and then practice the sword-tempering art. But when he found that Shu Huaishu was looking at him, he immediately remembered the message in the 2nd silk pouch, and that series of taunts. He lost his head. The tattered-clothed Su Ziqing sat down cross-legged and immediately began to circulate his energy for a full cycle. As the spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed towards him, that feeling of being run over by something heavy once again arose. The youth stabilized his mind, telling himself that he must not give up halfway. Shu Huaishu sat on the ground in front of him, not afraid of getting his clothes dirty. In any case, it would be the youth before him who would wash them. He watched Su Ziqing, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He could feel that the other's body seemed to be getting stiffer and stiffer. His lips were even trembling slightly involuntarily. However, in the midst of this torture, an endless joy was born in Su Ziqing's heart. The apertures that had been so terribly blocked now showed some signs of loosening. It was as if he could break through them if he just made a concerted effort. All the grievances accumulated in the youth's heart now had an outlet. He circulated his technique non-stop. Finally, he successfully broke through the first aperture. Broke through, Shu Huaishu sat on the ground, having been observing him with information probe the whole time. He was not at all surprised that Su Ziqing could break through. The hint of anticipation in his eyes, however, had not dissipated. Shu Huaishu seemed to still be waiting for something. Finally, Su Ziqing uncontrollably let out a heart-wrenching scream, just like Shu Huaishu had on that night. Immediately after, his body fell backward, and the youth fainted from the pain. Much better, much better. A smile appeared on the dead fox's face, feeling immensely satisfied. I knew it wasn't my problem. Pain. So painful. After a long while, Su Ziqing slowly woke up. You're awake so quickly? Shu Huaishu was slightly surprised. It seemed he had fainted too many times in a short period and was already a skilled worker at it. The youth had never imagined that the pain of a realm breakthrough would be even more terrifying than during daily cultivation. More importantly, it had all come so suddenly. He had been immersed in endless joy, completely unprepared. After slowly waking up, Su Ziqing's vision was still a bit blurry. He could vaguely see a figure in a black robe, but he couldn't see it clearly. The delicate-featured youth was half lying on the ground. After shaking his head forcefully, his vision finally cleared. He finally saw the person in front of him clearly. It was, of course, Chu Huaishu. But for some reason, he felt that the feeling his senior brother gave him seemed to have changed somehow. Having just successfully begun the sword tempering art, he had a strange feeling. Senior brother, he seems like a sword. It wasn't that his temperament was as sharp as a sword. Su Ziqing didn't know how to describe this feeling. He just felt that his senior brother was like a sword, but not a sword with its edge exposed. Rather, a sword with a hidden edge. Previously, Su Ziqing had never had this feeling. He had just thought that his senior brother was tall and handsome, and his effeminate self was very envious. Why am I having this illusion? Su Ziqing was a little conflicted. In the end, he still didn't say such disrespectful words to his senior brother. Chu Huaishu was also observing Su Ziqing. For him, he had leveled up through the system. The other was different and could serve as a reference. But after looking for a while, he couldn't see anything impressive. Su Ziqing was still the same Su Ziqing, nothing special. After observing for a while longer, Chu Huaishu got up to leave. After a normal person opens an aperture, the body needs a short period of time to adapt. You don't need to be in a hurry to go down and soak in the medicinal bath. Feel it out on your own first. When you go for another soak, remember to come up immediately after the body-tempering liquid is absorbed. I'll be leaving first, he instructed. All right, I'll remember, senior brother, Su Ziqing replied. After Chu Huaishu left, he stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the changes in his body. After a while, he even used his finger as a sword and performed a set of his family sword forms. Su Ziqing could clearly feel that his physique had been enhanced. This is the magic of cultivation, he couldn't help but exclaim. All the torture had finally paid off. The gloom in his heart instantly dissipated a little. He looked up and began to think of his dead relatives again. Did you see? I've finally taken the first step in cultivation. The youth's eyes reddened, but he soon began to admonish himself. Su Ziqing, you must guard against arrogance and impatience. You must learn to face yourself correctly. He knew in his heart that his senior brother and senior sister Han had only entered the sect a few days before him. But look at their cultivation speed. They were already at the 6th aperture. And at this rate, it seemed they were still maintaining a frequency of breaking through 1 aperture a day. Su Ziqing knew very well that if it weren't for this profound pool, if it weren't for his senior brother's help, he absolutely would not have been able to break through today. This made the once incredibly proud youth feel a sense of defeat again. He had also once been dressed in bright clothes on a spirited horse, the talk of the family for a time. Could it be that he had gone through so much trouble, even becoming a handyman, just to enter the Tao Gate, only to realize his own mediocrity? The huge gap still diluted the joy of his breakthrough. Su Ziqing moved his gaze to the pool and saw the items he had placed by its side. Before entering the water, he had taken everything out and placed it on the bank. The last silk pouch was among them. Senior brother said that when I have achieved some minor success, I can open the 3rd silk pouch. Opening the 1st aperture now should count as an initial grasp, right? Su Ziqing thought. But for the message inside the silk pouch, he actually no longer held any expectations. He even felt that it was 80% likely to be some kind of stimulating, sarcastic remark. The youth felt that he was beginning to understand this senior brother of his a little. But that's right. He's riding a lone horse, kicking up dust, while I'm cultivating so slowly. On what grounds should he think highly of me? He forcefully opened the silk pouch. The number of characters on the note was more than the first 2. After Su Ziqing carefully read it, he couldn't help but look up and stare blankly in the direction Chu Huaishu had left. A warm current grew from the bottom of his heart. His lips trembled, and he couldn't help but murmur, "Senior brother." Written on the note was, "Flowing water does not contend to be first. Its struggle was to be endless and unceasing. The 3 silk pouches had won Su Ziqing over. Chu Huaishu left the cold pool and went directly back to the bamboo hut. A world protagonist can't lose his spirit. His thinking was just that simple. By the time he got home, the sun was already setting in the west. The big ice cube had already finished cooking the first dish. Make one less dish. Little Su isn't coming back for dinner today, Chu Huaishu said to Han Shuangjiang, giving off the feeling of a family of 3. You just left him alone in the secret realm? The big ice cube turned her head and glanced at him. Yep, he's enjoying death by 1,000 cuts in the 3rd trial, he said with a careless smile. Hearing this, the cold-faced girl did not continue the conversation. The well-endowed young woman did not want to discuss that ambiguous 3rd trial in detail. Now, whenever she recalled it, she felt her long, jade-like legs go a little stiff, and she couldn't help but press them slightly together. Speaking of which, she had been quite bewildered these past few days. Under Chu Huaishu's personal will, a little handyman had inexplicably been added to their home, and then the little handyman had inexplicably become junior brother Su. Han Shuangjiang was, at her core, a person who maintained a strong sense of distance and was not very willing to let others get close to her. She and Chu Huaishu had experienced a lot in a short period of time and had been living together, so their relationship had naturally become a little closer. In her eyes, Su Ziqing was currently just a fellow junior brother who was relatively quick with his chores, so she didn't pay him too much mind. Chu Huaishu was actually aware of this point. Han Shuangjiang has the script of a strong female lead, single-mindedly focused on her career. Love and romance can get lost. However, between world protagonists, there is definitely a bond of friendship, as they are partners who will fight side by side in the future. But because of my third-party intrusion, it seems their bond has not been established, he thought. But Chu Huaishu quickly put his mind at ease. It's fine. I can just be the link between the world protagonists. As long as they both have a bond with me, it'll be fine, right? He was quite open-minded, deciding to know he's the third party and choose to be it. With Su Ziqing gone for the night, they returned to the state of an unattached man and woman dining together. Chu Huaishu suddenly remembered something. All right, the spirit compass we got in the secret realm, I forgot to go exchange it for contribution points. But there's no hurry. We can wait until we've opened all 9 apertures before we go. My personal suggestion is that when the time comes, you and I take the contribution points together and go to the scripture pavilion to each choose an art that we like, he said to Han Shuangjiang. The cultivation techniques for the aperture opening stage and the first realm were provided for free by the Tao Gate, equivalent to compulsory education. But arts were essentially skills in a game. This stuff could be used at all realms. An excellent art could be used until you died. This stuff cost money. Hearing this, the big ice cube didn't express any extra opinions, but just said directly, all right. The most urgent task now is to open all 9 apertures as soon as possible. Can you continue to maintain the pace of opening 1 aperture every 1 or 2 days? Chu Huaishu asked. I should be able to. Han Shuangjiang didn't say it with absolute certainty, but she felt she could do it. Good. Chu Huaishu nodded slightly, his heart filled with envy. His character was currently level 6. The remaining experience points were enough to get him to level 8. But to open all 9 apertures, he was still short 950 experience points. In addition, after he got the first realm cultivation technique, he would need experience points to level up again. Learning an art also required experience points. After the meal, since Su Ziqing wasn't there, it was Han Shuangjiang's turn to wash the dishes again. As the young woman bent over slightly, the curve of her full and plump hips was once again on full display. That waist, those legs, those hips, she was practically an innate Cheongsam sacred body. But Chu Huaishu, his heart troubled, was not even in the mood to appreciate such worldly beauty. It seems I have to think of some other way to get experience points, he fretted. After the meal, Chu Huaishu went to the secret realm again to deliver some dry rations and water to Su Ziqing, afraid that he would starve to death inside. The way the delicate-featured youth looked at him was one of pure emotion. The affection between the senior and junior brother had clearly been sublimated. Why do I feel like I'm not his senior brother, but more like his master? Chu Huaishu gave a bitter laugh, feeling speechless. But it didn't matter. He was a world protagonist, after all. I could be considered his angel investor now. After returning home, since little Su wasn't there, Chu Huaishu could level up without restraint, without any fear of screaming. In any case, that long-legged girl in a room next door was long used to it. On the contrary, was this really a scream of pain? This was the bugle call to start the competition. The moment he cried out, the big ice cube would know that this dead fox had broken through again. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel and leveled up twice in one go. A heart-wrenching scream echoed in the night sky. Chu Huaishu, with great skill, fainted from the pain. Before losing consciousness, feeling the pain of his whole body being run over by a heavy object, his last thought was, "Damn it, it's a fully booked 7-seater business van." He had come to a realization now. He felt that enduring it was the stupidest behavior. Fainting directly from the pain was the most wonderful way. The big ice cube, living next door, did indeed frown after hearing the wail. He's screaming again, she thought. Han Shuangjiang, holding back a competitive spirit, also began to hurry up and open her apertures. The sun was high in the sky when Chu Huaishu slowly woke up. He had actually regained consciousness after being unconscious for more than an hour, but he simply took advantage of the fatigue to quickly fall asleep and didn't bother to get up. After he had simply washed up, he saw that Han Shuangjiang had left him some white porridge and side dishes on the wooden table. It was just that the porridge was no longer that hot, just lukewarm. Chu Huaishu wasn't picky. He was too lazy to knock on the door and call her out to heat it up. After pouring the side dishes in, he began to slurp it down loudly. Halfway through his meal, an uninvited guest arrived outside the bamboo hut. The vice captain of the law enforcement team, Lu Qinggong. This guy's motive was very pure. He had come to build a good relationship in private. He had already determined that Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were both dragons among men. As for his own cousin, Lu Qingqi had been a bit crazed recently, somewhat unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. Whenever he closed his eyes, he would have nightmares, saying he was still trapped inside and couldn't get out. He would be like a person experiencing sleep paralysis, unable to open his eyes no matter what. His cousin's condition was very bad. He had even lost interest in playing with other people's wives, a clear sign that the illness had reached a critical stage. "Junior brother Chu, having some porridge?" Lu Qinggong said, walking over with a smile, carrying 2 jars of good wine. He had actually already prepared himself to have his hot face stick to a cold, but there was no helping it. This Chu Huaishu was someone who dared to slap even his uncle's face in public. His background was sky high, and he was extremely arrogant. But Lu Qinggong knew clearly in his heart, no matter how cold this he had to stick to it. But to his surprise, he saw a light flash in Chu Huaishu's eyes. He actually stood up and greeted him with a smile. Why is he here? He's messing up my experience point plan, Chu Huaishu thought. Originally, his plan for today was to get a wooden board, write the words "unrivaled" in the aperture opening stage on it, go to the outer sex arena area to set up a sign, and viciously stir up a wave of hatred. The goal was to trigger public anger. He had even thought it all through. At that time, he would issue a group taunt and have all the aperture opening stage people swarm up and gang up on him. Cultivation wasn't about working in isolation. Sparring was very popular among cultivators, as it was beneficial for one's own comprehension and cultivation progress. Therefore, the system also had such a function. It was just that the experience points gained from sparring also had an upper limit for each realm. You couldn't farm it indefinitely. If Chu Huaishu one-sidedly crushed others, or was crushed by others, it would be difficult to get experience points. If the fight was back and forth, you would get some. If you lost by a narrow margin, you would also get some. If you were miserably defeated, you could also get experience points. But if you were instantly killed, the system might not give you any. I am now a dignified 8-aperture expert. Plus, I train both internally and externally. These aperture opening stage people, if it's not a group fight, wouldn't I be able to take them out one by one with a single punch? Therefore, Chu Huaishu had even prepared the wooden board and was just short of picking up a brush to write. Chu Huaishu, oh Chu Huaishu, when will you be #1 in the aperture opening stage? Right now. T/N, a famous quote from the movie IP Man. But Lu Qinggong's arrival was perfectly timed. He was also a pretty good sparring partner. Senior brother Lu, we're already so familiar with each other. This junior brother won't say any polite words, Chu Huaishu said, getting straight to the point. Lu Qinggong. Although he was confused, he knew in his heart that many superiors had this kind of attitude. They would casually find an excuse and ask you to do things. A single, "We're very familiar," was as if it were a gift to you, Your Honor. The vice captain of the law enforcement team saw that it was actually a hot butt and immediately rushed to stick his face to it. Junior brother, please speak. In this outer sect, we of the law enforcement team can still do many things, he said, puffing out his chest. The lightning pattern on his black uniform was so conspicuous. This junior brother of yours, my cultivation has stagnated. Today, I'm stuck at the 9th aperture and can't break through no matter what. I'm afraid I won't make any progress today. I'd like to spar a little with senior brother. I wonder if that's possible. Chu Huaishu asked. A bottleneck. Yes, a bottleneck, he added. Lu Qinggong was dumbfounded. You've already opened 8 apertures? How many days has it been? And listening to you, you feel uncomfortable if you don't make progress for a day. Is that it? No. Can being stuck for one day be called a bottleneck? He looked at this foxy face, his heart aching. But he was originally here to curry favor with the Dow Gates prodigy. Seeing him progress so fast, he had to use every trick in the book. Lu Qinggong immediately put down the 2 jars of good wine, looking very magnanimous. All right, then I will spar a little with junior brother, and then we will hold wine and talk happily and finish these jars of good wine. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Chu Huaishu immediately clasped his hands. The commotion of the two of them attracted Han Shuangjiang from next door. But she disliked the people of the Lu family, so she just stood outside her bamboo hut and watched, not coming over. Lu Qinggong suggested, Junior brother Chu, since it is a spar, then I will not use my internal spiritual power. He was at the 2nd realm. If he used spiritual power, it would be too much of a bully. Those with spiritual power and those without were like the clouds and the mud. Lu Qinggong even took off the most pretentious thing on his body, his spiritual sword, and said, Junior brother, swords and sabers have no eyes. I won't use my azure pine sword for now. No, senior brother Lu. You don't have to use spiritual power, but you must use your sword. Chu Huaishu had his own insistence. Then, all right then. Junior brother Chu, you must be careful, he reminded him. Then, Lu Qinggong drew his mid-grade spiritual sword and even began to ramble on, introducing his sword and his sword technique. He felt that this way, the effect of being a training partner would be better. As it turned out, Chu Huaishu didn't listen to a single word. What are you gibbering about? Hurry up and kill me. The practice match officially began. Han Shuangjiang watched from a distance at the sharp azure pine sword, a little worried in her heart. She also felt that swords and sabers had no eyes. How could one face a sword with their palm? Junior brother Chu, watch this. Lu Qinggong thrust forward, using his thunderclap sword art. Although he did not use spiritual power, his speed was still far more astonishing than that of a cultivator at the aperture opening stage. Of course, he was still deliberately holding back. Chu Huaishu sidestepped, took half a step back, and his body dodged the long sword. His jet-black, long hair thus fluttered backward. He raised his right hand, pressed his index and middle fingers together, and then flicked them forward. His 2 fingers flicked against the body of the azure pine sword. Ding! The sword was actually sent flying. The azure pine sword spun several times in midair before, with a shing, its blade plunged into the dirt. Lu Qinggong had a look of disbelief. He looked down at his right hand. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was a little numb and slightly red and swollen. Chu Huaishu looked back at him with a similar expression of disbelief. A dignified vice captain of the law enforcement team is actually this weak. There's a useless one in the team. For a conventional cultivator, they would only polish their physique during the aperture opening stage. Later on, their main methods would all rely on the spiritual power within their bodies. Their offensive methods relied on spiritual power, and their defensive methods also relied on spiritual power. Spiritual power was the foundation of a cultivator. In Chu Huaishu's eyes, Lu Qinggong's physique was definitely stronger than an ordinary 9-aperture practitioner's, but probably not as strong as his. That was why he had chosen to let him use a sword. Otherwise, wouldn't he, a dignified 8-aperture body-tempering expert, be bullying a mere second-realm cultivator? In any case, without the use of spiritual power, a spiritual sword couldn't exert much of its power. But Chu Huaishu never would have imagined that the other party would be as if his body had been hollowed out by wine and women. What vice captain who didn't live up to his name? His finger flick just now was partly to show off, but it was also purely a gesture to hint to him, "Don't hold back, I'm clearly also holding back." But for the winner to be decided just like that was really a bit of a joke. Han Shuangjiang watched from the side, quite shocked. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Qinggong was currently examining the webbing of his hand, she would have suspected that this person was being a little too obvious with his flattery. Something's not right, Lu Qinggong couldn't help but say. He just felt that something was wrong. As a vice captain of a law enforcement team, he also felt that he had lost face. He was indeed here to curry favor with the other, but this made him seem too worthless. Lu Qinggong opened his right hand, and with a pull of his energy, the spiritual sword Azure Pine flew back into his hand with a swoosh. Although this move looked very cool, Chu Huaishu could tell that this was not the flying sword art. Using a flying sword to kill an enemy requires precise control and is a high-grade art. He's just relying on spiritual power and the sword spirit to make the sword fly back to his hand. It's just for show. He made a seasoned judgment in his heart. Lu Qinggong gritted his teeth, feeling that he couldn't be so disgraced. He said in a clear voice, "Junior brother Chu again, you really have to be careful this time." He had the look of someone who had just been careless. All right, Chu Huaishu got into a stance, ready to receive the sword. The long sword thrust forward again. Lu Qinggong chose the same move, but he didn't hold back this time. His speed was faster, striving to win back his face. Chu Huaishu once again retreated a sharp step back, kicking up clouds of dust from the ground. The hem of his robe and his jet-black long hair fluttered accordingly. This time, his dodge was extremely close. He used the same trick again, a finger flick. Ding! The sword went flying. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew past. Lu Qinggong once again looked at the webbing of his right hand. It was even more numb. Chu Huaishu's eyes narrowed, looking at the azure pine, sword stuck in the dirt. This time, he felt it carefully and realized where the problem was. Heart sword. He could clearly feel that the moment his fingertips touched the azure pine sword, the little black sword inside his body trembled lightly. This heart sword, which contained the spirit embryo divine ability, sword heart enlightenment, seemed to have other profound aspects. Lu Qinggong, this guy with a bit of a trollish nature, couldn't smile at all now. He was so worried he looked a bit like a Yao Ming meme, turning his head to look at his life-bound sword to the side. He was connected to his sword spirit. This was the second time. How could he not notice that something was amiss? Chu Huaishu's physique is much stronger than an ordinary aperture opening stage practitioner. His strength is exceptional. But that's not the point. The point is still with the sword and the sword spirit. It was suppressed by an invisible force. The sword spirit went completely out of control. It was fleeing. Lu Qinggong could feel that if he circulated his spiritual power and infused it into his spiritual sword, he could resist this force. But the question was, why? A trivial cultivator at the aperture opening stage, why would he have such a divine method? At this thought, he couldn't help but think of the heaven and earth phenomenon that had occurred at the cold pool of that day when his sword had trembled. Lu Qinggong didn't know what kind of opportunity Chu Huaishu had obtained to be able to trigger such an uproar. He also didn't dare to ask, because that would be too presumptuous. This was a matter that the sect master and the elders were paying attention to. The vice captain of the law enforcement team suddenly had an epiphany. I suspect he just wanted to use me to test this. And so, He was very tactful and immediately stated his position. Junior brother Chu, we are sparring freely. What has happened today, this senior brother will definitely keep his mouth shut and not let a second person know. After speaking, he glanced at the devastatingly beautiful Han Shuangjiang and corrected himself. A third person no. Seeing him being so savvy, Chu Huaishu smiled and nodded slightly, hiding the doubts in his heart, his expression revealing nothing. The heart sword actually has this kind of restraining effect on ordinary spiritual swords. Chu Huaishu was quite surprised, but in his heart, he was actually of two minds, with a faint sense of a bad premonition. In front of the bamboo hut, the two of them tried another round. This time, Chu Huaishu had Lu Chenggong try to mobilize the spiritual power in his body a little. Sure enough, the sword wasn't sent flying. However, what if I also used spiritual power? A question mark appeared in Chu Huaishu's heart. Unfortunately, he was still without spiritual power at the moment. This made him even more eager to reach the first realm. Get the experience points, open the 9th aperture, then go to the scripture pavilion and obtain a first realm cultivation technique. At this moment, Chu Huaishu had actually also tried to control the heart sword, to not let it show off its divine might. But he could feel that the heart sword was connected to his mind and would listen to him. However, it should be that the rank of this power was too high, and it was still somewhat uncontrollable. The current Chu Huaishu could not control it freely. Therefore, the final result was that Lu Chenggong could only not use his sword and spar with Chu Huaishu barehanded. Otherwise, he would have to use spiritual power. Fortunately, Chu Huaishu had indeed underestimated the vice captain of the law enforcement team. Lu Chenggong was indeed a nepotism hire in the outer sex law enforcement team, which was why he had been promoted so quickly. But he did have some skill, so his promotion didn't look too bad. If he wasn't mistaken, he had probably also specially polished his muscles and bones, or had also soaked in some kind of medicinal bath. Most importantly, he had probably also practiced some kind of fist-type art. There was something wrong with his fists. They were as hard as rock. Chu Huaishu lost by a narrow margin again and again. But it was Lu Chenggong who was constantly winning, whose shock was constantly spreading. How can the 8th aperture be so strong? When I was cultivating Rushing Thunder Fist, I specially spent a fortune to strengthen my physical body. My fist can shatter stone. An ordinary 9-aperture disciple probably couldn't even withstand a casual palm strike from Chu Huaishu. Even if he supplemented his cultivation with a body-tempering method, it shouldn't have reached this level. Unusual, too unusual. Just like that, the two of them sparred for the entire morning. Han Shuangjiang later got tired of watching and went straight back to her room. Chu Huaishu looked a little wretched, his robes very dirty. But he was in a good mood, because that law enforcement team uniform of Lu Chenggong's wasn't much cleaner. He had also been beaten a few times. Of course, the most important thing was that each spar could earn him 30 to 100 experience points. The value was not fixed and was based on the system's judgment. If I remember correctly, the upper limit for sparring in the entire aperture opening stage is 1,200 free experience points. It wasn't much, but it was at least enough for him to go from level 8 to level 9. In the end, it was Lu Chenggong who couldn't take it anymore and began to make excuses. Junior brother Chu, this senior brother, still has matters to attend to in the law enforcement team. Can we continue next time? Chu Huaishu was not surprised. A mere second realm cultivator, without the stamina of an 8-aperture expert like him, was only human. Today, he had only gained 420 free experience points. He directly said, "How about tomorrow?" The exhausted Lu Chenggong gritted his teeth. "Fine. As junior brother Chu wishes, tomorrow it is. All right, it's a deal." After Lu Chenggong left, Chu Huaishu went back inside, took off his dirty clothes, and hung them on the door of Su Ziqing's room, waiting for him to return from his cultivation to wash them. Medicine Mountain, cold pool, inside the secret realm. Su Ziqing slowly woke up from his unconscious state. He had now opened his second aperture. The youth was overjoyed. The formation and the medicinal liquid in this pool are truly divine. My aptitude is so dull, yet I've broken through 2 apertures in a short period of time. He was not stupid. He knew the value of this place. Senior brother gave me the opportunity to cultivate, let me enter the Tao gate, and now he is helping me break through realms. Such a great kindness. How can I ever repay it? Su Ziqing looked up. After a while, the delicate-featured youth lowered his head, his eyelids drooping slightly, his hands fiercely clenching the clothes on his legs. Father, mother, little sister, grandmother, you tell me, should I give that thing to him? Inside the secret realm, Su Ziqing had a conflicted expression. Senior brother has shown me the grace of a new life. It is only right and proper to repay him with anything. But my whole family died because of it. This was the most difficult choice for the delicate-featured youth. He felt that he couldn't make this decision on his own. After thinking it over and over, Su Ziqing thought of a compromise. You are all watching me from the heavens, right? The youth took out the third silk pouch that Chu Huaishu had given him. He had already carefully refolded the note inside along its original creases and put it back. If you have spirits in heaven, then Ziqing will toss this silk pouch. If it lands with the front side up, it means you have consented to this matter, agreeing for me to gift that item to senior brother. If it lands with the back side up, it means you are unwilling. Su Ziqing took a deep breath and gently tossed the silk pouch upwards. The silk pouch did not fall to the dusty ground. He was sitting on the floor at this moment and had spread out his robe. He had controlled the direction when he tossed it, and the pouch landed on his clothes. Backside up, Su Ziqing's gaze sharpened, and he was lost in a daze for a long time. He hadn't expected it to be the back. But after a while, the delicate-featured youth began to talk to himself. He began to recount Chu Huaishu's kindness to him. Father, mother, grandmother, little sister, you may not know, but senior brother. He chattered on for a long time. It was as if it had landed on its back this time, because his deceased relatives knew too little. After he finished speaking, he looked upwards again and said, Senior brother is such a good person to me. If you have spirits in heaven, counting the one just now, I will toss it a total of 3 times. If it is front side up twice within these 3 times, then it means you have consented to this matter. He tossed it twice more. Both times it was front side up. The rosy-lipped and fair-toothed youth had a smile of relief on his face. As expected, father, mother, grandmother, little sister, I knew you all thought the same way. Don't worry. Ziqing will definitely cultivate diligently with senior brother's help and avenge you all soon. He was filled with confidence and ambition. After resting for a while longer, Su Ziqing adapted to his enhanced physique and then jumped into the pool again. He could now clearly feel that the water blades were not as painful anymore. His physical qualities were improving, and his pain threshold was also improving. He understood the profundity of the sword-tempering art, which his senior brother had called a peerless divine art. The delicate-featured youth no longer felt that the death by 1,000 cuts in the pool was a form of torture. This is a required course that senior brother has given me. He was even thinking, could it be that senior brother himself also walked this path? He should have also trained here. At this thought, the image of Chu Huaishu's nonchalant appearance surfaced in Su Ziqing's mind. I am far inferior to senior brother, the youth lamented. 2 days passed. Han Shuangjiang leaned against the door of the bamboo hut, watching Chu Huaishu and Lu Qinggong spar from a distance. She was already a little used to the noisy commotion outside the hut. The cold-faced girl had been cultivating even more diligently these past few days, unwilling to be left far behind by Chu Huaishu. With her efforts, she had also reached the level of the 8th aperture. The profound Yin physique was truly terrifying. Her breakthrough speed was incredibly shocking. She'll be able to try for the 9th aperture tomorrow, Han Shuangjiang thought. At that time, she could go to the scripture pavilion. The young woman had been looking forward to this day for a long time. At this moment, she watched Chu Huaishu and Lu Qinggong fighting with great enthusiasm, a little puzzled in her heart. Didn't he already open his 8th aperture a few days ago? Why has he made no progress these past few days? Is he busy with sparring, or is he deliberately waiting for me? Han Shuangjiang couldn't figure it out. Sometimes she felt as if she already knew him very well, but then she would suddenly feel that she only had a superficial understanding of him. This man seemed to be shrouded in numerous secrets. A mere low-grade spirit embryo, yet his cultivation speed was even faster than her, a supreme-grade spirit embryo. From the combat power he was erupting with now, if she were to spar with him, she probably wouldn't last more than a few moves. She had a kind of indescribable curiosity about Chu Huaishu. But she also remembered the teachings of the sisters in Red Sleeves Beckon. Shuangjiang, a woman must never become curious about a man. Look at our sisters here. Many of them also only had fleeting affairs with their patrons at first, a one-night stand. But it was because they became curious and wanted to understand the other person that they fell deeper and deeper, step by step, to the point where they didn't even accept silver in the end. Han Shuangjiang didn't think what the sister said was right. After all, that was a pleasure district, but it seemed to have a tiny bit of truth to it. Just as her mind was wandering, she heard Chu Huaishu speak. "Senior Brother Liu, let's call it a day," Chu Huaishu said, raising his hand. "HM? Ending so early today." This, in turn, stunned Lu Qinggong. "I'm so tired. These past few days have been too tiring." This kid in front of him was like he had taken medicine, full of dragon spirit and tiger ferocity. No matter how hard the previous day was, he would be full of life and energy again the next morning. Lu Qinggong, being a normal person, would have his fatigue accumulate. What else could he do? He could only brace himself and really take medicine. Every day when he went home, Lu Qinggong would have his Dao companion prepare nourishing food for him. Before going out, he would pop a qi and blood pill. Today, he felt it wasn't strong enough and popped two at once. As a result, the effects of my medicine haven't even worn off yet. I'm still boiling with hot blood, and you're telling me we're not fighting anymore? Then what about my hot blood? Little did he know that in Chu Huaishu's eyes, this tool person had already lost all his value. Just now, he had gained another 40 experience points, officially maxing out the 1,200 experience points. There was no point in sparring any further, unless his strength suddenly surged and he could grind Lu Qinggong into the dust. Then he wouldn't mind abusing him a few times. "All right then, Junior Brother Chu, shall I come again tomorrow morning?" The tool person, Lu Qinggong, had gradually formed a habit. "No need. I plan to break through to the 9th aperture tonight. I'm afraid I'll have to make a trip to the scripture pavilion tomorrow morning," Chu Huaishu said. Hearing this, Lu Qinggong's heart sank. Listen to that tone, as if when he broke through was purely up to his own mood. Han Shuangjiang, at the side, got her answer. He really was deliberately not breaking through, deliberately waiting for me. The vice captain of the law enforcement team could only raise his hands in congratulations. Then congratulations, Junior Brother Chu. I wish Junior Brother Chu can find a suitable cultivation technique in the scripture pavilion. I'll take you up on your kind words, Senior Brother Liu, Chu Huaishu said with a smile. After Lu Qinggong left, Chu Huaishu turned around and looked at the pretty figure in the neighboring bamboo hut. "You can break through tonight, right?" he asked. "Definitely," the big ice cube replied. After returning to his room, Chu Huaishu took off his robes, which were filthy from the sparring. He habitually hung the dirty clothes on the door of Su Ziqing's room, waiting for him to return and wash them all. "Little Su, why aren't you back yet? If you don't come back soon, your senior brother won't have any clean clothes to wear," he muttered to himself. After so many days, Su Ziqing was still in the secret realm absorbing the medicinal liquid. This made Chu Huaishu even more certain that this kid was an innate pill-popping sacred body. If I had this constitution, I could have farmed at least another 2,000 experience points in the secret realm. Why would I need to rely on a stupid method like sparring? Wouldn't it be more pleasant to swim naked in the pool? He was speechless in his heart. After sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion, Chu Huaishu didn't rush to level up now. He was afraid of fainting from the pain and then missing dinner, having to eat cold food. Usually, he would choose to level up at night and then have a long sleep, and he could sleep very soundly. The thought of himself being a 9-aperture expert soon made a smile appear on Chu Huaishu's face. A mere level 9 shouldn't have made him so happy. It was mainly because the 9th aperture was the peak of the sword tempering art. This means I've successfully graduated. Get lost, you stupid minstrel pain art. Chu Huaishu, who had suffered so much, felt that only good days were ahead. In the future, I'll be the one on the side watching little Su howl. He thought this was just too awesome. As night fell, Su Ziqing still hadn't returned. How can he absorb so much? Chu Huaishu was speechless. Why didn't the so-called scientific and moderate pill popping apply to him? As long as you give him medicine, he gets stronger. Is that it? He threw aside these stray thoughts and stopped envying the world protagonist. He felt that he still had to be down to earth, take one step at a time, and rely on his own efforts. System, level me up. In an instant, the 9th aperture in his body, which had been extremely blocked, was instantly cleared. From this point on, all 9 apertures were open. The spirit embryo secret depository formed a self-contained cycle. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth could now enter his body. After passing through the 9 apertures, it could be transformed into spiritual power within his body. The surrounding spiritual energy began to surge wildly, continuously tempering and hammering Chu Huaishu's physical body. In a short moment, an overwhelming pain washed over him. Even though his pain threshold was already so high, at this moment, he still felt like he was really going to lose his mind. The torture at this moment was comparable to opening the previous 8 apertures combined. That feeling of being run over by a heavy object made him suspect that he had already been crushed into a bloody pulp. He was no longer a person, but a puddle of a person. Damn it, it's a big rig. This was Chu Huaishu's last thought. He suspected that he was walking on a national highway and had been run over by the legendary 100-ton king, Big Rig. Chu Huaishu collapsed on the meditation cushion, twitching uncontrollably. But on his entire body, a glow of light was actually flowing. In his sea of consciousness, that sickly little black sword was unusually active at this moment. It began to tremble, as if it wanted to be unsheathed. The next moment, the entire medicine mountain actually began to tremble slightly, as if there were an earthquake. Every peak in the mountain beyond the mountains area where the Tao Gate was located was like this. A large number of Tao Gate disciples were startled. This was the first time such a phenomenon had occurred. An earthquake outside? Can there be an earthquake in the mountain beyond the mountains? Impossible. Even if there's an earthquake outside, the mountain beyond the mountains has a great mountain-protecting formation. It can't possibly be affected unless the tremor came from within the great mountain-protecting formation. A host of Tao Gate higher-ups were also alarmed and came out in full force, all flying towards the most central area of the mountain beyond the mountains, Spirit Storing Mountain, because the source of this earthquake came from here. For some reason, the sword at the summit of Spirit Storing Mountain had begun to vibrate and emit waves of sword hums. At the summit, there was a stone platform. Next to the stone platform stood a stone tablet, and in front of the stone tablet was a carving knife. The stone tablet was very tall, and on the upper part were only 2 large characters, gentlemen. These 2 characters were written vertically. Below them were densely packed small characters, as if they were all additions made by others along these 2 characters to form a word or a sentence, and then carved on with a carving knife. On the stone platform lay a sword sheath. It was completely black, exuding an ancient aura. A pendant hung from the sword sheath. It was a black bead, and below the bead was a black tassel. And above the sword sheath, a sword was floating. The tip of the sword pointed down, the hilt up. It was actually a bronze sword, but it was slightly longer than a normal bronze sword, and its color was also darker, a blue-black. At this very moment, this bronze sword was trembling and emitting waves of sword hums. And as it trembled, the entire spirit-storing mountain trembled along with it. It was clearly floating in midair, yet it could pull the entire mountain. It was as if an invisible force connected this sword and this mountain. It was as if it were locked onto this mountain. The sword was enraged. At the foot of Spirit Storing Mountain, the high-level members of the Tao Gate gathered. Only the 7th elder, Shun Man, remained, confining herself within the purple bamboo forest. They did not fly high into the sky to overlook the mountain and observe the full picture. This was because the entire mountain was covered by a no-fly formation. Everyone below the ninth realm could only ascend on foot. Sect Master, what is this situation? The fifth elder, Zhao Shuqi, already had squinty eyes, and at this moment, they were narrowed into a single line. Xiang Yin raised his braised egg-like bald head and gazed towards the heights of Spirit's Storing Mountain. It seems to be a little unhappy, he said. This is more than a little unhappy. This is clearly throwing a huge tantrum. The first elder, Lu Pan, said, his brow furrowed tightly, the deep lines on his forehead looking as if they were carved with a knife. Why is this? Xiang Yin looked towards Nangongyu. After all, Nangongyu is the only artifact refining Grandmaster present. She understood spiritual artifacts better than anyone. Don't all look at me. I don't know either. Although I'm an artifact refining Grandmaster, this sword is not within the scope of what I can refine. The ninth elder, Nangongyu, said, holding her hands up in front of her two soft mountains and waving them repeatedly. Sect Master Xiang Yin clicked his tongue in wonder. No one has gone up the mountain to challenge it tonight. So why would it be so angry? Li Chunsong muttered from the side. That's not right. If someone were to go up the mountain to challenge it, isn't it usually very excited? The group talked back and forth but couldn't come to a conclusion. Only the 10th elder, Chu Yinin, looked up at her martial brothers and sisters, getting a little tired of listening. What's so strange about being angry? Sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I also inexplicably feel like throwing a tantrum, she said. This sword has been suppressed on the mountain for a whole 1,000 years. 1,000 years, she said, gesturing with her hands. Lu Pan glanced at her and immediately said, Little martial sister, watch your words. What do you mean, suppressed on the mountain? The Tao ancestor sealed it on the mountain to await its destined person. TCH, using a whole treasure mountain to lock it up, and you say it's not suppression. All you do all day is tell me to watch my words. Watch my words. Chu Yinin grumbled in her heart. Sect Master Xiang Yin lowered his head in contemplation, his uniquely ugly face filled with doubt. I've been the Sect Master for so many years, and this sword has never made such a commotion. Forget it. I'll go up the mountain and see. Let's go together, the others chimed in. As it turned out, they had just taken a few steps when a mountain stopped shaking. It's not angry anymore. Chu Yinin raised her head in a daze. Then are we still climbing up? The others couldn't be bothered with her and continued to walk up the mountain. This sword was a supreme treasure of the mortal world, the world-saving sword left behind by the Tao ancestor. Now that it had suddenly shown a strange movement, they could not treat it carelessly. By the time the group reached the summit, the sword had returned to its usual appearance. No abnormalities could be seen at all. It was a wasted trip. It just floated in mid-air, motionless, yet looking down from on high. It was clearly just a sword, but it gave the feeling of being alive. If you looked up at it, you would feel that it was looking down on you with contempt from its high perch. Whether it was a 6th realm cultivator like Chu Yinin or an 8th realm one like Xiang Yin, it looked down on everyone equally. In the bamboo hut, Chu Huaishu climbed out of bed only when the sky was slightly bright. He had had a very, very long dream. He dreamed that he was back in his childhood, back in that house that wasn't a home, dreamed of that man who would beat him and his mother every few days, until he grew bigger and taller. When a man hit him and his mother again, no matter how much the stick falling on his body hurt, he would protect his mother and then fight back. He was afraid of pain, had been afraid of pain since he was a child. Who in the world isn't afraid of pain? But he was more afraid of being the only one in pain, while that alcoholic man was triumphant. Later, his mother left and the man grew old. The man seemed to have changed. He became kind. He wanted to show his fatherly love. He became concerned about him. But Chu Huaishu knew that it wasn't that he had become better, but that he had grown old. He was no longer capable of being bad. He had never reconciled with him, nor had he ever reconciled with himself. Many adults hit children just to make the children remember the beating. Now, after so many years, you're asking me why I still remember? At this moment, Chu Huaishu sat on the bed and shook his head forcefully a few times. It's been a long time since I've had these messy dreams, he said, his eyes slightly downcast. Perhaps because it was too painful last night, but he still felt that the sticks in his memory hurt more. After letting out a long, turbid breath, Chu Huaishu stood up, stretched his body, and the gloom dissipated. As if changing faces, he returned to his usual cheeky and slightly scoundrel-like demeanor. He felt the power of this physical body of his, clenched his fists tightly, and did the signature Super Saiyan pose. The improvement from a ninth aperture is actually this great. He was a little surprised. Now, if Lu Qinggong were to stand in front of him and not use spiritual power, he would absolutely not lose by a narrow margin. If he got ruthless, he could even beat him to death. A nine-aperture expert, terrifyingly so. Chu Huaishu suddenly felt that the suffering he had recently endured was worth it. Now that he no longer needed to cultivate the sword-tempering art, he felt as light as a swallow, refreshed and clear-headed. After simply washing up, he pushed open the door of the bamboo hut. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The big ice cube next door had not yet gotten up. Chu Huaishu didn't do anything, just sat on the tall wooden fence, admiring the early morning of Medicine Mountain. The gentle breeze lifted his long, jet-black hair, and his feet would swing casually in midair. After a while, he heard the sound of the neighboring door opening. Have my five senses also been greatly enhanced? Chu Huaishu was a little surprised. He remained sitting on the fence, his body leaning back, his head also tilting back slightly. He looked sideways at Han Shuangjiang and said, "You're up." The big ice cube looked at him, and her first sentence was, "You fainted again yesterday, didn't you?" "Yup." Chu Huaishu was already used to it, and no longer felt embarrassed or ashamed. "But not in front of Su Ziqing." "I knew you fainted," Han Shuangjiang said. "There was an earthquake on Medicine Mountain last night, a small one." Chu Huaishu was shocked. "For real?" The cold-faced girl nodded. Chu Huaishu jumped down from the fence. "That's not right. With the mountain protecting formation, how could there be an earthquake? The source must have come from within the mountain beyond the mountains." Han Shuangjiang nodded. "The sect didn't announce what happened?" he asked. "No," the big ice cube replied. "Then don't think about it. It's not something for in-name disciples like us to worry about," he said. "A small earthquake, at most, was just the bed shaking a couple of times." Chu Huaishu was now more concerned about. "Have you opened your ninth aperture?" "I have." Han Shuangjiang had cultivated late into the night. "That's good. Let's eat breakfast, and then we'll go to the scripture pavilion together." Amen. The thought of being able to obtain a first-realm cultivation technique soon made even the cold-faced girl's heart leap with joy. After a simple breakfast, the two of them went to the scripture pavilion together. Chu Huaishu's heart was surging. Once he reached the first realm, he could take that pass token and go to Spirit Storing Mountain. Along the way, the two of them walked quickly. The scripture pavilion was not on Medicine Mountain, but on Book Mountain, one of the three peaks of the outer sect. The place in the outer sect for exchanging treasures for sect contribution points was also on Book Mountain. It had a very rustic name, just called the Treasure Pavilion. Cultivation techniques, spiritual pills, spiritual artifacts, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. All could be sold to the Treasure Pavilion in exchange for sect contribution points. Of course, you could also buy things here. Book Mountain also had an affairs hall. Simply put, it was the place where outer sect disciples received sect missions. By working hard, one could obtain contribution points. If you needed help from your Marshall brothers with something, you could also go to the affairs hall and post a bounty with your own contribution points. In addition, next to the scripture pavilion on Book Mountain, there were also training rooms. Each training room had a spirit-gathering formation. Cultivating inside, the spiritual energy would be richer and progress would be faster. Of course, it also cost contribution points. This was the first time either of them had been to Book Mountain, so they walked and stopped along the way, like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden. The stone steps leading up Book Mountain were named Diligence is the Path. Chu Huaishu found it quite interesting. The mountain of books has a path, and diligence is its trail. The sea of learning is boundless, and hard work is the boat. It could be considered one of the little clever touches in borrowing a sword. The scripture pavilion was at the summit of Book Mountain. The two of them walked for a good while before they reached it. When they walked into the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion, they found that there were many senior brothers and sisters with outer sect disciple tokens hanging from their waists, watching. At this moment, an in-name disciple who had opened all 9 apertures was in the eastern area of the first floor, trying hard to break the formation. He had already broken the first formation, and inside were the yellow grade cultivation techniques. In a Xianwang realm, cultivation techniques, like arts, were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. The Scripture Pavilion in the outer mountain was only 4 stories high. The first floor was for first realm cultivation techniques, the second floor for the second realm, the third floor for the third realm, and the fourth floor was all arts. These outer sect disciples were purely watching the fun. The Tao Gate was the one among the 4 great sects that emphasized fated opportunity the most. Once someone obtained an opportunity, it would cause a stir. Once a stir was caused, it would be passed around by word of mouth, and people would come gossip. Gossiping could easily become a habit, so the people of the Tao Gate were also the ones who loved to watch the fun the most. At this moment, some people were cheering him on, and some were jeering. "Junior brother, keep it up. Trust me, this second barrier is very easy to break. Don't stop. There aren't many disciples in our Tao Gate who cultivate yellow grade techniques." The mentality of these outer sect disciples was also understandable because they had also come this way. They were like the upperclassmen in a university, holding half a watermelon to watch the freshmen's military training. A middle-aged man in a white robe was looking at the burning thyme, keeping incense in front of him with a bored expression. He was in charge of all matters on the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion. He had long grown tired of seeing this kind of thing. At this moment, when Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang walked in, they attracted quite a few looks. Handsome men and beautiful women, no matter where they went, would ultimately be the focus of the crowd. Of course, if one were as uniquely ugly as the sect master Xiangyan, one could naturally also receive a lot of attention. Among them, there was a smiling senior brother who was clearly an extrovert, the type who was a true social butterfly. Seeing Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang also stop to watch, he took the initiative to strike up a conversation and asked, "You two junior brother and sister, have you also opened all 9 apertures and come to obtain a first realm cultivation technique?" "Indeed," Chu Huaishu replied. "My name is Chun Jia. You can call me Senior Brother Chun. Let me first congratulate you two in advance on your imminent promotion from in-name disciples to outer sect disciples. I wonder what your names are, junior brother and sister." Chun Jia asked. Chu Huaishu, Han Shuangjiang. The two of them both replied softly and politely. As a result, this senior brother Chun was instantly startled. "You are Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang." His voice was extremely loud. In an instant, everyone around them looked over. The Scripture Pavilion manager in the white robe also looked up. Even the in-name disciple who was trying hard to break the formation barrier stiffened his neck slightly after hearing these 2 names and couldn't help but turn his head to look. On the first floor of the Scripture Pavilion, the gazes of the crowd all converged on the young man and woman. Previously, when the phenomenon was triggered at the bottom of the cold pool, a large number of outer sect disciples had gathered outside. After Chu Yinin appeared, Deacon Liu had even reported that there were still 3 people in the secret realm at the bottom of the pool. The gossiping crowd had thus remembered these 3 names. To the people of the outer sect, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang were very unfamiliar. They had never heard of them. But Lu Qingqi, as the son of a deacon, and the incident of his spirit embryo being damaged back in the day, was quite a major event, so his fame was high. However, many people had heard that Lu Qingqi had seemed to have gone mad recently. Therefore, even if they were fools, everyone understood that the fated opportunity at the bottom of the cold pool had absolutely nothing to do with him. So, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang became the talk of the town. "Have you heard?" They even alerted the sect master. The 10th elder appeared personally and was even put under a sound-insulating formation by the sect master. "I heard she almost vomited blood from anger." "Almost? How come I heard she really did vomit?" "That's just a rumor becoming fact. Rumors, rumors. But I still don't know what kind of secret realm it was to have triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon, making 10,000 swords tremble. Not a single peep has leaked out until now. However, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang knew very little about the many storms that had occurred outside the coal pool that day. They didn't know that many people had gathered there, nor did they know that the old fellow Lu Tianfeng had exposed their names. But the fervent gazes from everyone in the scripture pavilion gave Chu Huaishu a faint guess. It's over. I've gone viral overnight, he thought. The big ice cube, with her cool and detached temperament, felt very uncomfortable at this moment. But soon, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, because she saw Chu Huaishu take half a step forward, standing in front of her, covering half of her body. Adhering to the principle of, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, Chu Huaishu immediately clasped his hands toward the startled Chenjie and said, So, it is senior brother Chenjie. I've long heard of your great name. This was also his test. Sure enough, the crowd continued to stare at him. Barely anyone was attracted by the name Chenjie. The outer sect disciples were all curious. Did he get the opportunity, or did the junior sister behind him get it? But he really is quite handsome. This junior sister is also truly beautiful, makes one fall for her at first sight. The scripture pavilion manager, dressed in a white robe, let out a light cough and began to take charge. The middle-aged man with the full beard looked at the time-keeping incense and said to the 9-aperture in-name disciple who was attempting the trial, What are you standing there in a daze for? Are you not going to continue breaking the formation? There's only half an incense stick's worth of time in total, and now there's only half left, he reminded sternly. The young disciples these days are really troublesome. Do they not know how to prioritize? It's one thing for others to watch, but you're the one attempting the trial. What are you watching for? The in-name disciple's face instantly flushed red. He was clearly a thin-skinned person. Being criticized in front of everyone, he immediately turned his shame and indignation into strength and, with a concerted effort, actually broke the second barrier, obtaining the qualification to receive a mystic grade cultivation technique. The white-robed manager glanced at him and nodded slightly. He turned to look at Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang and said to them, Are you two also here to attempt the trial? Indeed, Chu Huaishu said in a clear voice, not showing any stage fright just because there were many people. His state was, on the contrary, even better. The Xianwang Grand Stage. If you can flex, then come. He had, after all, been the number 2 on the must-try list and had experience with being extremely popular. Hearing this, the white-robed manager immediately waved his hand at them and said, You two, come over here, give me your in-name disciple identity tokens, register first, and then line up. Yes, the two accepted the order. As they were filling out the forms, a constant stream of whispers could be heard from the surroundings. The number of people lingering on the first floor of the scripture pavilion grew, and these outer sect disciples were in no hurry to go upstairs. Time passed quickly, and the time-keeping incense soon burned out. The in-name disciple who was attempting the trial stopped at the mystic grade. This was not an outstanding performance. In a typical year at the Tao Gate, there wouldn't be many who learned yellow grade techniques. Mystic grade was basically the bottom line. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the Tao Gate seemed to be good, and there were even senior brothers and sisters who offered words of encouragement. Not bad, don't be discouraged. This is only the first realm cultivation technique. There's still the second and third realms in the future, plenty of opportunities. Mystic grade isn't bad either. About half the people every year are also mystic grade. This was not wrong. According to the proportions from previous years, for the 4 technique grades of heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, the number of people who obtained them was roughly 1:3:5:1. The Tao Gate was generous and would not, like some sects, selfishly hoard its treasures, only letting a very small number of disciples cultivate heaven and earth grade techniques. If it weren't for the fact that insufficient aptitude or a weak foundation in the aperture opening stage would be detrimental to one's cultivation progress, when practicing a technique that was too good, the Tao Gate would wish for every disciple to practice a heaven grade technique. Of course, This was also because the Tao Gate had 1,000 years of heritage. The Scripture Pavilion had a complete range of techniques, and the sect had a large stock of various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, so they could afford it. The white-robe manager turned his head to the 9-aperture disciple and said, "You stand to the side. You can take your time to choose a technique. Don't affect the next person attempting the trial." "Yes," he replied. At this time, the middle-aged man finally looked at Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang and asked, "Which of you two will go first?" He was actually very curious about the two of them in his heart. The reason was simple. He was also a sword cultivator, and on that day his life-bound sword had also been trembling non-stop. No matter how patiently he tried to soothe the sword spirit, it was no use. A secret realm triggering a phenomenon of this scale clearly meant that someone had obtained a great fated opportunity. At this moment, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang looked at each other, and he said, "Ladies first." The big ice cube was already used to this fellow spouting strange word from his mouth. She didn't really mind going first, but this dead fox's next sentence was a bit infuriating. "If I go first, I'm afraid you'll feel pressured later," he said with a shrug. The chill on the cold-faced girl's face intensified. She snorted coldly and couldn't be bothered with him. "I am confident that I can break all the way into the heaven grade. What pressure could I possibly have?" The tall and slender Han Shuangjiang walked all the way to the front of the first formation barrier, then took a deep breath to adjust her state. Chu Huaishu watched this slender back from a distance, looking forward to the world protagonist performance. He had not the slightest worry for his own little housekeeper. It would be ridiculous if a world protagonist couldn't even get a first-realm heaven-grade cultivation technique. At this moment, he just wanted to analyze the difficulty of each formation barrier through Han Shuangjiang's performance. The timekeeping incense was lit by the white-robed manager. After 3 breaths, Han Shuangjiang moved. She raised her right hand and unleashed the 8 Desolates roaming dragon, which had been painstakingly taught to her by Chu Huaishu. The barrier of the yellow grade technique area was like it didn't even exist before her, shattering in an instant. The cold-faced girl pursed her lips, still expressionless, and strode forward with her long legs without pausing. The disciple who was choosing a formation in the mystic grade area couldn't help but look at her sideways. He only felt that this junior sister was so beautiful she could steal one's soul. His heart had skipped half a beat. The moment she had struck out with her palm, he had even wished that what the palm had hit was not the barrier, but his face. A senior brother had once told him, "Remember, when a palm comes swinging, what wafts over first is the fragrance." This unnamed disciple just watched with wide eyes as Han Shuangjiang struck out with her palm again, and the mystic grade barrier shattered in response. The young woman did not pause her steps. Under his respectful gaze, she continued to walk forward, passing him in an instant. The onlookers began to whisper again. "At this rate, it's at least Earth grade. I feel like Heaven grade is a sure thing, too. If she really enters the Heaven grade, then the one who obtained the opportunity should be this junior sister, right? She seems so relaxed. Did she perfectly digest the medicinal power of the aperture-opening pill? A prodigy like this will probably be promoted to the inner sect in no time, right?" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Shuangjiang stood before the Earth grade barrier and tentatively struck out with her palm. The barrier shattered in one go as well. The spectating outer sect disciples looked at each other. Seeing her so nonchalant and at ease, they were afraid that not even the heaven grade barrier could stop her. Many people were secretly envious. A heaven grade cultivation technique meant that the starting point of your cultivation path was higher than others. The big ice cube stood before the heaven grade barrier. On the surface, she was as calm as an ancient well, but in her heart, waves were gradually beginning to stir. This was the first time she had so formally tested the results of her cultivation. It was also the first time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that she had come to a deeper realization that she was truly a cultivation genius. She longed to cultivate, longed to be able to control her own life, not to be sold cheaply into a brothel by her parents, and then be transferred from the brothel to the joyful sect, like an object. On the surface, she was ice cold, but in her heart, there had always been a seed of fear since she was a child. She knew that there was no one behind her. But what about the path ahead? Was it to be the top courtesan of Red Sleeves Beckon, or the holy maiden of the joyful sect? How could the young woman not be terrified? Even if this path of cultivation is filled with 1,000 difficulties, I will walk it alone, she secretly swore in her heart. Break for me. Han Shuangjiang raised her right hand and slammed her palm down. Under her full-powered strike, the heaven-grade barrier shattered directly. The big ice cube took another deep breath, and with a solemn expression, took a step forward into the heaven-grade area. For some reason, standing here, she felt a moment of peace in her heart. The young woman suddenly felt a little like crying, but it was only for an instant. After standing firm, she slowly turned around. Strangely, her gaze subconsciously began to search for Chu Huaishu's figure. In the vast sea of people, many senior brothers and sisters were cheering for her. Yet she was searching only for him. Chu Huaishu, at some point, had already left his previous position and was now standing before the yellow-gray barrier. Han Shuangjiang's gaze crossed the 4 barriers and fixed on him. The two of them, who had gone through so many storms together, just looked at each other like that. A genuine smile was on the dead fox's face, giving her his full affirmation. The young woman had just been thinking in her heart that no matter how difficult the path ahead, she would walk it alone. But this dead fox was now smiling and saying to her, "Don't move. Wait for me there." With their eyes meeting, the big ice cube, who was clearly a stubborn mule, was the first to turn her head away, breaking their gaze. Chu Huaishu didn't mind and waited for the white robe manager to give the order. At this time, the timekeeping incense burning in front of the manager was still the one from Han Shuangjiang's turn. It had only been burning for a short while. He was also a little surprised. It's been a long time since I've seen an in-name disciple break through 4 barriers in a row with such ease. The middle-aged man had worked in the scripture pavilion for many years. Those in-name disciples who had left a deep impression on him would, for the most part, go on to make a name for themselves in the inner sect. Now, most people, including the white robe manager, had tacitly agreed that the fated opportunity at the bottom of the cold pool was most likely obtained by this young woman. But this handsome man in the black robe looked just too relaxed. Yes, Chu Huaishu exuded an indescribable sense of relaxation, both inside and out. He turned his head to look at the white robe manager. Seeing him light another stick of time-keeping incense, Chu Huaishu actually raised his right hand and gently poked forward twice with 2 fingers. He was actually comically poking the first barrier with his hand, and he even poked it 7 or 8 times in a row, as if it felt pretty good. Just as everyone was looking at each other in confusion, the smile on his face instantly vanished. "I have a rough idea of the difficulty," Chu Huaishu said, feeling the resistance from his fingertips. His brow bone already shadowed his eyes, and his bone structure was excellent. At this moment, his eyes sharpened, and the corners of his eyebrows naturally rose slightly. Chu Huaishu maintained the posture of having 2 fingers forward. Then he moved. He took an arrow step forward, his black robe rustling. TCH. This sound was heard 4 times in a row within a few short breaths. His long, jet-black hair danced wildly behind him as he moved quickly. With just a single point forward, he broke through all 4 barriers in one go. The first floor of the scripture pavilion fell into a brief, dead silence. The in-name disciple in the mystic grade area had his jaw practically on the floor. The barrier that he couldn't break, no matter what, was like it was made of paper paste in front of this black-robed man. Only Han Shuangjiang was just slightly surprised, and then felt it was a matter of course. She now understood why Chu Huaishu had said that she should go first, otherwise she would feel pressured. This dead fox actually made such a big scene on purpose. On the surface, the big ice cube had a cold face, but in her heart, she was grumbling madly. Chu Huaishu slowly lowered his raised fingers, completely relaxed, and looked at Han Shuangjiang. "Since I said I'd have you wait for me there, I definitely wouldn't make you wait too long." The white robe manager took a deep look at his back and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "A body tempering cultivator?" As a third-realm cultivator, how could he not see that this kid's physique was exceptionally powerful? Without body tempering, it was absolutely impossible to have such terrifying force. The 4 barriers set up by the Tao Gate were like nothing before him. Body tempering? In an instant, discussions arose. This group of senior brothers and sisters looked at Chu Huaishu as if he were an anomaly. As everyone knew, body tempering cultivators were at the very bottom of the cultivator's chain of disdain. Those who chose body tempering were mostly those with extremely poor talent, usually with low-grade spirit embryos. After all, not many people would give up a good life to play the masochism game. Of course, the atmosphere in the Tao Gate had always been good. Here, they emphasized fated opportunities. Talent was secondary. The reason everyone disliked body tempering cultivators was mainly because of their character. There was no helping it. Other cultivators had numerous profound methods for long-range attacks. The body tempering style seemed very simple and crude. Over time, most body tempering cultivators would develop 2 bad habits. The first was having a foul mouth, constantly trash-talking to provoke you into getting close, where they could maximize their strength. The second was a love for sneak attacks. You really think we body temperers have trained our brains into muscles too? The body tempering style should be all about close-range sneak attacks, and once a sneak attack succeeded, it was quite fatal. In summary, body tempering cultivators were known for being foul-mouthed and of low quality. They had never been liked in the cultivation world. Meeting the gazes of his senior brothers and sisters, Chu Huaishu did not receive the full house of applause he had imagined. How could he not know what they were thinking? So, he immediately clasped his hands and emphasized, "I cultivate both internally and externally." Both internally and externally. Huh, body tempering cultivators? I looked down on them too. When everyone heard that this handsome junior brother actually cultivated both internally and externally, they all showed expressions of relief. I didn't expect him to have such perseverance. The belated applause finally sounded. The disciples of the Tao Gate had never been stingy with their praise for their fellow disciples, nor with their contempt for outsiders. Even the in-name disciple in the mystic grade area, who had initially felt a little ashamed, in the end, also offered his congratulations. Finally, it was the white-robe manager who came out to take charge, saying in a deep voice, all right, all of you, disperse. Let them choose their techniques in peace." Manager Luo is shooing people away again. Some outer sect disciples even joked, clearly very familiar with him. After exchanging a glance, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang began to choose their desired cultivation techniques. The Tao Gate's heritage was deep, and these were only first-realm techniques, so there was a full shelf of heaven-grade techniques. Jade slips were neatly arranged, but you were not allowed to preview them. Next to each jade slip was a small booklet with an introduction to the technique, and the prologue of the technique was also recorded in it. Han Shuangjiang was very patient, looking at them one by one. Chu Huaishu stood there, flipping through them randomly, but was actually constantly using Information Probe. Yin-Yang Origin Return Art, Compatibility 13%. Profound Thunder Creation Art, Compatibility 27%. Nine Heavens Wind and Cloud Precious Record, Compatibility 23%. Chu Huaishu knew that he was currently a low-grade spirit embryo, so his compatibility with heaven-grade techniques would not be too high. He was already mentally prepared. Low compatibility meant that it would cost more experience points to level up in the future. But for a low-grade spirit embryo, to cultivate a high-grade technique was already a case of getting half the result with twice the effort. But Chu Huaishu didn't care. He had plenty of ways to get experience points, and plenty of ways to raise his spirit embryo attribute in the future. Right now, he just wanted to pick the best of a bad bunch. I'll pick one with a relatively high compatibility and one that suits my tastes, he thought. Some of the techniques here, Chu Huaishu had heard of. Others, he had never heard of before. Every once in a while, he would look at Han Shuangjiang's situation. The cold-faced girl was the same, secretly peeking at what Chu Huaishu was looking at. After a while, Chu Huaishu, whose 5 senses had been greatly enhanced, noticed that she was peeking at him again, and said with a smile, I personally recommend this 6 Imperial True Cannon to you. Chu Huaishu remembered very clearly that it had been dug up by players that Han Shuangjiang had practiced this very technique. Why? The big ice cube was curious, picking up the small booklet next to the jade slip to look through it. I'm not telling you, Chu Huaishu said. Han Shuangjiang glanced at him, too lazy to bother with him, and began to read the introduction in the small booklet herself. After she finished reading, she was indeed very moved. But based on Chu Huaishu's shameless behavior, the cold-faced girl still deliberately put the small booklet for the 6 Imperial True Cannon back and went to look at other techniques. Seeing the big ice cube's attitude, he smiled in his heart and continued to flip through the small booklets while using Information Probe. Whoa, there's one with 96% compatibility. Chu Huaishu was greatly shocked, but soon his hand, which was turning the pages, suddenly froze. He didn't even want to look at this small booklet anymore. Damn it, you want me to fall into the same pit twice? With such a high compatibility, it's 100% a body tempering technique, he instantly reacted. Through the tempering of the sword tempering art, he had somewhat become a body tempering sacred body. Sure enough, this technique, called the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Heart Art, looked very effeminate, and even had the words heart art in its name, but it was in fact a divine body tempering technique. The Tao Gate really is the Tao Gate. They even have a heaven-grade technique for the body tempering style. For such a low-grade cultivation style, you couldn't even scrape together a few heaven-grade techniques in the entire Xianhuang realm, Chu Huaishu marveled. He looked at the small booklet with some curiosity, and the more he looked, the stiffer he became. So it wasn't deliberately named hard art. It was my own punctuation that was wrong. It should be Ice Muscle Jade Bone Heart's art. The heart is harder than the bone. Is that it? A sword comes stabbing. Hee hee, I have a heart of iron and stone. You can't pierce it. You can't pierce it. He suspected that the predecessor who created this technique definitely thought he was quite humorous. Chu Huaishu directly put the small booklet back. Body tempering, not even a dog would practice it. He continued to look down and swore that he would not look at this Ice Muscle Jade Bone Heart art even one more time. I already have Sword Heart Enlightenment. Once I have a life-bound spiritual sword, I'll be a stylish and romantic sword cultivator. What's the point of being a big muscle head? In the entire first floor of the Scripture Pavilion, there weren't many heaven-grade techniques, but not few either. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang soon finished looking through them all. I've chosen. What about you? The big ice cube asked. She had naturally chosen the 6 Imperial True Cannon. Wait for me a moment. I'm a little conflicted, Chu Huaishu said, frowning secretly. Right now, there were 3 good choices before him. The first was for him to also choose the 6 Imperial True Cannon. Although the compatibility was a pitiful 26%, he could cultivate the same technique as Han Shuangjiang. This mentality was like when he had imparted the sword tempering art to Su Ziqing. Chu Huaishu was a cheater, but the other was cultivating seriously. He could use the other as a reference. The big ice cube had a profound Yin physique, and her cultivation progress would be lightning fast. When others cultivated a technique, they were all crossing the river by feeling for stones. If he cultivated the 6 Imperial True Cannon, he would be crossing the river by feeling Han Shuangjiang. The other 2 choices were named Pagoda's True Explanation and the Tao Classic. The former's name was quite cool, while the latter's seemed much simpler. These 2 heaven-grade techniques, besides the Ice Muscle Jade Bone Heart Art, had the highest compatibility for Chu Huaishu. Only these 2 broke 30%, one at 31% and one at 33%. Judging from the names and the introductions in the small booklets alone, the vast majority of people would choose the former. Because in the introduction for Pagoda's True Explanation, the characteristics were written on a full page. But the Tao Classic was different. The first page of the small booklet only had 2 sentences. The first sentence was an evaluation and description of the characteristics of this technique, a total of just 4 characters: impartial, moderate, and peaceful. The key was in the second sentence. This technique was originally nameless. Because it was the technique of the Tao ancestor, it is called the Tao Classica. Legends about the Tao ancestor were stories Chu Huaishu knew well. According to legend, there was once an ordinary Taoist temple on Asking the Tao Peak. It had a very strange name, being called the Gentleman Temple. The Tao ancestor was just a young Taoist priest in this temple. He had accidentally obtained a nameless first realm cultivation technique and then began to cultivate. Some said his subsequent techniques were cobbled together from various sources, while others said they were all his own creations. In short, this little Taoist priest went from being a priest to a Tao master, and then to the Tao ancestor. The name the Tao Classic was given by later generations, or rather, it was a title of respect for it. The Tao ancestor had never even given his own cultivation technique a name. The Tao Classic is divided into 9 volumes, corresponding to the 1st through 9th realms, Chu Huaishu thought. The cultivation model of the Xianwang realm was very strange. The cultivation techniques for different realms were not actually linked to each other because the cultivation model for each realm was different. The first realm had first realm techniques, and the second realm had second realm techniques. The so-called cultivation was actually the continuous development of the spirit embryo secret depository within the body. By developing it, one could store more spiritual power, strengthen the spiritual sense in the sea of consciousness, and obtain one's own divine abilities. The 9 realms were actually 9 stages of developing the spirit embryo secret depository, belonging to a gradual process. A cultivation technique was, in essence, the method and means of developing the spirit embryo secret depository. When one reached the next realm, the place being developed was already different, and it was completely unrelated to the previous realm. It was not a direct continuation. Take the 6 imperial true canon that Han Shuangjiang had chosen. It actually had 3 volumes corresponding to the 1st through 3rd realms. But the funny thing was 6 imperial true canon 2 was only an earth grade technique, and 3 was only mystic grade. They were all created by the same person, which was why they had the same name, but in fact, they were not closely related. Of course, the person who created them could also have given them different names. It was all up to personal preference. Some people, finding that their creations were getting worse and worse, would choose to rename them to avoid ruining the reputation of the previous work. According to the Xianwang realm's cultivation system, when Han Shuangjiang reached the 2nd realm, she could completely choose not to cultivate 6 imperial true canon 2. She could choose another 2nd realm heaven grade technique. For the first 3 realms, it didn't matter at all. In the player's words, just practice whatever the hell you want. But upon reaching the 4th realm, one had to pay attention to a system. The choice of each technique had to be considered in advance for the next, to avoid it being too mixed and chaotic or even conflicting. At times like these, it was best to have the guidance of a predecessor, to have a master to check on you. This was why the Tao Gate had a distinction between the inner and outer sections. Once your strength was sufficient, you could enter the inner sect and become an apprentice. In this world, successful rogue cultivators were ultimately a minority. Someone like the Tao ancestor was an exception among exceptions. But the Tao Classic, which the Tao ancestor had cultivated, was a bit strange. According to normal logic, it seemed that as long as one could master all 1 to 9 volumes of the Tao Classic, it would be equivalent to perfectly replicating the Tao ancestor's path of cultivation, and one could become a peerless expert like him. But the strange thing is, no one in the world has ever become a great cultivator by relying on the Tao Classic. Not a single one has broken through the 5th realm. Chu Huaishu thought. Back then, the Tao ancestor had a total of 10 true disciples. He himself didn't even have his 10 disciples cultivate the Tao Classic. Later generations revered the Tao ancestor. Some could even be said to have blind worship. With the opportunity to cultivate the Tao Classic, they would naturally not hesitate. But the result was that a large number of cultivators regretted it for the rest of their lives. Not a single person could rely on volumes 1 to 4 of the Tao Classic to break through to the 5th realm. Once you reached the great perfection of the 4th realm, you couldn't master the 5th volume of the Tao Classic no matter what. And if you wanted to switch to another technique, you couldn't learn it. This also led to two rumors in the Xianhuang realm. The first rumor is to rely on the Tao Classic to cultivate to the fifth realm. One needs to be a heaven-sent genius like the Tao Ancestor. People guess that once one reaches the fifth realm, the special nature of the Tao Classic will surely be revealed. Yes, volumes 1 to 4 of the Tao Classic perfectly matched the four words impartial, moderate, and peaceful. There was nothing special about it. The Tao Gate had a history of 1,000 years now, and there was one point that everyone tacitly understood. Volumes 1 to 4 of the Tao Classic were actually considered ordinary among heaven-grade techniques, perhaps even only at the earth-grade level. The funny thing was, in these long 1,000 years, there had also been some imaginative Tao Gate disciples who had specifically cultivated volumes 1 to 3 of the Tao Classic and then skipped the fourth volume to learn another technique. As a result, they had actually broken through to the fifth realm. Therefore, the second rumor is a bit comical, but also has a hint of credibility. When the Tao Ancestor was writing the Tao Classic, he accidentally wrote something wrong in the fourth volume. This was what led to the fact that as long as one cultivated the fourth volume, they would certainly have no hope of reaching the fifth realm and could never become a great cultivator in their entire life. One must know, in these 1,000 years, there had even been many people with high-grade spirit embryos who refused to believe it and stubbornly practiced the Tao Classic all the way. There had even been two with supreme-grade spirit embryos who were also headstrong, and one of them, like the Tao Ancestor, also had a pure yang physique. As for volumes 5 to 9 of the Tao Classic, no one in the entire Xianhuang realm had ever mastered these 5 techniques. Many people had also tried to cultivate other techniques for the first through fourth realms, and then try to practice the Tao Classic 5 in the fifth realm, but they still couldn't even get started. The subsequent volumes were the same. In any case, no matter what, they just couldn't learn it. This made people suspect that the Tao Ancestor had written something wrong in the fourth volume, and from the fifth volume onwards, had written a bunch of nonsense. But based on the Tao Ancestor's prestige being so high, many people still stubbornly believe that the reason they couldn't master it was because they were not as good as the Tao Ancestor. How could the Tao Ancestor be wrong? It must be me who is wrong. This led to many of the academic old pedants in the Tao Gate to specialize in studying the Tao Classic. This research went on for 1,000 years, generation after generation, and these academics still couldn't figure anything out. Logically, Chu Huaishu shouldn't have paid any attention to the Tao Classic, but he was a cheater. In his memory, there were players who had cultivated the Tao Classic all the way and had smoothly reached level 49. The reason it was only level 49 and not yet in the fifth realm was because the highest level of the current version was 49. This point had been mentioned before. Chu Huaishu's own high-level account was also stuck at level 49, waiting for a version update. More importantly, for these players who cultivated the Tao Classic, the words marked on their character interface were consistent with other players. Can level up after the version update. This meant that players would not be bound by this shackle. This made it very difficult for Chu Huaishu, who possessed the system, not to pay attention to the Tao Classic. What's more, although he had already transmigrated, he still had a bit of a player's mentality and was very bold. Damn it, I kind of want to learn it, he thought. Rather than choosing a technique for each realm and having so many worries from the fourth realm onwards, why not just replicate the Tao Ancestor's cultivation path and push all the way up with the Tao Classic? If he could really do this, then what lay before him would be a highway to the heavens. At the end of the road was the realm of the Tao Ancestor. After the Tao Ancestor passed away, later generations never knew what it would be like to become a great cultivator by relying on the Tao Classic. Time passed, and Chu Huaishu was still hesitating. Finally, he steeled his heart and reached for the jade slip of the first volume of the Tao Classic. As it turned out, his arm was caught by a small, somewhat cold hand. "Are you sure you want to choose the Tao Classic?" Han Shuangzheng asked. Any legend about the Tao Ancestor would be widely circulated. The Tao Classic was no exception. I'm sure Chu Huaishu was the type of person who wouldn't change his mind after he had made it up. Not at all wishy-washy or indecisive, and not influenced by others. Before I've finished hesitating, you can give your opinion. but I've already finished hesitating. If you give your opinion now, aren't you just asking me to start hesitating all over again? Han Shuangjiang frowned and looked at him for a long time. In the end, she still didn't say much more. In any case, it's not like the first through third volumes can't be practiced. It's the fourth volume that should be avoided, she thought. But the cold-faced girl still couldn't understand why Chu Huaishu insisted on choosing the Tao Classic. The big ice cube spoke. Since you've already made up your mind, I won't say any more. Chu Huaishu returned to his usual self. He looked at the 6 Imperial True Cannon in her hand and said with a smile, "But you really chose it, huh?" Han Shuangjiang had a straight face and said with a serious expression, "I wanted to choose it from the beginning. It actually has nothing to do with you." "Is that so?" "I see. All right, Chu Huaishu said with a one-click 3 combo. The big ice cube's fine brows furrowed again. She felt that so many seemingly indifferent words stacked together sounded very jarring. "Since we've chosen, let's go then," she said coldly, beginning to feel that this person was a bit annoying again. But Chu Huaishu looked at her with a smile and asked, "Are you sure? We're leaving now. What's wrong? Do you want to reconsider?" "All right, I'll wait for you." "No hurry," Han Shuangjiang immediately said. She still felt it was better not to choose the Tao Classic. "No, what I mean is, are you sure you don't want to go upstairs and take a look? We're just going home directly." Chu Huaishu raised a finger and pointed upstairs. The big ice cube followed the direction of his finger and glanced up the stairs. She said, "Upstairs are the 2nd and 3rd realm cultivation techniques. What does that have to do with us? The 4th floor is for arts, but we haven't exchanged the spirit compass for sect contribution points yet. We can't exchange for an art right now," she added. Chu Huaishu looked into her eyes and replied, "Did you forget something?" He continued on his own. "Do you know that the Tao ancestor once created an earth-shattering heaven-grade art, and he did not hoard it for himself, but directly announced it to the world for all the cultivators in the world to study together? It's just a pity that in the 1,000 years since, those who have mastered have been few and far between." Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang's eyes couldn't help but light up. That cool and detached little face seemed to have its ice and snow melt away, becoming a little more lively and agile. "You mean?" She looked at Chu Huaishu. Chu Huaishu nodded and said, word by word, "That's right. The 4th floor has 10,000 swords returned to the origin." The moment Han Shuangjiang heard the 4 words 10,000 swords returned to the origin, her heart skipped half a beat. This was the ultimate skill of the Tao ancestor, also known by the world as the strongest sword art in the mortal realm. In these 1,000 years, the number of people who had mastered 10,000 swords returned to the origin could be counted on one hand. In the last 100 years, the only person to have learned it was the contemporary sword venerable of the sword sect. It was for this reason that, although he was still stuck at the bottleneck of the great perfection of the 8th realm, the world often compared him to the Tao Gate's little martial uncle before his realm had fallen. In fact, the sword sect unilaterally believed that the sword venerable, when using 10,000 swords returned to the origin, was the strongest in the current era. Of course, this statement only represented the sword sect's position. For every sword cultivator, they had all dreamed of learning 10,000 swords returned to the origin, without exception. Han Shuangjiang did not yet have her own life-bound magic treasure, nor had she decided on her future path of cultivation. However, if she could truly comprehend 10,000 swords returned to the origin, then she would naturally have to practice the sword. And, in Chu Huaishu's memory, Han Shuangjiang was a sword cultivator in borrowing a sword to begin with. As for me, I already have sword heart enlightenment. If I don't practice the sword, what should I practice? Body temperate? Chu Huaishu joked in his heart. After exchanging a glance, they both read a hint of impatience in each other's eyes. They took their jade slips to the white-robed manager to register. The jade slips could not be taken away. They had their own profound qualities. One only needed to trigger the spiritual sense imprint inside to have the entire contents deeply branded in one's mind. Chu Huaishu couldn't help but sigh. If only I had this thing when I was studying. The white-robed manager took their jade slips. After looking at the names of the techniques, he couldn't help but look up at Chu Huaishu. Why the Tao Classic? The 4 words, "I want to speak, but I hesitate," were written all over his face. But in the end, he still chose not to flaunt his seniority and be a busybody. "I am just the manager of the first floor. I just need to do my job." The master of the Scripture Pavilion had said many times that the Tao Gate emphasizes fated opportunities. One should not interfere too much with others. How do you know that you are definitely right? Do not bear this karma. You too. Close your eyes and stabilize your minds, the white robe manager said. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang did as they were told. Soon, the entire contents of the cultivation techniques appeared in their minds. "Thank you, manager," the two said, clasping their hands in thanks. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said, "Cultivate diligently after you return. When you reach the first realm, you can take your in-name disciple identity tokens to exchange for outer sect disciple tokens." Yes. The 2 jade slips were thus retrieved and placed back in their original positions. Chu Huaishu looked at the white robe manager and asked, "Manager, the 4th floor has 10,000 swords returned to the origin, right?" "Yes," the middle-aged man said with a smile, not surprised. Who didn't yearn for 10,000 swords returned to the origin? Wasn't he the same back in the day? And so, he smiled gently and said, "Naturally, it's there. If you want to go and see, then go ahead. I wish you both success in learning it." Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang looked at each other, and after bidding farewell to the white robe manager, they began to quickly ascend the stairs. Since 10,000 swords returned to the origin had been announced to the world by the Tao ancestor, all the sects in the Xianhuang realm, big and small, had this art. Therefore, it was certainly free of charge and did not need to be exchanged for with sect contribution points. But unfortunately, although it was free, very few people in the world could comprehend it. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang soon arrived at the 4th floor. Here, their identity tokens as in-name disciples were very conspicuous because all those who exchanged for arts here were outer sect disciples. One could not learn an art before entering the first realm. Therefore, these senior brothers and sisters could immediately guess that they had most likely come up to observe 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Many people even recognized the 2 of them and began to whisper with those around them. On the 4th floor of the Scripture Pavilion, there was a main pillar. The contents of 10,000 swords returned to the origin were carved onto the pillar. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang stood before the pillar, looking up. The senior brothers and sisters around them, upon seeing this, also had friendly smiles on their faces. Many people even fell into reminiscence, as if seeing themselves from back in the day. Everyone present could recite the full text of 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Since this was not a spiritual sense jade slip, you had to stand here and memorize it by heart. This pillar was like a must-visit attraction for Tao Gate disciples. Everyone would make this trip. Whether they could comprehend it in the future was another matter. In any case, they would memorize it first. Chu Huaishu glanced at Han Shuangjiang and saw a trace of reverence in her beautiful eyes. Most people in the Xianhuang realm revered the Tao ancestor. Even those who were not from the Tao Gate, many cultivators would refer to themselves as disciples when mentioning the Tao ancestor. Because of the aperture opening pill, because of 10,000 swords returned to the origin, whether it was the pill recipe or the art, the Tao ancestor had a grand vision, announcing both to the world. Just like that, the young man and woman began to memorize by rote. Chu Huaishu actually didn't need to memorize it, because he had the system. After he had read through the entire text once, a system prompt sounded in his ear. "Ding! You have obtained the heaven-grade art. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Book Mountain, diligence is the path." Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang walked down the mountain, their steps noticeably lighter than when they had gone up. The full text of 10,000 swords returned to the origin was now known to both of them by heart. It was just that they had not yet entered the first realm, so it was meaningless to have memorized it. They didn't even have spiritual power in their bodies yet. On the way down the mountain, they also made a trip to the treasure pavilion and exchanged the spirit compass for 2,000 sect contribution points, which they split evenly. 1,000 contribution points should be enough for you to exchange for a suitable art for your current realm. Chu Huaishu said to Han Shuangjiang. Amen. Thank you, the big ice cube said softly. What are you thanking me for? We cleared the secret realm together. We agreed to split the spirit compass 50-50, he said with a careless smile. The most urgent task now is to open all 9 apertures as soon as possible, he emphasized again. So you bought so many pills? Han Shuangjiang looked at him with a puzzled expression. Just now, after selling the spirit compass of the treasure pavilion, Chu Huaishu had immediately spent over 400 SEK contribution points to purchase several bottles of spiritual pills. Of course, you're a supreme-grade spirit embryo. I'm a low-grade spirit embryo. Of course I need pills to assist my cultivation, he said with a look of utter self-evidence. Chu Huaishu knew what the other was worried about. Don't worry, they're just to assist in cultivation. Relying purely on pills to break through is, after all, a minor path. The pills he had just bought were indeed the type that could speed up cultivation. If a player consumed them, they would actually be directly converted into experience points. Gaining experience points by popping pills, just like gaining experience points by sparring, had an upper limit for each realm. Chu Huaishu planned to use up this quota early. He was in a hurry right now. For certain reasons, he needed to race against time. After the two returned to the bamboo hut, Su Ziqing had still not come home. This made Chu Huaishu, who had bought several bottles of spiritual pills, go crazy in his heart. Can someone please manage him? If I also had this innate pill-popping sacred body, then I would just have to work hard to make money to buy pills, or just learn pill refining myself. Han Shuangjiang looked at him and said her farewell. Then I'll go back and cultivate first. All right, I wish you success in breaking through, he said politely. In fact, Chu Huaishu knew in his heart that with this world protagonist's heaven-defying talent, she would probably be able to completely master the 6 Imperial True Canon tonight and advance to the first realm. Tomorrow morning, she would be able to go and exchange for an outer sect disciple's identity token. For her, the speed of breaking through to the first realm is actually not much slower than the aperture opening stage, he sighed. Pushing open the door, Chu Huaishu sat down on the meditation cushion. He was quite excited right now. He had transmigrated now. It was definitely different from playing games before. A real and magnificent world of cultivation was about to officially open before him. More importantly, every player, upon reaching the first realm, will be rewarded by the system with 1 random attribute point. Chu Huaishu had been craving this thing for a long time. Right now, besides his physique, which was at 2 points, both his spirit gathering and comprehension were still at 1. What's more, there was also a very small chance of increasing his spirit embryo attribute. Chu Huaishu took out a bottle of realm-increasing pills and began to pop them. The name was so awesome, as if eating it would allow you to break through a realm, but in reality, 1 pill only gave 200 experience points. There were 10 pills in a bottle. Chu Huaishu swallowed them all in one go. The taste was very bad, bitter in the mouth, and the pills were large and difficult to swallow. It was a world of difference from the wonderful taste of the profound heaven embryonic breath pill that had melted in his mouth. A low-grade spiritual pill is a low-grade spiritual pill. A system prompt sounded in his ear, and he obtained 2,000 experience points as he had wished. Chu Huaishu took a look, then opened the second bottle of realm-increasing pills and continued to pop them. The medicine must not stop. 2 bottles of spiritual pills were converted into 4,000 experience points. He took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and sat properly on the meditation cushion. To level up, the Tao Classic, according to the system's calculation, required 3,497 experience points. It was always so precise with its odd numbers. Chu Huaishu's compatibility with the Tao Classic was only 33%. If it were higher, he could definitely save more experience points. It was just that the compatibility was only linked to his current state. Was his main characteristic right now just that his body was good? However, both comprehension and spirit embryo attribute could be raised in the future. The compatibility would only continue to rise. In the early stages, leveling up costs relatively little experience anyway. unlike in the later stages where it's tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. The difference isn't too great, Chu Huaishi thought. He had steeled his heart. He was going to eat this melon that he had picked before it was ripe. It might not be sweet at first, but it would quench his thirst, and it would become sweeter and sweeter in the future. System, level me up. Chu Huaishi was already prepared. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to surge towards him. The spirit embryo secret depository in his body had already opened, and all 9 apertures were clear. After the spiritual energy passed through the 9 apertures, it would be transformed into spiritual power and stored in the spirit embryo secret depository. After the spiritual energy entered his body, he only felt a warm sensation. He could feel it passing through one aperture after another, then surging towards the mysterious spirit embryo secret depository. However, the next moment, a bizarre scene occurred. The spiritual energy, which had already been converted into spiritual power, actually split at the entrance of the spirit embryo secret depository. One part entered the spirit embryo secret depository, while the other part began to surge to other places. That was Chu Huaishi's limbs and bones. That was this physical body of his. A different kind of pain began to emanate from his body. This is not right. This is not right. This is not right. He was greatly alarmed in his heart. He still had this much basic cultivation common sense. Chu Huaishi instantly realized something. Today, in the scripture pavilion, he had broken the formations with force, piercing through 4 formation barriers with one finger. Under the strange gazes of his senior brothers and sisters, he had raised his hand and explained, "I cultivate both internally and externally, both internally and externally." At this very moment, his words had become a prophecy. End of this chapter. Body tempering. Not even a dog would practice it. Chu Huaishiu. Inside the bamboo hut, the young man in the black robe sat on the meditation cushion. His face was slightly flushed. Hot sweat began to break out all over his body, but his lips couldn't help but tremble slightly. Pain, so painful. Chu Huaishiu gritted his teeth, feeling like he was about to be driven mad. The pain he was feeling now was vastly different from when he was cultivating the sword-tempering art. The sword-tempering art tempered the self with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using one's own physical body as a sword blank to withstand the hammering of spiritual energy. This was a pain that went from the outside in. The experience that the Tao Classic was giving him now was that one part of his spiritual power entered the spirit embryo secret depository, where it was warm and comfortable. The other part surged towards his physical body, bringing a pain that went from the inside out. TSK. It's a brand new kind of pain. As the spiritual power in his body continuously increased, the burden on his physical body also grew larger and larger. Chu Huaishiu gritted his teeth in hatred, suddenly remembering the words written in the small booklet that introduced the Tao Classic: impartial, moderate, and peaceful. You call this impartial, moderate, and peaceful? The pain continued to expand, reaching its peak the moment he broke through. Han Shuangjiang next door had just prepared to close her eyes and cultivate when she heard a familiar, miserable scream. She was already used to this, finding it nothing strange. A playful smile appeared on the young woman's face, and she closed her eyes on the meditation cushion. But soon, she opened her beautiful eyes, immediately stood up, and ran out with an anxious expression. Hasn't he already opened all 9 apertures? Didn't he get the Tao Classic? Why is this kind of phenomenon still happening? No, I have to go over and see. Don't tell me he's had a chi deviation and gotten into some kind of accident. Deep concern appeared on the big ice cube's face. She immediately knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. Han Shuangjiang could no longer be bothered with the propriety between men and women and directly pushed open the bamboo door to Chu Huaishiu's bedroom. She saw him collapsed on the meditation cushion, his black robe and inner shirt completely soaked. There was sweat and also blood. For some reason, a large number of welts had appeared on his body. The skin in many places had split open, and his whole body was torn and battered. It was as if a force from inside his body was trying to burst out, swelling his body even to the point of almost bursting it. Han Shuangjiang's eyelashes trembled. Out of concern for him, she fell into a brief panic, but she quickly calmed down. The first person she thought of to call for help was Deacon Yo. She could feel that Deacon Yo was a very, very good person. Just as the big ice cube was preparing to rush over, she suddenly discovered something. Is it my imagination? Why do I feel like the wounds aren't as deep anymore? And the welts also seem to have subsided a little. She looked closely and found that they were actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's just like when we were soaking in the body-tempering liquid. Han Shuangjiang once again remembered the pool from that day. Han Shuangjiang relaxed a little and guessed in her heart, did he eat some kind of spiritual pill? Because this kind of recovery speed was by no means something the human body could achieve on its own. But the cold-faced girl still hadn't completely relaxed. I have to stand guard here, she thought. If any other trouble arises, I'll go find Deacon Yo immediately, the big ice cube decided. Han Shuangjiang slowly crouched down beside Chu Huaishu. Before squatting, she would habitually lift the hem of her clothes a little. Otherwise, her full hips would be too tight from squatting and would be constricted by her robes. She folded her arms on her knees, then rested her small face on her arms, and just squatted there, sizing him up. The wounds on the dead fox's body should all be healed in a little while. The big ice cube thought for a moment, then reached out her small, somewhat cold hand and placed it on his forehead to feel his temperature. His body isn't so hot anymore. After she placed her palm on him, Han Shuangjiang noticed that Chu Huaishu's tightly furrowed brow seemed to relax a little. After nearly an hour, Chu Huaishu slowly woke up. He was curled up on the floor. He opened his eyes and saw Han Shuangjiang sitting on a chair, pretending to pour tea for herself. You're awake. Her tone was calm, as cool and detached as ever, without a trace of concern. Amen. Chu Huaishu shook his head forcefully to clear his mind. He climbed up from the floor and looked at his robes. Why am I bleeding again? He was speechless. I don't know. When I came, there were many welts on your body, and your skin had split open in many places. Now it has all recovered, without even leaving a scar, Han Shuangjiang said, telling him everything she knew. This made Chu Huaishu's brow furrow even deeper. For a moment, he didn't know whether to say this Tao classic was divine or demonic. The big ice cube's tone was still ice cold as she asked, didn't you go back to your room to cultivate the Tao classic? How did you end up like this again? Because I think I've discovered a secret of the Tao ancestor, Chu Huaishu said. What? Han Shuangjiang's curiosity was immediately piqued by this man. I suspect that his esteemed Tao ancestor was a crude body-tempering cultivator. The big ice cube's eyes immediately sharpened, and she said with displeasure, don't you make that kind of joke. After speaking, she even looked around, hinting that he should pay attention to the occasion when speaking nonsense. This was the Tao Gate. You're in the Tao Gate, saying that the Tao ancestor was a body-tempering cultivator? One utter joke. Chu Huaishu's expression became serious, and he said, all right, then let me be more serious. In fact, I suspect that the Tao ancestor was a true master of both internal and external cultivation. Han Shuangjiang was getting more and more confused. At this moment, there was actually a trace of confusion in Chu Huaishu's own eyes. When he was in the aperture opening stage, his claim of cultivating both internally and externally was purely to praise himself. The sword tempering art was a 100% demonic body tempering technique, relying entirely on hammering the exterior to stimulate the digestion of the aperture opening pill. When others heard him say he cultivated both internally and externally, they would only think that Chu Huaishu, while cultivating his technique, also took the time to temper his physical body. Very persevering, but that was all. In fact, many body-tempering cultivators would use the 4 words internal and external cultivation to raise their own status. However, others would mostly scoff at it. This involved the cultivation style of body tempering. Most body temperers were so because their spirit embryo grade was too low and the divine qualities of the spirit embryo secret depository could not be manifested. It couldn't store much spiritual power. With little spiritual power, their cultivation was naturally weak, and it was extremely difficult to continue to break through realms. Perhaps, in ancient times, some great genius had a sudden thought. Then wouldn't it be fine if I just don't put the spiritual power in the spirit embryo's secret depository? I'll try putting it in other parts of the human body. The result that awaited him was undoubtedly exploding and dying. Perhaps, later on, there were a few more great geniuses, or rather, a group of madmen. Since it's easy to explode and die, then it must be because our bodies are too fragile. The body tempering school was thus born. These obsessive people continuously developed and strengthened their physical bodies and found that various parts of the body could indeed contain spiritual power, but they had to make their bodies very strong. Otherwise, they couldn't lock it in. The entire process of advancement would be incomparably difficult and torturous. The reason why the vast majority of body temperers called themselves cultivators of both internal and external was because their spirit embryo secret depository could indeed also store spiritual power, but the amount was very thin. Most of it was contained in their physical body. It was basically a 20 to 80 split or a 30 to 70 split. In the worst case, it could even be a 10 to 90 split. But when he was leveling up just now, Chu Huaishu's feeling was very strange. He could clearly feel the spiritual power splitting in his body, and it was split very evenly. This was a true 50 to 50 split, a true sense of internal and external cultivation. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang looked at him and asked, "The anomaly with your body just now, wasn't it because you ate a pill that you recovered so quickly?" The dead fox winked at her and said, "Hey, this is my big secret. I'm only telling you. Don't you go telling anyone else." "All right." He shook his head at the big ice cube. "I only ate the realm-increasing pills I bought from the treasure pavilion. I didn't eat any healing pills. This situation was not within my expectations. As for why this phenomenon occurred, I'm still exploring it," he said honestly. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang was extremely surprised and puzzled. But the rumors about the Tao Classic are known throughout the world. They're even passed down in the mortal world, saying that to this day, no one has achieved great mastery of this divine art. However, I've never heard of cultivating the Tao Classic leading to a situation like yours, she said. TSK, that means they weren't practicing it right. Chu Huaishu began to be cheeky again. But in fact, his heart was full of clouds of doubt. Because the big ice cube was right. In these 1,000 years, so many people had cultivated the Tao Classic, and none had ever experienced the situation of both internal and external taking effect. Not even among the players. This was what surprised Chu Huaishu the most. Many high-level players loved to follow the review path. For such good review material as the Tao Classic, how could they not post some review threads on the forums? He was certain in his heart that not a single player's situation was consistent with his current one. Is it because our physical qualities were different in the initial stages of cultivation? His imagination ran wild. I had already been tempered by the sword tempering art, so I met the true requirements of the Tao Classic. He couldn't be sure about this. He only knew that the sword tempering art was also very demonic. Other aperture opening stage body tempering techniques could almost never reach this level of intensity. Especially after he went from the 8th to the 9th aperture, his improvement was a huge leap. Chu Huaishu suspected that a body tempering cultivator who had just entered the first realm might not even have a physique as strong as his. The rumor is that the Tao ancestor accidentally obtained a nameless cultivation technique and then began his own path of cultivation. So, could it be that when he was still a little Taoist priest, he also tempered his physical body every day, was fond of self-abuse, and had reached a level comparable to the great perfection of the sword tempering art? Then what did he practice before he practiced the Tao Classic? Chu Huaishu became more and more confused, because from the timeline, the recipe for the aperture opening pill was created by the Tao ancestor when he was in the 9th realm. Only after that did the matching aperture opening stage techniques gradually appear. 1,000 years ago, Even the preschool realm of the aperture opening stage did not exist. Everyone started practicing from the first realm, and there were very few cultivators in the world. So, the cultivation techniques of that era all started from the first realm. There was simply no method of laying a foundation before the first realm. He just felt that this person who had suppressed his era for 1,000 years had too many mysteries about him. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel and took a careful look. On the character panel, the spiritual power value in his spirit embryo secret depository was 86. He was not surprised by this value, because he remembered very clearly that in those review posts for the Tao Classic, the data posted seemed to be in the 80s. He just couldn't remember the exact number. No wonder many people say that the Tao Classic is actually only equivalent to an Earth grade technique. The reason it's placed in the Heaven grade section is purely out of respect for the Tao ancestor. Because for a first realm Earth grade technique, the spiritual power value range right after mastering it is 80 to 100. This, after being quantified, is the standard for an Earth grade technique, Chu Huaishu thought. As for Heaven grade, it's 100 to 120. The path of cultivation was such that the gap between everyone would only become larger in the later stages. From this, it seemed that the Tao Classic could only be considered passable among Earth grade techniques. But the problem is, Chu Huaishu's eyelids drooped slightly. The spiritual power contained in my physical body is also 86. In the bedroom, Chu Huaishu turned off his character panel. Because Han Shuangjiang was still there, he didn't do much research. After they had chatted for a few more sentences, this young woman, who was clearly not old but had a rich, mature older sister, Aura, stood up and asked a motherly question. "You're hungry, aren't you?" Chu Huaishu nodded. He really was hungry. "All right, I'll go make food first. You can rest for a while longer," she said. This pretty and graceful figure thus disappeared from the bedroom. Chu Huaishu sat on the meditation cushion and glanced out the window. "I'm starting to understand the power of the Tao ancestor a little now," he thought, feeling the spiritual power within his body. 86 plus 86. That's a full 172 points of spiritual power. More importantly, the later the stage, the larger this advantage will become. So, is this the profound mystery of the Tao Classic? Does this mean that the reason everyone else can't reach the fifth realm is because they don't cultivate both internally and externally? These guesses surfaced in Chu Huaishu's mind. The conclusion he had reached for now was that the prerequisite for the Tao Classic was to have a powerful physical body. Chu Huaishu wasn't sure if an ordinary body tempering cultivator at the great perfection of the aperture opening stage would meet the requirement. He suspected it might not be enough, because in front of him, a powerhouse at the great perfection of the sword tempering art, an ordinary body tempering cultivator probably couldn't withstand more than a few punches. He shook his head and chuckled, temporarily setting these thoughts aside. Whether others can succeed or not, what's it got to do with me? He wasn't even sure if Su Ziqing, who was also cultivating the sword tempering art, could master the complete version of the Tao Classic, because Chu Huaishu had another variable on him, and that was the system. Strange. If that's the case, why is my compatibility with the Tao Classic only 33%? Logically speaking, it should be higher. Besides my spirit embryo attribute, comprehension, and spirit gathering all being too low, I should be a perfect fit for the requirements of the Tao Classic. He made himself laugh. "What, you look down on my comprehension?" At this thought, he remembered, I still have one random attribute point from the system reward that I haven't used. Chu Huaishu rubbed his hands together, and the attribute roulette wheel appeared again. "Comprehension, give it to me." He was already prepared to develop his brain a little. Under his command, the large roulette will begin to spin. In the end, as if it were destined, the pointer once again landed on physique. In the courtyard outside the bamboo hut, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang sat across from each other, eating. "Is there not enough food?" she asked, observing the wolfing Chu Huaishu after taking a bite of vegetables. "It's fine, but we can make a little more starting next meal." He really did feel very, very hungry. After gaining one more point in physique, he could clearly feel his own strength increasing. Immediately after, a feeling of gnawing hunger set in, and his appetite seemed to have grown much larger. TSK, to think I can even evolve in the direction of a big eater. A little interesting. Han Shuangjiang nodded silently and said, "Then I'll start making more tomorrow." Amen, all right. She looked at his reincarnated hungry ghost eating style, but was too embarrassed to give him the rice she had already eaten from. Therefore, she took less and less of the side dishes, saving them for Chu Huaishu to eat. The big ice cube took small bites of her plain rice and asked, "You've already entered the first realm, right?" "Yes." Chu Huaishu did not hide it. Han Shuangjiang looked at him, but ultimately did not ask any more questions. But she was extremely surprised in her heart. After all, Chu Huaishu had only been back in his room for a short while before he had let out that heart-wrenching scream. Does this mean he broke through after just one cycle of his technique? She guessed in her heart. Without a doubt, she was about to start competing again. When she went back to her room later, she would have to practice desperately. To be so far ahead of him, yet still be left behind, would be a little embarrassing. Due to the issues from her childhood environment, Han Shuangjiang was actually a little sensitive and disliked being looked down upon. After they were full, it was still Han Shuangjiang who washed the dishes. But now she was eager to cultivate and actually missed the days when junior brother Su was around. After finishing all the chores, the big ice cube finally returned to her bedroom. She sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion and began to formally cultivate the 6 Imperial True Canon. After only half an hour, she had successfully grasped the basics, learned the technique, generated spiritual power in her body, and smoothly stepped into the first realm. The young woman opened her eyes, the coldness on her face dissipating a little, revealing a satisfied smile. She let out a long breath, shifted her pert and full buttocks on the meditation cushion, and readjusted her sitting posture. Since she had already entered the first realm, she could now learn arts. She wanted to try and see if she could practice 10,000 swords return to the origin. For many cultivators in the current era, they would all do this, dreaming such a grand, unrealistic dream. One must know it was known as the strongest art in the way of the sword, the ultimate skill of the Tao ancestor. However, no matter how she tried, she just couldn't learn it. As expected, I overestimated myself, the big ice cube sighed. You've only just entered the first realm. Don't be too ambitious, she admonished herself. And in the bamboo hut next door, the man, having changed into his last set of clean black robes, was also sitting on his meditation cushion with a troubled expression. For Chu Huaishu, today had been a very fruitful day. He had gained 1 attribute point, discovered the Tao ancestor's secret, and learned the true Tao classic. Before him lay a highway to the heavens. It was just that this physical body of his would probably have to suffer a little along the way. However, humans are, after all, greedy. His spirits were still very high at the moment. Just as the poet Xian Qiji had written, "This old man's spirits are high. Don't let the song and dance cease." I've already learned the Tao classic, so what about 10,000 swords return to the origin, he thought. Back in the scripture pavilion, a system prompt had sounded in his ear. But it was important to note that the system had said congratulations on obtaining 10,000 swords return to the origin, not learning it. Simply put, the system had just helped to back it up. He didn't have to memorize it by rote. Besides that, it was useless. If he wanted to learn it, he would naturally have to spend experience points. Leveling up this skill to level 1 would mean that he had learned it, had gotten the basics. Previously, Chu Huaishu had been without spiritual power and did not meet the learning conditions. So in his skill list, 10,000 swords return to the origin was grayed out, indicating that it could not be leveled up. At this moment, it was no longer gray. He sat on the meditation cushion and took a closer look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How is this exactly the same as when I was playing Borrowing a Sword? He thought. What conditions one needed to have to learn 10,000 swords return to the origin? The Xianhuang realm had not had a definitive conclusion in this 1,000 years. Just like the contemporary sword venerable had clearly already learned it, but he also couldn't explain how. And on the system side, it was the same principle, but it just had its own rules. 1 million experience points, and you have a chance to learn it. In any case, it's still like a lottery draw, but no one knows how many draws it will take to get it. Chu Huaishu looked at this system prompt, and his head began to ache. He only had a few hundred experience points on him right now. Just now, he had even naively dreamed, thinking, I've already learned the Tao Classic and have Sword Heart Enlightenment. Could it be different for me? Nope. All players are the same. 1 million experience points, even before I transmigrated, was not a small amount. After all, back then, it only took me a little over 500,000 to go from level 48 to 49. But the problem is, it's only a chance to learn it. Chu Huaishu remembered very clearly that since the level cap of the version at the time was 49, many players with a lot of experience points had actually saved up a lot. Some players steeled their hearts and went to try to learn 10,000 swords return to the origin, and as a result, not a single one had learned it. They all went to the forums to post and curse. The result of this was that even more people went to draw the lottery, and then they would build up the thread in the replies, cursing along with everyone else. Chu Huaishu had never tried it anyway. If he had experience points, he would rather go and level up his other skills, continuously improve his overall strength, and then be a companion and carry others. After all, this was his job. He had to rely on borrowing a sword to make money and didn't have the luxury to squander. The companion circle is actually also very competitive. Chu Huaishu now unhesitatingly threw 10,000 swords returned to the origin into a corner to gather dust. Clearly, it was not something that someone at his current stage was worthy of coveting. We have a long future ahead of us. The next day, Chu Huaishu got up on time for breakfast and found that today's breakfast was a little more lavish than usual. Entered the first realm, he asked Han Shuangjiang with a smile. Amen, she nodded. Good. Then we'll go and exchange our tokens for outer sect disciple identity tokens later. Amen. After the meal, they went to a place called the Disciples' Courtyard, also on Book Mountain. The person in charge of the Disciples' Courtyard was one of the 9 great deacons of the outer sect, Mo Qingmei. Just as Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang walked into the Disciples' Courtyard, they ran into Deacon Mo, who had come to work. This woman, who had loved Niu Yuanshan in her youth, but had been rejected, had never had a pleasant expression for senior brother Niu since, and had repeatedly stated publicly that she had been too young then and had long since stopped loving him. I don't even know what I saw in him back then. When she walked in, she happened to hear Han and Chu registering. After hearing their names, Mo Qingmei became quite attentive. On that day, by the cold pool, Niu Yuanshan had been guarding outside the secret realm with Lu Tianfeng. The other deacons who had arrived later could all guess that Deacon Niu probably had a close relationship with Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. Mo Qingmei began to personally handle the procedures for the two of them, a gentle and loving smile of an elder on her face. When she handed them the outer sect disciple identity tokens, she didn't forget to remind them. There is one matter that you two must pay close attention to. Please speak, Deacon, Chu Huaishu replied, actually having a faint guess in his heart as to what it was. In your outer sect disciple storage tokens, there are 3 Qi gathering pills rewarded by the sect. I suggest you two cultivate diligently these few days and consume them. Mo Qingmei looked at them and continued, you should know that our Tao Gate has a treasure mountain called Spirit Storing Mountain. On Spirit Storing Mountain, there are numerous magic treasures and spiritual artifacts. But to obtain the qualification to ascend the mountain is truly not easy. Which day did you go to the Scripture Pavilion to obtain your cultivation techniques? Mo Qingmei asked. Yesterday, the two answered honestly. Mo Qingmei nodded and said with satisfaction, very good. In one day, you have already learned your techniques and have officially entered the sect. But what comes next is the most important. You must, with the fastest speed, break through to the first layer of the first realm. Chu Huaishu understood in his heart that for him, this was actually just leveling up to level 11. Level 10 was just entering the first realm. Level 11 was considered cultivating to the first layer of the first realm. Mo Qingmei continued. Counting from the moment you obtained your techniques in the Scripture Pavilion, if you break through to the first layer within 10 days, you will obtain the qualification to enter the foot of Spirit Storing Mountain. If you break through to the first layer within 7 days, you can enter the mountainside area of Spirit Storing Mountain. If it is within 3 days, and you must be cultivating a heaven-grade technique, only then can you obtain the qualification to go to the summit area. The higher up the mountain, the higher the grade of the treasures. The sword of his esteemed Tao ancestor is at the very summit, Mo Qingmei said with a smile. She herself didn't know why, but she just found these two outer sect disciples to be extremely pleasing to the eye. A smile of a family elder appeared on the deacon's face, and she asked kindly, "Would you two be willing to tell me what grade of cultivation technique you obtained?" The two looked at each other and replied in unison, "Heaven grade." "Good, very good." The smile on Mo Qingmei's face grew even wider. It was unknown why she was so happy, or in what capacity she was happy. However, Deacon Mo did not ask in detail which two heaven-grade techniques they were. Ultimately, they were not familiar with each other. She quickly reined in her smile, as if afraid of wasting their time, and immediately urged them, "You two, quickly go back and cultivate. Don't waste time with me here." Yes, the two accepted the order. On the way home, Chu Huaishu noticed that Han Shuangjiang's steps had quickened a little. It was obvious that she had a sense of urgency. Spirit Storing Mountain, that was Spirit Storing Mountain. Many outstanding Tao Gate disciples had obtained their life-bound magic treasures on Spirit Storing Mountain. I heard that there are high-grade spiritual artifacts on the mountain, and even supreme-grade ones, Han Shuangjiang thought. Chu Huaishu looked at her and chatted idly. "If you have a chance to go up the mountain, what type of spiritual artifact would you prefer?" Han Shuangjiang blurted out, "A sword." She had long since decided that she wanted to be a sword cultivator. This would not change. She had heard many legends of female sword cultivators since she was a child, and her heart was filled with envy for their free and unrestrained lives. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang even asked back, "What about you?" "Me too, a sword." Chu Huaishu began to be cheeky again. T/N, this is a pun. Sword, Jian, sounds like cheap/despicable, Jian. Unfortunately, this big ice cube was a very boring person. If you threw a bad pun at her, she wouldn't know how to catch it and just silently quicken her pace again. Seeing her trying her best to hide her inner anxiety, Chu Huaishu simply quickened his pace as well to match her. Actually, he also wanted to break through within 3 days, although he already had a token to the summit. But this was a reward from the sect master. It's a special privilege. But no one said I can't earn another one myself, the dead fox thought in his heart. He wasn't sure if this was in line with the rules, but it didn't matter. He could try it first. In any case, he hadn't told Mo Qingmei just now that he already had a pass token. Chu Huaishu had understood a principle since he was a child. If you think something is right, then do it. If you think something is wrong, then do it secretly. Back in the bamboo hut, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang returned to their respective rooms. After sitting down on the meditation cushion, he opened his character panel. It takes 4,798 experience points to level up. I'm still quite a bit short. He still had one last bottle of realm-increasing pills left, so he could get another 2,000 experience points by popping pills. The upper limit of experience points that can be obtained from popping pills in the first realm is 10,000. But for the most cost-effective choice, the realm-increasing pill, its limit is only 6,000. To buy other experience value pills would be a bit of a bad deal. Too expensive, not good value for money, Chu Huaishu thought. But it didn't matter. He still had the tool person, Lu Qinggong. I'm not in the aperture opening stage anymore. I'm in the first realm. I can get experience points from sparring again. At this thought, he remembered that Deacon Lu had also given him 2 bottles of chi-gathering pills. Looking at the pills, Chu Huaishu couldn't help but sigh. The Lu family is so useful. At this moment, adding the 3 chi-gathering pills that the sect had given for free after being promoted to an outer sect disciple, he had a total of 23 pills. It's just that chi-gathering pills require one to circulate their technique, while taking them to enhance the acquisition of technique experience points. Chu Huaishu's eyes sharpened. Simply put, he had to start self-abusing again. Forget it, let's practice, he gritted his teeth. In any case, he felt that he had already passed the realm of enduring pain and had reached the realm of being used to pain. And it just so happens that I fainted from the pain last time. This time, I could get a good feel for the Tao Classic. Since he had already made a decision, he shifted his butt on the meditation cushion to sit up straighter, then closed his eyes and began to circulate his energy for a full cycle. Spiritual energy entered his body, passed through the 9 apertures, and split before entering the spirit embryo secret depository. That pain that went from the inside out arose once again. Red welts and strange bumps appeared on his body, but it wasn't like when he was breaking through, where his skin had split open directly. After circulating his technique for one cycle, he opened his eyes to check the situation. These injuries brought about by cultivation are really self-healing quickly. A bold idea came to Chu Huaishu's mind. He directly raised his right hand and began to whip his own left arm. Slap! He struck hard. As a result, due to his body tempering, his defensive power was also astonishing. If this blow had landed on someone else, the consequences would be unimaginable, but he had only managed to make himself red and swollen. The self-healing speed is not as fast as with the injuries caused by cultivation, but it's clearly recovering. This made him once again realize the profundity of the Tao Classic. My self-healing ability seems to have been strengthened, he thought. Many body tempering techniques actually had a bit of this effect, but none were as obvious as the Tao Classic. Chu Huaishu calmed his mind and began to continue his cultivation. Later on, he began to grow more and more numb. After reaching his limit, he fell asleep. The next day, as noon approached, Han Shuangjiang was once again disturbed by the noisy commotion outside. She pushed open the door of her hut to take a look and found that Lu Qinggong had come again, and the two were sparring again. The only difference was that this time, Lu Qinggong was using spiritual power. The big ice cube frowned slightly and grumbled in her heart. It's already this time. Shouldn't he be busy breaking through? Why is he still sparring? Can't he get his priorities straight? But after thinking about it, she still didn't go and tell him what to do. What if, for him, breaking through within 3 days is just a small, effortless matter? Now, no matter what strange things happened to Chu Huaishu, Han Shuangjiang wouldn't feel too surprised anymore. At this moment, Chu Huaishu had just finished a bout with Lu Qinggong. He turned his head to look at Han Shuangjiang and asked, "Did I disturb you?" The big ice cube shook her head. It was indeed very noisy, but she could endure it and could still calm her mind to cultivate. After all, Chu Huaishu was sparring, not fooling around, so she could accept it. In any case, it was also approaching noon. Han Shuangjiang simply began to cook lunch. Lu Qinggong watched from the side, greatly envious. A woman of such devastating beauty was actually, for junior brother Chu, smiling in a long dress by the wine jar and washing her hands to make soup for her lord. He was getting hungry and was also a little curious about the taste of the food. However, just as the meal was almost ready, Chu Huaishu directly shooed him away. Lu Qinggong. Time passed, and a day and a half went by just like that. Chu Huaishu, by relying on consuming qi-gathering pills to accelerate his cultivation and sparring with Lu Qinggong, had finally saved up enough experience points. But this time, his cultivation progress had been surpassed by the big ice cube. An hour ago, she had successfully broken through to the first heaven. The terror of the profound in physique, in fact, would become more and more obvious in the later stages. Many cultivators would be stuck in a bottleneck period, but she seemed to have no bottlenecks at all. Han Shuangjiang, who had a bit of a competitive streak, finally breathed a sigh of relief in her heart and even felt a little bit of a young girl's pride. How can a true man be content to live long under others? Chu Huaishu was furious in his heart. System, level me up. Before long, a heart-wrenching scream began to circle above the bamboo hut. Little Sue wasn't home, so he couldn't even be bothered to endure it. Book Mountain, the disciples' courtyard. Outer sect Deacon Imo Ching Mei looked at the young man and woman before her, clicking her tongue in wonder. You two actually managed to cultivate to the first layer within 3 days? She sized them up. An outer sect disciple with this kind of talent hasn't appeared for many, many years. And now two have popped up at once. Thinking that their relationship with Niu Yuanshan seemed to be unusual, Imo Qingmei felt happy for senior brother Niu from the bottom of her heart. But a few seconds after being happy, she cursed herself in her heart. What am I happy for that stupid willing ox for? The thought of Niu Yuanshan made her angry. Back then, she had thought he was thick-skinned, honest, and kind, and was attracted by his personality. In addition, she had been saved by him once during an external mission, and her heart had been secretly given to him. As a result, she had finally mustered up the courage to confess, only to be rejected on the spot, and it couldn't even be considered a gentle rejection. His attitude was extremely firm. She had even seen fear in his eyes. Before, she had always felt that senior brother Niu must have already sensed that she liked him, and that he clearly had feelings for me too. Who would have thought that in the end, it was all her own wishful thinking? Amen. I'm just happy for these two children, happy that our Tao Gate has produced another prodigy. Imo Qingmei thought. She smiled and took out two charred black wooden tokens from her storage token and solemnly handed them to Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. The two received them with both hands, their hearts surging. I can finally ascend Spirit Storing Mountain, Han Shuangjiang thought. I can finally ascend Spirit Storing Mountain twice, Chu Huaishu thought. Imo Qingmei continued to look at them with the eyes of a family elder and said, If you are ready, then you can go now. All right. She felt she still had to give them a few reminders. Although you have obtained the qualification to go to the summit area, I must remind you, too, that the stone steps of Spirit Storing Mountain are not so easy to walk. As for the specific situation, you will know when you ascend a mountain. Remember, stabilize your minds and persevere forward, she encouraged. Yes, thank you, Deacon Imo. After Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang walked out of the disciples' courtyard, they went together to the foot of Spirit Storing Mountain. This mountain was located in the very center of the mountain beyond the mountains, adjacent to the Tao Gate's highest peak, asking the Tao Peak. In the past, this mountain had no name. In the earliest times, there was a strangely named Taoist temple on asking the Tao Peak called the Gentleman Temple, and the Tao ancestor was a young Taoist priest in the temple. In the adjacent Spirit Storing Mountain, because its feng shui was very good and suitable for burials, whenever someone in the Gentleman Temple passed away, they would be buried there. Now, Spirit Storing Mountain was a bit like a monument for the great figures of the Tao Gate. After many predecessors passed away, their spiritual artifacts will be placed on Spirit Storing Mountain, waiting for a fated person. Slowly, the tradition of ascending Spirit Storing Mountain to accept a trial and then obtain a spiritual artifact was formed. As 1,000 years passed, the Tao Gate would also place some newly refined spiritual artifacts on a mountain as part of the rewards. As the name suggested, the so-called Spirit Storing Mountain was a mountain that stored spiritual artifacts. But the character for store could also be understood as Spirit-Burying Mountain. However, the people of the Tao Gate were all about fated opportunities and also auspiciousness, so spirit-burying was just another meaning. 4 talented Tao Gate disciples, many of their first spiritual artifacts, and even their life-bound magic treasures, came from Spirit Storing Mountain. The two walked for a good while before they arrived at the foot of Spirit Storing Mountain. At the foot of the mountain was a small courtyard called the Spirit Storing Courtyard. The Tao Gate disciples who worked here all wore the waist tokens of inner sect disciples, and each and every one of them was exceptionally powerful. After all, although there were many restrictions on the mountain, it was indeed a vital place for the Tao Gate, and absolutely could not be treated carelessly. Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang found a senior brother in charge of registration. When he saw that the wooden tokens in their hands were charred black, he was immediately shocked. Charred black? And 2 at once. In all my years on duty, I've never encountered this. Junior Sister Chun, quickly go and invite Elder Nangong, this senior brother immediately said to a woman beside him. After speaking, he turned his head to explain, Junior Brother Chu, Junior Sister Han, you may not know, but these wooden tokens are divided into light black, dark black, and char black. This kind of token of yours, which seems to be made of lightning-struck wood, can grant access to the summit area. All matters concerning Spirit Storing Mountain are personally handled by Elder Nangong. At the same time, she is also the only artifact refining Grandmaster in our Tao Gate. Some of the spiritual artifacts on the mountain were all made by her. Elder Nangong has instructed before that if anyone comes with a charred black wooden token, she must be notified immediately, and she will personally come over. So, junior brother and sister, why don't you wait for a while in the courtyard, he said, making a pleased gesture. Thank you, senior brother, the two said, walking into the courtyard. Because two charred black wooden tokens had appeared at once, the entire spirit storing courtyard was alarmed. Many people were whispering, and some even specially ran over to look at the two of them. A few warm-hearted senior brothers were already sending their blessings. It seems you two junior brother and sister will be able to get at least a high-grade spiritual artifact. This senior brother congratulates you in advance. Chu Huaishu smiled and thanked them, and then chatted happily with everyone, quickly getting familiar with them. And with the fastest speed, he got a clear understanding of all the rules on Spirit Storing Mountain, not missing a single detail. The big ice cube just listened silently from the side, committing everything to heart. Before long, Elder Nangong arrived on the air. She wore a water blue narrow-sleeve short jacket on her upper body. The light wu silk revealed a hint of her fair skin. The not-so-loose round collar exposed her snow-white neck and the faint hint of her collarbones. Further down were two astonishing mountains, making her clothes bulge, making it difficult not to notice their magnificence. A light yellow silk scarf with intertwining peonies was draped loosely over her arms, trailing to the ground, quite transcendent. Her lower body was an 8-paneled Xiang-style skirt with many layers, and there seemed to be a pair of culottes inside the skirt, convenient for her to fly. Of course, the most important thing was the rich wife-like aura that hit you in the face. A woman like this would always make a man want to take her home to nurse his children. At this moment, Nangong had not come alone. There was another person beside her. Li Chunsong, appearance description omitted. It was just that for some reason, after this ordinary-looking man landed in the spirit storing courtyard, he began to involuntarily rub his hands non-stop. The charity god of gambler's addiction was flaring up. Just now, the two of them had already sent a message to the sect master and the other elders. Apart from Shun Man, everyone would gather in the main hall on asking the Tao Peak later to use in technique and watch Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang ascend the mountain together. Li Chunsong had only one thought right now. Martial brothers and sisters, shouldn't we have a good bet on this? He rubbed his two hands nonstop. The betting is open. Disciple has seen the 6th elder and the 9th elder. Inside the spirit storing courtyard, all the Tao Gate disciples saluted in unison. Li Chunsong waved his sleeve, signaling for everyone not to be so formal. Nangong Yu crossed her arms over her chest, as if she were lifting up that full area. Her temperament was already gentle, and at this moment, she smiled as she looked at Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang, sizing them up with undisguised appreciation in her eyes. Little Martial Uncle has truly found 2 promising talents for our Tao Gate on his trip down the mountain this time. She marveled in her heart. The 2 elders personally led them to the entrance of Spirit Storing Mountain. The group of intersect disciples in the courtyard were not overly surprised. After all, in their many years on duty, this was the first time they had ever seen a charred black token. What's more, they had vaguely heard the names Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang even in the intersect. Seeing the 2 elders walk out, they began to whisper among themselves. Junior brother Chu and junior sister Han have the qualification to go to the summit. Doesn't that mean they'll have a chance to see that sword? If they can successfully reach the summit, then naturally. I don't know if the stone steps in the summit area are easy to walk. In any case, back in the day, I didn't even make it halfway through the mountainside area. I imagine it must be even more difficult, and the trial's difficulty will also be higher. After a while, that junior sister Chun who had gone to call Elder Nangong suddenly spoke up. If you had the ability to reach the summit, would you really walk all the way up? just to go up the mountain and take a look at that sword. Given the special nature of Spirit Storing Mountain's rules, as soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. On the other side, Yu, as the person in charge of Spirit Storing Mountain, was patiently explaining the rules of ascent to the two of them. Han Xuanzhang listened very seriously, while Chu Huaishu already had a general idea. Spirit Storing Mountain had a total of 9,999 stone steps. Dividing them by 3, each 3,333 steps constituted one area. The entire mountain had a no-fly formation. Anyone below the 9th realm could only ascend the steps on foot. Because there were a large number of spiritual artifacts here, a spiritual pressure was naturally generated, similar to the pressure of a high-level cultivator. Every Dao Gate disciple who ascended the mountain had to endure this spiritual pressure. For a cultivator, ascending the mountain would not naturally feel strenuous, but this spiritual pressure was the trial. There were numerous formations set up on the mountain. The higher you ascended the steps, the stronger the spiritual pressure you had to endure. The oppression it brought was not just physical. For a first-realm cultivator, the spiritual sense in their sea of consciousness had only just been born. Under these circumstances, what you were competing in was will, perseverance, and mental fortitude. Overall, that uncomfortable feeling was difficult to describe. One had to ascend the mountain to experience it personally. Yu walked in front, leading the way. Her voice was very pleasant, with the soft and gentle feel of a woman from the Jiangnan region. There's one more thing I need to inform you two of. On the stone steps of Spirit Storing Mountain, you can only ascend. You cannot turn back. There will be magic treasures and spiritual artifacts placed beside the stone steps. If you do not take it and choose to continue upwards, you will not have a chance to regret it. The overall quality of the spiritual artifacts in the summit area is definitely better than that of the mountainside, and the overall quality of the mountainside is definitely higher than that of the mountain foot. However, within the same area, it does not mean that the higher you go, the higher the grade of the spiritual artifact will necessarily be. What's more, I imagine you two still have some basic common sense, right? A spiritual artifact needs to be felt carefully. The one that suits you is the best, the artifact refining Grandmaster said. Li Chunsong had been silent the whole time, but from time to time, he couldn't help but rub his hands. At this moment, this deadbeat gambler offered his personal opinion. It's precisely because there's no turning back that Spirit Storing Mountain is not just a treasure mountain, but in fact, it is also a gambling mountain, the charity god of gamblers said, his tone excited. Yu shot him a slight glare, but was also helpless against him in this regard. Li Chunsong, however, became more and more interested in the topic as he spoke. When you're climbing the mountain, you're not sure if there's something more suitable for you further up, but you also don't know if what you've missed is the best. It's very exciting, isn't it? His face was even beginning to flush. Chu Huaishu had already made a decision in his heart, so he was only listening casually. Han Xuanzhang, however, grew more and more nervous as she listened. She hadn't expected the rules for ascending Spirit Storing Mountain to be like this. Yu looked at the two and added, each person can only take one spiritual artifact per ascent, because the Dao Gate emphasizes fated opportunities, and there are also many relics of our predecessors on the mountain. The choice must be mutual. You cannot forcefully make a spiritual artifact recognize you as its master. You are choosing the spiritual artifact, and the spiritual artifact is also choosing you. Only in this way can the spiritual artifact be brought down the mountain. Hearing this, the gambler Li Chunsong immediately added, so, sometimes if you miss out in the beginning, it's possible that not a single spiritual artifact will choose you later on. Chu Huaishu grumbled in his heart. What's with this you choose me? I choose you. It's like being on if you were the one. T/N, a popular Chinese dating show. At this moment, he just spoke up at the right time, offering his own opinion. So, in fact, those newly refined spiritual artifacts are easier to bring down the mountain. Hearing this, Yu looked at him with a smile. The artifact refining Grandmaster nodded slightly, affirming Chu Huaishu. It is very good that you were able to think of this so quickly. She continued, Under normal circumstances, only a cultivator's life-bound magic treasure will give birth to an artifact spirit in the true sense. For example, a sword has a sword spirit, a saber has a saber spirit. Take the sword blanks I've refined, for example. They're like infants just born into the world. They do possess a certain spirituality, but they don't have much intelligence. They can't even be considered sword spirits yet. You could say they're all still very ignorant and will only rely on their own nature and instinct to choose a person they feel is suitable. Only after becoming someone's life-bound magic treasure does this wisp of spirituality have a chance to grow continuously under the cultivator's nourishment and become an artifact spirit. But the relics of those predecessors are different. Nan Yu's tone changed. Among those relics, most of them were actually the life-bound magic treasures of these predecessors. After they passed away, the artifact spirits still exist, but they become much weaker. Under normal circumstances, their artifact spirits would completely dissipate between heaven and earth in a few months at the fastest, or a few years at the slowest. But there are many formations on Spirit Storing Mountain that can ensure these artifact spirits do not completely dissipate with the passage of time, but will only grow weaker and weaker. However, once they recognize a new master and become someone else's life-bound magic treasure, the old artifact spirit will completely disappear, and a new artifact spirit will be born. It is death, and it is also rebirth, Nan Yu said with eloquence. As an artifact refining grandmaster, she was intoxicated with the way of artifact refining. When talking about artifact spirits, her demeanor was almost the same as Li Chuansong's when he talked about gambling. Han Shuangjiang's ability to empathize was quite strong. She had been listening quietly all along, but at this moment, she said, so the spiritual artifacts left behind by these predecessors are actually carrying on their final wishes? Nan Yu nodded and replied, a portion of them are indeed like that. Since it was a life-bound magic treasure, it naturally could not go against its master's will and final wishes, even if what awaited them was death. Li Chunsong immediately interjected. Some predecessors might have left behind a final wish, but some might not have, just placing their spiritual artifacts on the mountain to wait for a fated person. So, the standards by which a spiritual artifact chooses a person are varied and not uniform. Doesn't that make it more mysterious and unknown? A treasure mountain is also a gambling mountain, he sighed again, and then began to rub his hands. The touching atmosphere was once again ruined by this deadbeat gambler. Hearing these words, some rather disrespectful analogies popped into Chu Huaishu's head. For example, the newly refined magic treasures were like naive girls, very easy to deceive. And those relics were hard to handle old fogies. He quickly dispelled these messy thoughts and condemned himself, ashamed to be in the same company as a mood-ruining deadbeat gambler like Li Chunsong. In fact, Chu Huaishu had seen many posts from Dao Gate players on the forums, all stating, don't have a gambler's mentality. It was obvious that they had missed out on a spiritual artifact on Spirit Storing Mountain and regretted it so much they were beating their chests. The four of them talked as they walked and soon arrived before the stone steps leading up the mountain. Nan Yu pointed at the charred black wooden tokens in their hands and said, before you officially ascend the mountain, wear it properly. Just hang it at your waist. A small formation is carved inside the wooden token, which is connected to the teleportation formation on the mountain. After you have chosen a spiritual artifact, crush it, and you'll be teleported back to the foot of the mountain, she said. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang did as they were told, hanging at their waists. Seeing that they were ready, the ninth elder smiled gently and asked, which of you two will go first? You two need to be separated by the time it takes an incense stick to burn when you ascend a mountain. The pair of young disciples looked at each other. Han Shuangjiang, the strong female lead of borrowing a sword, was quite impressive. Just like in the third trial of the secret realm, she once again took the initiative. I'll go first, she said. No, I'll go first this time, Chu Huaishu said. Let your big brothers set an example for you. Go ahead, Li Chunsong pointed upwards. You only need to step onto the stone steps to feel the surrounding spiritual pressure. The limit of the spiritual pressure you can withstand is the limit of how far you can walk on this ascent, he said. Back then, he had, under the sect master's order, given the wooden token for spirit-storing mountain to Chu Huaishu. But as for which of these 9,999 stone steps he could reach, that still depended on himself. Chu Huaishu nodded, clasped his hands towards the group, and then strode forward. A breeze blew past, lifting the corner of his black robe. His eyes sharpened, and he stepped up. Chu Huaishu stood on the first stone step, felt it out for a moment, and then felt nothing. He continued to ascend the steps, and he walked faster and faster, but he still didn't feel anything. The surrounding spiritual pressure was as if it didn't exist to him, unable to affect him in the slightest. At the foot of Spirit-Storing Mountain, Li Chunsong and the others looked up, watching Chu Huaishu ascend as if he were flying. The spiritual pressure on the mountain doesn't seem to affect him much, Nan Gongyu said with a smile, her voice like the soft dialect of the Wu region. Normal. This is only the mountain foot area. That level of slight discomfort is nothing to him, Li Chunsong said. Hearing this, Nan Gongyu turned to look at him and asked, Sixth martial brother seems to be particularly invested in him. Is it because you brought him and Shuangjiang up the mountain, or because he helped you win a bet for once? She was deliberately teasing him. Unexpectedly, the charity god of gamblers was quite frank. I brought them up the mountain according to little martial uncle's instructions. That's certainly one of the reasons. Of course, it's mainly because he helped me win once. I really admire this kid. Ninth martial sister, you know me. I lose every bet I make. The last time I won, that was many, many years ago. At this point, Li Chunsong looked at Nan Gongyu and suddenly smiled. Seeing the smile on his face, Nan Gongyu couldn't help but also be reminded of that afternoon many years ago. She watched Li Chunsong smile, yet her heart felt an inexplicable sadness, remembering the person who was no longer in this world. As it turned out, it was this deadbeat gambler who, with a comforting look, gently patted Nan Gongyu's shoulder. Once this group of people were all true disciples of the Tao Gate. In the Tao Gate, there were numerous inner sect disciples, but there were only 33 spots for true disciples. The sect master plus the 10 elders could each take on 3 disciples. This was the true lineage of the Tao Gate. However, cultivation was an act of defying the heavens. In addition, the Xinhuang realm was in a state of turmoil, with demonic evils plaguing the world, which always brought death and injury. Of the 33 true disciples from back then, only half remain today. The last time Li Chunsong, the man who lost every bet, had won was 20 years ago. It was a rather lively afternoon. All the true disciples of the Tao Gate had gathered outside the main hall on asking the Tao Peak. Many of their masters were also alerted and ran over to watch the fun. That year, the little martial uncle was still an arrogant and untamable middle-aged sword cultivator. Even he had specially rushed over. Chewing on a foxtail grass, he sat on an ancient tree outside the main hall, his hands holding his sword as he looked down on the crowd. All the excitement was just for a bet. Sixth martial brother, I know you like me. Let's roll dice together. We can't use spiritual power, and we can't cheat. We'll just compete on the size of the number, purely based on luck. All our fellow disciples and masters will be our witnesses. If your number is bigger than mine, then I'll agree to you. The woman who was ranked 11th among the true disciples tilted her head up, looking nimble and charming. Hearing this, Li Chunsong was so excited he wanted to roar at the sky and began to rub his hands frantically. He had liked the 11th martial sister for a long time, so long that he himself might have forgotten how many years it had been. The Tao Gate seemed to have never had that lofty master-like atmosphere. Whether it was the true disciples or the masters, they all began to heckle and cheer. Even the little martial uncle sitting on the tree widened his eyes, spat out the foxtail grass in his mouth, and began to watch seriously. According to the sect rules, a fine of silver had to be paid for a private gamble. It was the little martial uncle who had clamored to bear the cost. Li Chunsong was in a daze. Under the pushing and shoving of his martial brothers, he was pushed to the front of the crowd. He rubbed his hands frantically like a fly and kept breathing warm air into his palms. Unfortunately, how could a person be so unlucky? Under the witness and encouragement of everyone, he actually rolled a 2. Li Chunsong sat down on the stone stool in a slump, half of his soul already gone. An 11th martial sister casually tossed the dice into the air. It landed as a 6. Her luck was terrifyingly immense. Unexpectedly, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she openly circulated her spiritual power, flicked a finger, and flipped the die to a 1. She had cheated, and she had cheated blatantly. What happened to relying on luck? But on that day, everyone, including the little martial uncle, said that Li Chunsong had won. The Dao Gates' old 6th, who lost every bet of his life. The only time he won in 20 years was when the other party had blatantly cheated, when that woman had deliberately let him win. Li Chunsong would never forget that day. That woman's beautiful eyes were nimble, the corners of her mouth turned up. She bowed towards him with clasped hands and said with a cheerful laugh, "Sixth martial brother is amazing. This junior sister is willing to accept her loss." 20 years ago, it was a cloudy day. After the bet ended, a heavy rain had fallen. Li Chunsong raised his head to look at the sky. In his memory, the sun on that day was brilliant, the sky cloudless for thousands of miles. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang stood to the side. She didn't know why the 9th elder was suddenly a little sad, while the 6th elder had a smile in his eyes. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn was about to pass. She should also be ascending the mountain soon. Before she formally began her ascent, she heard the 2 elders discussing there. Why is this kid Chu Huaishu walking so slowly, stopping and starting? An incense stick's worth of time has passed, and he hasn't even reached the area with the spiritual artifacts. Li Chunsong frowned. The foot of Spirit Storing Mountain had a total of 3,333 stone steps. Only from the 1,111th step would spiritual artifacts be placed on both sides for people to choose from. If a disciple ascending the mountain couldn't even make it there under the spiritual pressure, then they could only return empty-handed. But soon, Li Chunsong seemed to have thought of something. He winked at Han Shuangjiang beside him, clicking his tongue nonstop. Could this kid be deliberately waiting for you? He was playing the chaotic matchmaker again and again. And for some reason, his interest in this aspect was particularly high today. Even Nan Gongyu, after hearing this, looked at Han Shuangjiang with a beaming smile, as if she had returned to that afternoon. The coldness on the big ice cube's face instantly vanished. Under the gaze of the elders, she couldn't help but lower her head slightly, a blush spreading across her face. How would I know why he's walking so slowly?" she said in her heart. She had never understood what this dead fox was thinking all day long. In the end, it was Nan Gongyu who reined in her smile and gestured. "All right, Shuangjiang, you can also ascend the mountain now." Yes, Han Shuangjiang accepted the order and walked onto the stone steps. When she reached the first stone step, she paused for a moment. She experienced what was called spiritual pressure. She felt that the physical pressure was secondary. It mainly came from the spiritual level, putting pressure on her sea of consciousness. But fortunately, this discomfort was very slight for her. The big ice cube's expression did not change, and she began to quickly head upwards. Perhaps if I walk faster, I can really catch up to him, she thought. Seeing Han Shuangjiang also begin to ascend the mountain, the deadbeat gambler Li Chunsong immediately began to rub his hands. "Ninth martial sister, let's go. Let's hurry to the main hall." Nan Gongyu was helpless. She knew that this 6th martial brother was probably going to clamor for a bet again. The 2 of them flew on the air and began to head towards the main hall on asking the Dao Peak. Sect Master Xiang Yin and the others were already waiting for them in the main hall. On the other side, Chu Huaishu had already reached the 900th step. I remember a post saying that for the stone steps of Spirit Storing Mountain, the spiritual pressure will increase every 111 steps. Therefore, he had been stopping and starting along the way, carefully feeling it out. An incense stick's worth of time had passed, and he still hadn't reached the place where the spiritual artifacts were. This is really strange. Why don't I feel anything at all? Chu Huaishu was perplexed. He didn't even feel the slightest bit of discomfort. In fact, he even felt refreshed and clear-headed standing on this mountain. It's very comfortable, a kind of indescribable comfort. It's like after staying in a heavily polluted city for a long time, and suddenly going to a place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. The air isn't exactly sweet, but you just feel lighthearted and incredibly refreshed. Chu Huaishu knew very well that the spiritual pressure would oppress both the physical body and the sea of consciousness, and the oppression was mainly concentrated on the latter. All the disciples ascending spirit-storing mountain only had a first-realm cultivation. With his physical strength, he wouldn't dare say he was unprecedented, but he was definitely among the best. It was inevitable that he wouldn't feel any discomfort on a physical level. So, he began to calm his mind and observe his own sea of consciousness. The little black sword in his sea of consciousness was still in its sickly state. As his cultivation continued to improve, the state of this little black sword was also improving, but it was still listless, the change very subtle. But it seems to be a little more spirited than usual. Chu Huaishu thought. He and the little black sword were connected in mind. Even a very small change he could notice. The sword slashes the body, the heart slashes the soul. Perhaps it's also because of it that this spiritual pressure aimed at the sea of consciousness doesn't pose the slightest threat to me. He faintly had some answers in his heart. After all, its rank is actually very high. It already has sword-hard enlightenment on its side. At this thought, he stopped studying it in detail and didn't plan to stop and start anymore. Chu Huaishu quickened his pace and headed up the mountain at an extremely fast speed. In any case, he had no intention of even looking at the spiritual artifacts in the mountain foot area. The big ice cube should have already started ascending the mountain, right? I have to walk faster. Big ice cube, you can just eat my dust. Chu Huaishu laughed heartily and began to run wildly up the mountain. The wind blew his black robe, making it rustle. The faster he ran, the better his state became, as if the stronger the spiritual pressure, the more excited he became. Soon, Chu Huaishu ran to the 1,111th stone step in one go. From here on up, spiritual artifacts will be placed randomly beside the stone steps, with no pattern. According to his original plan, he would just rush through the mountainside area. He had no intention of obtaining the spiritual artifacts placed here and was too lazy to waste time. But his steps still stopped. Chu Huaishu stood on the 1,111th stone step and looked up into the distance. Spirit-storing mountain was perennially shrouded in thick fog. You could only see clearly for a dozen meters ahead. Further up, it became more and more hazy. At this very moment, he was a little lost in a daze, because right by the steps in front of him, there was a sword. This sword was nothing special, looking similar to a common mortal world's green peak sword. And a few steps up, there was another sword, a short sword. In the thick fog that he could vaguely make out, there also seemed to be the faint outline of swords. These swords were all trembling. Chu Huaishu's 5 senses had been enhanced now. His hearing was far superior to that of an ordinary first-realm cultivator. He listened carefully. In the fog above that he couldn't see, the sound of trembling was also continuously coming, and there were a great number of them. And the reason for it all was just because the little black sword in his sea of consciousness had trembled lightly once. Just this, and it had caused all the spiritual swords in an entire area to tremble. And they were trembling continuously, without stopping. It was like a king sitting high on the throne of swords. Although it was listless, although it was sickly, as long as it cast a lazy glance downward, Chu Huaishu stood in a thick fog, closing his eyes to listen carefully to the trembling of the swords around him. These swords placed in the lower areas should all be newly refined sword blanks from the artifact refiners, he thought. The blades had their own spirituality, but it had not yet matured and couldn't be considered a sword spirit. On the other hand, I am clearly a person, yet I already have something akin to a sword spirit inside me, he smiled helplessly. Now, he could be completely certain why the surrounding spiritual pressure had no effect on him and even made him feel very comfortable. The reason was simple. The spiritual pressure was generated because there were too many artifact spirits here. Spirit Storing Mountain was a mountain belonging to artifact spirits. But he had one of those things on him too. Coming to Spirit Storing Mountain is like coming home. Moreover, there were formations on the mountain for nurturing artifact spirits, to prevent the spirits in the relics of predecessors from dissipating between heaven and earth. Therefore, it wasn't strange that he would feel very comfortable. I'm being nurtured too. Chu Huaishu was a person who was very good at letting things go. He even joked to himself. After other predecessors pass away, they place their life-bound magic treasures on the mountain to wait for a fated person. After I die, do I just need to lie down here with my sword spirit? He shook his head, dispelling these messy thoughts. Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened, and he began to run quickly up the mountain again. As he ran wildly, the trembling sound of spiritual swords came continuously from his surroundings. But his steps did not pause for a moment. These swords had undoubtedly all chosen him, their fear even mixed with a trace of submission, yet they longed to be taken away by him, to become his spiritual sword. But my ambition does not lie here. At the 3,333rd stone step of Spirit Storing Mountain, Chu Huaishu stopped. Along the way, there were a total of 549 swords he had just counted. Unfortunately, they're basically all low-grade spiritual artifacts. There aren't even a few mid-grade ones. Chu Huaishu hadn't even touched them. The reason was simple. He felt that if he lightly touched them, these swords would be sent flying, and even that wisp of spirituality on the blade would be completely obliterated. These past few days, sparring with Lu Qinggong, his heart had been a mixture of joy and worry. Chu Huaishu knew very well that the little sword in his sea of consciousness was special. He now seemed to have a great restraining power over sword cultivators. Lu Qinggong's Azure Pine sword was a mid-grade spiritual artifact. It could also be sent flying by his light flick. He even suspected that, as his realm strengthened, this little sword in his sea of consciousness could not only shatter illusions and other such illusory things, but could even sever spirits. Sever the artifact spirits of others' life-bound magic treasures. However, Chu Huaishu's cultivation was too low right now. This little sword in his sea of consciousness was too special, and it had already awakened sword heart enlightenment. He was unable to control its power freely. He could control it, but not too perfectly. Clearly, the rank of this profound power was much, much higher than his. It couldn't really be said that the sword spirit was disobedient. After all, it's sickly. It looks like it has no vitality, and it doesn't have many emotions all day long. Its powerful display today was probably because Spirit Storing Mountain was too special. In fact, there really were situations where a sword spirit would have a spat with its sword cultivator. If it had too much spirituality and intelligence, this was the price. At this moment, Chu Huaishu looked down at the charred black wooden token at his waist and took a step forward. The path here led to the mountainside area, and there was a semi-transparent barrier visible to the naked eye. Possessing the pass token, he naturally passed right through it, feeling as if he had just passed through a thin film. Asking the Tao Peak, the main hall, Sect Master Xiang Yin sat on the Sect Master's throne. The other elders sat below according to their ranks. The seventh elder, Shun Man, was still comprehending the Tao in the bamboo forest. The other high-level members on the mountain had all arrived. To this, Chu Yinin was very satisfied. You're finally willing to include me this time. If you pull that not worthy of knowing below the seventh realm crap again, then you'd better open your dog eyes wide, because I'll break through on the spot right now and show you. She was now sitting on the large chair with no posture at all. Because it was a chair in the main hall, it was magnificently crafted, tall and large. Her pair of short legs couldn't even touch the floor, dangling a few centimeters in the air. Sixth elderly Chun Song stood in the center of the hall and began to rub his hands frantically again. Seeing him, Chu Yinin immediately perked up. Oh, Stop with the preamble. Who doesn't know you want to bet? Hurry, hurry. Everyone pay their fines to our law enforcement elder together. She even began to rush the process. One fine after another floated onto the law enforcement elder Lu Pan's table. He nodded with satisfaction, confiscated them, and then said with a serious expression, "A country has its laws, and a sect has its rules. The Tao Gate does not allow private gambling. All fines will be entered into the treasury. This will not be a precedent." After speaking, he also paid his own fine without a change in expression. As the dignified law enforcement elder, I will naturally lead by example. Seeing this, Li Chunsong shot the little marshal's sister an approving look. He could save himself some breath. Chu Yinin began to rush the process again. Sixth marshal brother, what do you want to bet on this time? How about we bet on roughly which stone step Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang can reach? The charity god of gamblers proposed. Boring, boring. So petty. The short-legged girl was the first to protest. She spoke up, that little bit of spiritual pressure on Spirit Storing Mountain, at most it will just make them dizzy and nauseous. As long as they persevere with willpower, successfully reaching the summit isn't a problem. As for which step they can reach, that just depends on at which position they choose a spiritual artifact they like. Chu Yinin looked up at her martial brothers and sisters and said, "And don't you all just want Chu Huaishu to get that sword anyway? Stop pretending." Her tone was hostile, intending to get back at them. "You didn't let me participate before, so I'll expose all of you this time." Unexpectedly, Sect Master Xiang Yin spoke up at this moment. He said in his extremely unpleasant, grating voice, "Little martial sister, you can't put it that way. You and I both know very well what the situation is with that sword. It is true that the great calamity is approaching and the source spirit realm is about to open. Therefore, all the sects are about to hold a grand competition for the first realm. At a time like this, if someone from our Tao Gate can descend the mountain with that sword, then the problem of the source spirit realm can be naturally resolved. This is a great thing for the entire Xianwang realm. But our Tao Gate emphasizes fated opportunities. We will not force him to take that sword. After all, that sword, the Tao ancestor's sword, is too special. For the one who takes the sword, who can say for sure whether it is a blessing or a curse?" Listening to the sect master's words, Chu Yinin pouted and muttered, "For the person who takes the sword, of course it's not a good thing." Hearing this, the others also fell silent, not refuting. A year ago, the seventh elder, Shun Man, had chanced upon the Tao ancestor's legacy and had seen the prophecy left behind by the Tao ancestor within. All the high-level members of the Tao Gate had seen these prophecies. In the words left behind by the Tao ancestor, this sword was called the world-saving sword. But the person who took the sword was called the sword attendant. From these three words, one could already see a thing or two. For the Xianwang realm, the sword attendant was one of the saviors in the Tao ancestor's prophecy. But for that world-saving sword, he was merely a sword attendant. Whether it was the person who wielded the sword or the sword that wielded the person was clear from this. All the high-level members of the Tao Gate knew very well that the rumors were actually true. This sword left behind by the Tao ancestor had indeed once been a master-devouring sword. It had devoured many people. Among them, the first person it had devoured was that artifact refining grandmaster from 1,000 years ago, the Ninth Realm Great Power who had personally forged it. This was an absolute demonic sword. It was only because the Tao ancestor was too strong that he could suppress it. No one present could do this. Not even the little martial uncle before his realm had fallen. And the contemporary sword venerable was also incapable. Now, because of Chu Huaishu's various divine performances and the fact that he was the savior that the little martial uncle had found and brought back up the mountain, everyone almost certainly believed in their hearts that he was the sword attendant mentioned in the Tao ancestor's prophecy. But just as Xiang Yin had said, the Tao Gate emphasizes fated opportunities and would not forcefully require him to take the sword. Likely, Chun Song and Nan Gongyu, when they were in front of Chu Huaishu just now, they had not mentioned a single word about it. Everything depends on personal choice. Everything has its own destiny. If the Tao ancestor's prophecy is true, Chu Huaishu himself will choose this sword. This is his personal will. We must not interfere too much, otherwise we will bear this karma. It can't be that the lives of all living beings are fate, but his life is not. His life should be decided by himself. The main hall fell into a brief, dead silence. Finally, it was the deadbeat gambler who tentatively spoke. Then how about we just bet on this? Chu Yinin's personality was the most lively. She feared nothing. So, the short-legged girl jumped down directly from the large chair, took 2 steps forward, and said, "All right, then I'll bet that Chu Huaishu can get that sword." Once someone took the lead, others would naturally follow. The small-eyed Zhao Shuqi narrowed his eyes, as if he had entered meditation, then nodded slightly. "I also think so." Exactly, Sect Master Xiang Yin also said. One after another, the others chimed in, all thinking that Chu Huaishu could get this sword. This left Li Chunsong speechless. "Everyone, not a single one of you will bet that he won't get it." "Then what's the point of this bet?" Nan Gongyu sat lazily to the side, one hand propped on the armrest of her chair, her body soft and languid. She looked sideways at the anxious Li Chunsong and said, "Sixth martial brother, this is the Tao ancestor's prophecy. How could the Tao ancestor be wrong?" In order to allow the gamble to continue, the deadbeat gambler got anxious and almost said something outrageous. Fortunately, Li Chunsong did not lose his reason. Between offending the Tao ancestor and offending the pipsqueak little martial uncle, he chose the latter and said in a clear voice, "What if? I'm just saying, what if? What if the little martial uncle made a mistake when he went down the mountain to find someone?" The 6th elder looked around and lowered his voice. "You all know what the little martial uncle is like. He's unreliable." Sect Master Xiang Yin repeatedly waved his hand, raising an objection. "Sixth martial brother, don't speak nonsense. Although little martial uncle is usually but on important matters, little martial uncle is still very reliable." Hearing this, Chu Yinin began to fan the flames from the side. "Li Chunsong, you could just bet on the other side yourself. Why are you trying to persuade us? Right? You bet yourself." The deadbeat gambler's face immediately flushed red, and then his hands began to rub faster and faster. Many gamblers on Earth have a famous saying, "Bet against the score, get a villa by the sea." Undoubtedly, Li Chunsong also had a bit of this rotten character. He wasn't afraid of losing anyway. He was long used to losing. He purely enjoyed the process of small bet for fun. He gritted his teeth and said loudly, "All right, then I'll bet that Chu Huaishu won't take that sword." The gambling had been decided. The various high-level members of the Tao Gate began to spread their spiritual sense to check on the situation on Spirit Storing Mountain. "Yeah, he's already reached the mountainside area," Li Chunsong said. "What's wrong with these swords?" Nan Gongyu, as an artifact refining grandmaster, was naturally most concerned with the spiritual artifacts. Chu Huaishu had already walked to the 4,000 stone step. To his left was a stone platform, and on the platform was a sword. Strangely, it was actually a stone sword. A sword of this material and shape was relatively rare. However, no matter what type of sword it was, at this moment, it was also trembling. In the mountainside area, there are no longer any low-grade spiritual artifacts. The worst are mid-grade spiritual artifacts like the Azure Pine Sword. Listening to the sounds coming from all around, Chu Huaishu realized, after reaching the mountainside, the range of influence of the little black sword seems to have shrunk a little, but it's still suppressing these swords completely. He continued to ascend the steps, not going over to touch these swords, not even using information probe. The reason he had slowed down now was purely because the spiritual artifacts here were varied and dazzling, and he was feasting his eyes. Although his ambition did not lie here, he was still curious and wouldn't just not look at them at all. But I have to say, the variety of spiritual artifacts in the Tao Gate is truly complete. There are many strange things. Why is there a teacup here? What is this funnel used for? This bamboo hat looks pretty cool. Chu Huaishu looked as he walked, his steps not stopping. I wonder where the big ice cube has gotten to, he thought. In the main hall, on asking the Tao Peak, the group of Tao Gate higher-ups looked at each other. Looking at him, He doesn't seem to be affected by the spiritual pressure at all, Zhao Shuqi marveled. When I went up the mountain that year, I was already feeling a little discomfort in the mountainside area, the first elder, Lu Pan, said. Sect Master Xiang Yin also clicked his tongue in wonder. He's a little too relaxed. Could it be because of that sword in his sea of consciousness? That's possible. And the trembling of these spiritual swords is probably also related to this. The artifact refining Grandmaster Nangong Yu offered her opinion. She increasingly wanted to bring Chu Huaishu back to her own courtyard and study him fiercely for a few days. That stone sword just now was personally refined by her. As a result, a magic treasure she had made herself was feeling fear and submission in front of him. This scene was truly bizarre. Li Chunsong was still standing in the center of the main hall. He didn't forget to check on Han Shuangjiang's situation. That child Shuangjiang is clearly affected by the spiritual pressure. It's just that the burden isn't that great for her, he said. Chu Yinin's focus, however, was completely off topic. She actually said with a smug look, "See, I told you. We shouldn't bet on which step he reaches. This bet is so boring. Look at him. As long as he's willing, he can easily reach the summit." Li Chunsong glanced at her, too lazy to bother with her. In the end, he couldn't resist exposing her past. Why do I remember a certain someone, after reaching the summit area back then, started vomiting non-stop? The rest of the way, she was dry heaving as she walked. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Tao Gate all looked at the little martial sister in unison, leading to a burst of laughter. Chu Yinin was so angry her eyes widened, and she jumped up, wanting to hit Li Chunsong on the head. "Forget it. I won't bother with you," she pouted and said. "So what if I vomited?" The joy of meeting I got from the mountain is a supreme-grade spiritual sword. Supreme-grade spiritual artifacts were rare in the world. Even the Tao Gate didn't have many. As for the sword at the summit, it probably couldn't be placed in the category of spiritual artifacts. In the end, it was Sect Master Xiang Yin who continued to preside over the situation. All right, stop messing around. Chu Huaishu has entered the summit area." On Spirit Storing Mountain, Chu Huaishu took a step and arrived at the 6,667 stone step. He looked up. The fog was even thicker, and visibility was getting lower and lower. The spiritual pressure here was undoubtedly the strongest on the entire mountain. But he only felt that the little black sword in his sea of consciousness seemed to be in a slightly better state, not so dejected. The things here are all high-grade spiritual artifacts, and a very small number of supreme-grade ones. Chu Huaishu was a little excited. One must know, after borrowing a sword, when into open beta, any high-grade spiritual artifact could be sold for a sky-high price. In the area within Chu Huaishu's line of sight right now, there was not a single spiritual artifact. Clearly, the number was not large, so they were not placed so densely. He walked up a few dozen steps before he saw the first high-grade spiritual artifact. It was a thin black shirt. "Looks like a defensive-type magic treasure," he thought. But he didn't look for long. After all, he had already decided to be a sword cultivator. His goal this time was to get a high-grade spiritual sword, or even a supreme-grade one. If it's a good fit, high-grade is actually enough. I can strengthen it myself later on. With his current realm, if he were given a mid-grade spiritual artifact, he wouldn't even be able to unleash its full power. To be precise, if it were a high-grade spiritual artifact before the fifth realm, in the hands of a low-level cultivator, it would be a pearl covered in dust, a bit of a prodigious waste. However, although he had made up his mind to get a sword, the worries in Chu Huaishu's heart still existed. "I have to find a sword and test it first," he thought. At this thought, Chu Huaishu once again quickened his pace. When he passed by a jade pendant, he actually felt a faint pull between himself and it, as if in the unseen world. He instantly understood. This jade pendant magic treasure has a very high compatibility with me. Chu Huaishu used information probe on it. Although the information he obtained was not much because his access level was too low, he still quickly grasped the key point. What the hell is this artifact, refining divine artifact? Just by wearing it, you can continuously nourish your physical body. Although the effect is not very amazing, what matters is the accumulation over time. What's more, this jade pendant is also a defensive-type spiritual artifact. You don't really think that body temperers don't stack defense, do you? Chu Huaishu couldn't help but feel emotional, once again recognizing the wealth and deep heritage of the Tao Gate. High-grade spiritual artifacts compatible with body-tempering cultivators were extremely few in this world, a world-class rarity. He took a deep look at it and could also feel the artifact's spirit calling out to him. Clearly, this should also be the relic of some predecessor. This was the first time he had felt such a strong call on the mountain. But he could only grit his teeth and continue to climb upwards for now. This is the most torturous part of Spirit Storing Mountain. You have to make choices again and again, and you don't know if you're right or wrong. Fortunately, I have a do-over. Chu Huaishu's heart was very steady. In any case, he had 2 pass tokens. He raised his hand to the jade pendant and said, "Be patient, be patient." He was like a scumbag, treating it as a spare tire, and continued on his way up. Finally, he at last encounters sword. After reaching the summit area, the number of swords has also decreased. What made Chu Huaishu happy was that this high-grade spiritual sword was also still trembling slightly, still being suppressed by the heart sword. It was just that the amplitude of its trembling was much smaller than the other swords down the mountain. Chu Huaishu took a deep breath and began to verify some of the guesses in his heart. He moved closer to the side, then reached out his right hand, trying to touch this blue-black longsword. As it turned out, the moment his fingertip touched it, it was sent flying. He knew very well that this came from the rejection of the heart sword in his sea of consciousness. Chu Huaishu was connected to it in mind and could feel its spirituality and emotions. It was still in its listless state, but it revealed a sense of repulsion and disgust. It seemed that in the eyes of ordinary people, what would be considered a supreme treasure of a high-grade spiritual sword in its eyes was, "What do you think you are?" This made Chu Huaishu's heart sink slightly, and then he looked up the mountain with a somewhat blank expression in his eyes. "You already had a guess in your heart, didn't you?" he muttered to himself. If not, he wouldn't have wanted to get 2 pass tokens. This bizarre scene made the group of Tao Gate higher-ups in the main hall frown involuntarily. "What's the situation?" Zhao Shuqi was a little dumbfounded, his squinty eyes even widening a little. How could something like this happen? Nangongyu also clicked her tongue in wonder. "It's over. I want to take him home and study him even more now." Sect Master Xiang Yin pondered for a moment and said, "The problem probably still lies with the little sword in his sea of consciousness. Is it a rejection between sword spirits?" "What do you mean?" "According to what you're saying, Sect Master, Chu Huaishu himself is his own life-bound sword." Nangongyu said, her words a little awkward. "Don't you get that feeling?" Xiang Yin asked. First Elder Lu Pan was the first to nod in deep agreement. "I feel that the Sect Master's words have some truth to them." Chu Yinin was nimble-minded and didn't bother to think deeply about the reasons and logic behind it. She just said, although this high-grade spiritual sword is not being held by a sword cultivator, he can actually send it flying so easily. Does this mean that in the future, if a sword cultivator of equal strength were to face him, they might not even be able to hold onto their sword? Chu Yinin had a sudden thought. At this point, she became more and more excited, puffing out her flat chest and saying loudly, "Then doesn't that mean that when he grows up, he might not be able to hold a sword, but no one else will be able to use a sword in front of him either? With him as the center, as long as he is willing, he can create a swordless domain." Chu Yinin's thoughts were wild and imaginative. Then wouldn't the people of the sword sect be scared to death of him? "Oh, no, no, no. It can't be considered completely swordless, because he has refined himself into a sword, ha ha. He actually still has a sword, ha ha ha." She actually laughed out loud, thinking she was quite humorous. After laughing for a while, she saw that everyone was staring at her, and she gradually stopped laughing. "Don't you all think this is very fun?" Chu Yinin was quite speechless, feeling that this group of people was really no fun. Only Li Chunsong had taken her words to heart. But what this deadbeat gambler was thinking in his heart was, have my odds of winning increased? In the end, it was again Xiang Yin who made the final decision. Everyone, don't be anxious for now. Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. After all, what they were most concerned about was still the peerless sword at the summit. The sword spirit-like thing in Chu Huaishu's body could repel these high-grade spiritual swords. But could it repel that one? The group calmed their minds and continued to observe him with their spiritual sense. Chu Huaishu stood on the stone steps in a daze for a long time. The spiritual sword that had been repelled by him, due to the pull of the formation, floated back to its original position, as if it had been reset. It was still trembling and faintly emitting a sword hum. After being sent flying once like this, because of that small touch before, it seemed even more longing to become the other's life-bound spiritual sword. It was just that this wisp of longing was mixed with fear. It was still somewhat afraid of the heart sword, just that the degree of fear was not as high as those mid- and low-grade spiritual swords. Chu Huaishu even thought, so it's afraid of it, but also wants to cuckold it? More confusion appeared in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Chu Huaishu continued to climb the mountain. It was just that this time his steps seemed a little heavy. But soon, he walked lighter and lighter, as if he had already adjusted himself. After walking up another few hundred stone steps, Chu Huaishu stopped again, because this time, in front of him was a supreme-grade spiritual sword. He recognized it. It was named after a poetry meter title called Partridge Sky. In borrowing a sword, it was Han Shuangjiang's sword. When one speaks of Partridge Sky, the first thing that comes to Chu Huaishu's mind is the one by Xian Qiji. The storms at the river's head are not yet the worst. Elsewhere in the mortal world, the roads are harder to travel. At this very moment, for an ordinary person, the stone steps of Spirit Storing Mountain were incomparably difficult to climb. The line was rather fitting. In the summit area, the total number of supreme-grade spiritual artifacts was also very small, and among them, swords were even fewer. For the vast majority of people, if they could be mutually chosen by the sword spirit of Partridge Sky, then it would be a satisfying two-way rush. This sword, which should have belonged to Han Shuangjiang, was at this moment trembling slightly and faintly emitting waves of sword hums. It had chosen Chu Huaishu. He wasn't surprised by this at all. After all, along his entire journey, every single sword had extended an olive branch to him. However, the one before him was, after all, a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, which would inevitably make one's heart surge a little more. What's more, it was Han Shuangjiang's life-bound sword, which gave rise to a strange emotion in Chu Huaishu's heart. Rounding it up, wasn't this a bit like cuckolding her? The big ice cube sword, I definitely have to touch it. This thought emerged in the dead fox's mind. He had already tested a high-grade spiritual sword, so what about a supreme-grade one? He took a step to the side, then lowered his head to carefully examine this sword. Including the sheath, the main color of Partridge Sky was silver. The sheath also had a large number of hollowed-out patterns, carved with profound, cloud-like pattern. Right now, he was about half a step away from the sword, but he could already feel a chilling cold rushing towards him. Chu Huaishu didn't know what material it was refined from, but just this icy coldness made it feel incomparably suitable for that big ice cube. The sword had a tassel attached to it. The fringe on the tassel was ice blue, adding a touch of embellishment and making it appear even more elegant. As he approached, Partridge Sky became even more active. Along with the trembling, there was even a faint sign that it was about to unsheath itself. Chu Huaishu could perceive that its fear of the heart sword was even weaker than that of those high-grade spiritual swords. Or perhaps the word apprehension should be used? This made him fully realize the terror of the heart sword. Besides the sword left behind by the Tao ancestor on the summit, a supreme-grade spiritual artifact is already the highest level of magic treasure. Does that mean the little black sword in my sea of consciousness can suppress all sword spirits? But soon, Chu Huaishu shook his head and chuckled, feeling that he had thought too simply. First of all, these spiritual swords have not yet recognized a master. They have not yet become a cultivator's life-bound sword. Once it becomes a life-bound sword, it will be nourished and the sword's spirit will grow stronger day by day. As for the relics of those predecessors, the artifact's spirits will only grow weaker with the passage of time. The formations on Spirit-Storing Mountain only nurture them to ensure they do not dissipate between heaven and earth. Whether a sword is strong or not depends on the person who uses it. At this thought, Chu Huaishu was not so proud and conceited anymore, but a heroic spirit gradually grew in his heart. It doesn't matter. I will also grow stronger and stronger, won't I? Chu Huaishu reached out his hand, his fingertips touching Partridge Sky. The next moment, this supreme-grade spiritual sword was sent flying, but it did not fly too far, and his own body was uncontrollably forced back a step. He had to stomp his foot forcefully to barely stabilize himself. As expected, Chu Huaishu looked up at the sky, which was shrouded in clouds and mist. He had already adjusted his mentality and was not too disappointed. Under the pull of the formation, Partridge Sky flew back to its original position. Its trembling began to become more and more violent, and its humming also became louder and louder. The blade even came out of the sheath by about a finger's width. In an instant, the cold energy was menacing. The surrounding temperature dropped by several degrees. It still revealed its desire to recognize Chu Huaishu as its master. It was just that under the suppression of the heart sword, it seemed that coming out of the sheath by about a finger's width was already its limit. Chu Huaishu looked at it and found that the blade of Partridge Sky was water blue. This sword was indeed very beautiful. I'm truly sorry. It seems you and I are not fated, he said, not knowing if this sword could understand. However, if nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely have a chance to meet again. Your destined person is still behind. Why not? Wait and see. He smiled at Partridge Sky. After speaking, Chu Huaishu turned around directly and continued to climb upwards without looking back. Along the way, he encountered a few more high-grade spiritual swords. But no matter how excited and agitated they were, Chu Huaishu's steps never paused. He would not do anything that had no meaning anymore. Since I've transmigrated into borrowing a sword, I should at least go to the summit and see, to witness that legendary sword. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Chu Huaishu looked to the mist above, his gaze sharpened, and he took a step forward. On Spirit-Storing Mountain, there was no turning back. If one reached the summit, everything one had seen along the way on this ascent would have no fate with you. But Chu Huaishu still had to go. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but as his heart gradually became firm, the little black sword in his sea of consciousness seemed to have become a little more spirited. Then let's go and see. Let's go and meet it together. Asking the Dao Peak inside the main hall. The group of Dao Gate higher-ups also began to grow nervous, because from Chu Huaishu's actions and attitude, they could already faintly guess his thoughts. As expected, he's really going to the summit. He's going to see that sword, Chu Yinin said loudly. A person of destiny. He is indeed the person of destiny in the Dao ancestors' prophecy. Sect Master Xiang Yin couldn't help but exclaim. At this rate, he really has no intention of stopping, Nan Gongyu said. The deadbeat gambler Li Chuansong's heart was instantly in his throat. If Chu Huaishu had chosen another non-sword spiritual artifact midway, then he would have won. But if he really went to the summit, then everything would be an unknown. Although Li Chuansong had just boldly badmouthed the little martial uncle behind his back, he actually had a rough idea in his heart. On important matters, little martial uncle still won't act recklessly. There was no reason for him to have found the wrong person down the mountain. In addition, Chu Huaishu had awakened his spirit embryo divine ability in the aperture opening stage, directly pointing to the realm of sword heart enlightenment. This made everyone even more certain of this point in their hearts. If he doesn't take that sword, then it can only be said that the Dao ancestor was wrong. Li Chuansong thought this in his heart, but he would never dare to say it. It wasn't that the Dao ancestor was an existence that could not be questioned, but because the great calamity was approaching and the source spirit realm was about to open. Everyone regarded the Dao ancestor's prophecy as the hope for salvation. If there was a mistake, then the pressure would be even greater. In the main hall, the law enforcement elder Lu Pan couldn't help but speak out at this moment. This kid has a lot of spirit. That's right. After all, he doesn't know that he is the person of destiny. If he can't get that sword, it means he will have entered a treasure mountain but will return empty-handed. Nan Gongyu admired him more and more and nodded in deep agreement. As everyone knew, every generation of the sword sex sword venerable in this 1,000 years would come to Spirit Storing Mountain to challenge this sword. But to this day, no one had been able to tame it. Something that even the head of the sword path could not do. A mere first-realm cultivator would not even dare to think about it. But Chu Huaishu had just shown his ambition. He was coveting that sword. Chu Yinin was straightforward and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sigh, I even feel it's a bit of a pity. He already has sword heart enlightenment, and such a mental fortitude. Give him time, and after being taught by Shinman, no, that's not right, after being taught by Shinman and me, these two peerless sword cultivators. He might just be the next 4 great divine swords," Chu Yinin said. Everyone automatically ignored a part of this sentence. The rest, they all felt was correct. It is indeed a bit of a pity. If he doesn't become a sword attendant, he would most likely be the next leader of the sword path in our Dao Gate. Even Sect Master Xiang Yan affirmed this. Sword heart enlightenment. Such a young sword heart enlightenment. But if a person were to be controlled by a sword, how could they still have their current pride and backbone? Even if it was the sword left behind by the Dao ancestor. This was just like how every generation of the sword sex sword venerable would often come up the mountain to ask about the sword. They could lose, but they would never think they had no chance of winning. On Spirit Storing Mountain, Chu Huaishu had no idea that a group of great powers in the cultivation world were already feeling sorry for him in advance. Inside the main hall, everyone was aghast. But the scene before them, while unexpected, was also within the realm of reason. If Chu Huaishu had shown no resistance at all and had been completely suppressed, that would have seemed illogical. Having observed him for so long, they had a certain understanding of his character. Unfortunately, Nan Gongyu was the first to be unable to bear it, sighing for a long time. Law enforcement elder Lu Pan said, "With such terrifying spiritual pressure, an ordinary low-level cultivator would die instantly." Hearing this, a flash of worry appeared in Li Chunsong's eyes. I hope nothing goes wrong. His favorability towards Chu Huaishu was still very high. He really admired this kid. What's more, the Dao Gate emphasized fated opportunities. Although he had gone down the mountain to retrieve him according to the little martial uncle's instructions, he was, after all, the one who had brought him back. "Everyone, calm down," Xiangyan said, raising his hand and pressing it downwards. He continued, "When we were in the purple bamboo forest, we all entered his sea of consciousness. You and I both know very well how special that little sword in his sea of consciousness is. Even little Marshall's sister, when caught unprepared, was repelled from the sea of consciousness by that little black sword. You all know very well that the sword has been locked on a mountain for 1,000 years. The Dao ancestor set so many restrictions on it. It needs a sword attendant. Therefore, its purpose is only to tame Chu Huaishu, not to kill him." Hearing this, everyone nodded. For now, they could only wait and see. On the other side, intersect the purple bamboo forest. The thin Taoist priestess, dressed in a Taoist robe, was still sitting high on the giant rock, facing the stone wall. At this very moment, a dark light flowed from the wooden hairpin tucked in her black hair. Shaman seemed to have sensed something as well. She raised her head with a slightly blank expression and looked in the direction of Spirit Storing Mountain. "Did you feel it too?" she muttered to herself, still stuttering, conversing with her own wooden hairpin. That was her sword, a wooden sword. This sword had a name that suited her very well. Many of the spiritual artifacts in the Dao Gate were named after poetry meter titles, as if it were a tradition. It was called Slow Tune. Spirit Storing Mountain, the 10th to last stone step. Chu Huaishu's physical body, which had been strengthened by both the sword tempering art and the Dao classic, was now somewhat overwhelmed. As for his sea of consciousness, it was an even greater chaos. Fortunately, this heart sword had already awakened its spirit embryo divine ability and had entered the highest realm of the sword path, sword heart enlightenment. It was like the sea-calming divine needle in Chu Huaishu's sea of consciousness. If it weren't for its bitter support, this sea of consciousness would probably have already completely collapsed. If the sea of consciousness were to suffer heavy damage, at best one would fall into a coma. At worst, one would die on the spot. Chu Huaishu could feel that the heart sword's sickly state was still there, but that lazy aura had completely disappeared. He knew very well that the reason the heart sword was listless, the reason it seemed to be in a bad state, was purely because his realm was too low and his spirit embryo was only a low-grade one. As he continued to break through and obtain more spirit embryo attributes, its state should get better and better. After all, in the very beginning, it looked like it was hanging on by a single breath, as if it were forcefully clinging to life. Compared to then, it's a little better now. But that lazy disposition was clearly its own problem. Its appearance right now was quite in line with a somewhat mood-ruining phrase, disabled in body but firm in spirit. The little black sword in his sea of consciousness had completely locked horns with this spiritual pressure. Chu Huaishu and it were connected in mind. The man and the sword would actually influence each other. When he was angry, it would also be angry. If it had the will to fight, then so would he. Right now, it seemed there was a clear division of labor. Chu Huaishu was responsible for the physical body, and it was responsible for the sea of consciousness. The realm of sword heart enlightenment spread out in all directions. The ownerless swords all over the mountain began to tremble wildly. At this moment, Han Shuangjiang had only just reached the mountainside area. She had never seen so many magic treasures and spiritual artifacts and was naturally full of curiosity, her climbing speed very, very slow. She looked up in shock. Vaguely, she even suspected that the swords on the entire mountain were emitting humming sounds. When gods fight, the fish in the moat suffer. The confrontation between the sword on the summit and the heart sword directly affected all the spiritual swords on the entire mountain. They trembled, they knelt, they feared this conflict. This must be related to Chu Huaishu again, the big ice cube thought. A wave of worry inexplicably rose in her heart. She could no longer be bothered to look at the various spiritual artifacts around her. Han Shuangjiang began to quicken her pace up the mountain. "You dead fox, you'd better not get into any trouble," the young woman prayed in her heart. Under the overwhelming spiritual pressure, Chu Huaishu struggled to lift his right foot and then was forced to put it down again by the pressure. He repeated this several times before he managed to place his right foot on the next stone step. His face was ferocious, but his head was still held high. Although his whole body was trembling subconsciously, his spine did not bend in the slightest. In Chu Huaishu's childhood, he had been beaten and scolded, growing up in an environment of domestic abuse. But even so, after growing up, he had dared to fight back. To put it comically, "I even dare to hit my own father. What do you think you are?" His body began to exert force again. With extreme difficulty, he lifted his left foot and climbed another stone step. Blood began to drip from Chu Huaishu's palms. His 10 fingernails had already dug into his flesh. Based on the self-healing ability enhanced by the Tao Classic, the wounds were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Huaishu clenched his fists fiercely and continued to climb, gritting his teeth. Every step, he walked very slowly. In fact, every step he walked unsteadily. But that drive, that hysteria at the bottom of his heart, was gradually erupting. Chu Huaishu could sense the power of that sword. After all, it was sealed on the mountain, yet it could still generate such a terrifying spiritual pressure from a distance. If it weren't for these many layers of restrictions, how terrifying would it be? But its attitude was also so clear. This spiritual pressure was top-down, coming from above. If Chu Huaishu's physical body could not support it, then he would either fall flat on his face or kneel. This was perhaps what that sword wanted. Fortunately, this was perhaps already its limit under the heavy restrictions. The spiritual pressure did not increase with each step. It just made Chu Huaishu's every movement very difficult. And the longer this situation continued, the worse his state would become, and the more agonizing it would be. Later on, he even began to bleed from his 7 orifices. The blood that seeped out made his entire face look even more ferocious, his features more twisted. This scene made the group of Dao Gate higher-ups in the main hall start to get nervous. This feels like it's going a little too far, Nangon couldn't help but say, feeling that the sword on the summit was being a bit too much of a bully. The worry in Li Chuansong's eyes also grew stronger. This deadbeat gambler was now barely even considering the bet. Sect Master, this. The squinty-eyed Zhao Shuqi trailed off. Xiang Yin sighed. According to the sect rules, Spirit Storing Mountain is a trial for the disciples. No one can interfere. At a time like this, it was actually Lu Pan, the law enforcement elder, who snorted coldly. This child, Chu Huaishu, I like him very much. If his life is truly in danger, I will intervene. At that time, I will naturally go to the disciplinary court to receive my punishment. Sect Master Xiang Yin looked at Lu Pan with some surprise and said with a bitter smile, First Martial Brother, that's not what I meant either. You've misunderstood. Right now, all of their hearts were a little swayed. On one side was the Tao ancestors' prophecy concerning the great calamity, concerning the world-saving sword. On the other side was an outstanding disciple of the Tao Gate with a promising future. These Tao Gate higher-ups had only one consensus, and that was to at least protect Chu Huaishu's life, no matter the outcome. Just as everyone was concentrating on investigating the situation with their spiritual sense, the Chu Huaishu on the mountain went crazy. He first let out a roar, and then began to laugh wildly. Ha 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 ha. He was clearly bleeding from the corners of his mouth, yet he laughed with such delight. Because everything was as he had expected. A system prompt had begun to sound in his ear. Ding. It has been detected that you have triggered a passive quest. Sword Spirit's Pressure. A passive quest was not one that a player actively accepted. It arose due to the situation. It had been like this when he was surrounded by the constabulary, and it was the same with the retaliation from Lu Qingqi. This type of quest was passively triggered, but there was actually a logic to it, and it could also be actively guided by the player. Just now, Chu Huaishu had only had a small expectation in his heart. He wasn't sure if the system would generate a quest. Unexpectedly, it had really come. Unfortunately, his state was too poor right now. He couldn't be distracted at all, otherwise all his efforts would be in vain. At this moment, his mind was growing more and more chaotic. He didn't even have a time to check the quest interface to see the quest details. But these were not important, because he was even more fired up now, and his goal was even clearer. He walked upward step by step, walking with difficulty. A short 10-stone steps, yet it was harder than ascending to the heavens. The spiritual sword in his sea of consciousness was bitterly supporting him. Endless sharp pains came from Chu Huaishu's spiritual world. He held on, not fainting. His physical body was trembling, even convulsing. But his bloodshot eyes were still staring fixedly ahead, and his spine was still straight. Since the man is a sword, then he should know. A sword would rather break than bend. This man, who had first practiced the sword tempering art and then cultivated the Tao classic, began to roar with a hoarse voice as a vent. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. His hysterical voice echoed in the sky above Spirit Storing Mountain. In the main hall of the Tao Gate, however, it was silent. Everyone was shocked by his madness. The third to last step, the second to last step, the last step. Chu Huaishu spent a very, very long time before he reached the summit. The summit of Spirit Storing Mountain was a flat ground. It was so flat, as if it had been sliced level by a single sword strike. This sword strike had come from the hand of the Tao ancestor. At the 4 cardinal directions of the summit were towering stone pillars, with one obscure and difficult-to-understand rune after another carved on them. Whenever this sword showed any strange signs, these runes would come to life, and they would move, and they would also emit a dim golden light. At this very moment, the sword was emitting spiritual pressure, and these runes had come to life. Besides that, There was almost nothing on the entire vast flat ground, just the stone platform in the very center and the stone tablet next to it. The stone tablet was carved with the two words, gentlemen. Below them were densely packed, small characters written by many others. On the stone platform lay a sword sheath. On the sword sheath hung a black bead, and below the bead was a black tassel. And the sword left behind by the Tao ancestor was floating in midair. At this very moment, it was looking down on Chu Huaishu from its high perch, with an undisguised contempt and an endless loathing. At the summit of Spirit Storing Mountain, the sword left by the Tao ancestor was somewhat dazzling under the sunlight. It was unknown what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures this sword was forged from, but it looked like an ordinary bronze sword, only appearing blue-black. It was not particularly beautiful, a stark contrast to the ethereal partridge sky, but it was so powerful that it could look down on everyone with contempt. Chu Huaishu had risked half his life to barely ascend to the summit. However, on this platform, that spiritual pressure had not dissipated, it still existed. The sword was so high and mighty. The sword had such a high posture. Even though it was locked on this high mountain, it was unwilling to be sealed in its sheath, but instead had to float above the stone platform, to be higher than everyone who came here. At this time, Chu Huaishu remembered something. There is a no-fly formation on Spirit Storing Mountain. Below the ninth realm, no one can fly, but this sword could float in the air. Previously, Chu Huaishu felt a force on the summit pulling him, a guidance in the unseen world. At this moment, he could be completely certain that this was not coming from this sword. It only had arrogance, contempt, loathing, anger. I even suspect that if it weren't sealed by layers of restrictions, it might have flown over and cut me down, Chu Huaishu thought. He felt that the possibility was extremely high. But in any case, he had finally seen this legendary sword. Chu Huaishu looked at it and suddenly grinned. He was currently so twisted by the spiritual pressure that his smile was not very good-looking, but rather a bit eerie. From his expression alone, it was actually impossible to tell what he was smiling about. At this moment, he was still bleeding from his 7 orifices, but because his self-healing ability was too strong, it was not a major issue. Chu Huaishu just kept smiling like this. He was clearly also only able to look up at it, yet the sword became even more enraged, even more loathsome. Because in Chu Huaishu's eyes, there was undisguised mockery. This bronze sword is so damn ugly. When Chu Huaishu was on Earth, he had seen the real sword of Gojian, King of You. The spring and autumn period sword of Gojian was a bronze sword. The pommel was flared into a circular ring, and inside were cast 11 concentric circles with intervals of only 0.2 millimeters. The body of the sword was covered with regular black rhombic patterns, and near the hilt on the front was the bird seal script inscription, King Gojin of You, a sword for his personal use. This world-renowned bronze sword did indeed look a bit domineering. But what about the sword in front of him? Although it was unknown what kind of creation-stealing materials it was forged from to have such divine might, its design was indeed average. It was just slightly longer than an ordinary bronze sword. There were no special patterns on the blade. Time indeed would not leave any marks on it, but this only meant that it was not uglier due to rust. In Chu Huaishu's concept, the so-called #1 sword in the world should either be simpler, more restrained, or more domineering, more imposing. This neither here nor there appearance of yours was really hard to judge. But just one look at it, and Chu Huaishu began to believe in a certain version of the legend. He began to believe that this was a demonic sword. Previously, before seeing it, the spiritual pressure on the mountain could still be explained as a trial from the sword. But looking at its posture now, and the killing intent rushing towards him, Chu Huaishu instantly agreed with the demonic sword theory. In addition, he could also feel that the little sword in his sea of consciousness was wary of this bronze sword. For Chu Huaishu, although he had already transmigrated, he still had a bit of a goofball player's nature. For a player, strength is temporary, but style is forever. Some spiritual artifacts might be average in all aspects, but as long as they were cool enough, they would have a premium. Who gives a damn? Just treat it as buying a skin. For a crappy skin, how many stats do you expect it to add? It's fine. You're the #1 sword in the world. I don't dislike you. Chu Huaishu, like a cripple with mobility issues, began to struggle to walk forward. Overall, moving on flat ground was definitely easier than climbing a mountain. But the platform at this summit was indeed a bit large. So, he moved for good while more before he arrived in front of this sword. There were already dried bloodstains on Chu Huaishu's face. Under the assault of the spiritual pressure, new blood flowed out from his body. But he really was, as he had roared just now, not afraid of pain. As a result, the floating sword grew even more loathsome of him. In the main hall of the Dao Gate, the crowd was somewhat perplexed. The situation with the bronze sword today was a bit strange. They knew that this sword was very arrogant, because they were equally looked down upon by it. However, the loathing expressed by the sword spirit today seemed a bit too strong. People of their cultivation level had incredibly powerful spiritual sense, and their perception of artifact spirits was naturally more acute. Why do I feel that the sword spirit also has a hint of hatred? Nangong Yu, as an artifact refining grandmaster, spoke up. This was even stranger. Everyone knew it was a demonic sword. That it wanted to kill Chu Huaishu, the crowd could understand. But why would there be hatred? Standing at the summit, Chu Huaishu possessed the heart sword. His perception of artifact spirits was equally acute. Therefore, all the emotions of the bronze sword were clear to him. He raised his head, struggled to speak, his voice still extremely hoarse, with an uncontrollable slight tremor, but he was trying his best to calm himself. You hate me. I know why you hate me. Chu Huaishu smiled. He smiled again, even more wantonly and freely, because he sensed that the bronze sword's killing intent had grown stronger, and its hatred had also grown stronger. Me, I'm practicing the damn Dao Classic. The complete version of the Dao Classic. The exact same Dao Classic that the Dao ancestor practiced. It seems the legend is indeed correct, Chu Huaishu said in his heart. The Dao ancestor has been suppressing this demonic sword all along. Then how could it not hate? The wind at the summit of Spirit-Storing Mountain was extremely boisterous. Chu Huaishu began to struggle to raise his right hand. Although this sword was floating, it was not flying very high. As long as he raised his hand, he could touch its tip. The veins on Chu Huaishu's large hand bulged, and the little sword in his sea of consciousness also surged with fighting spirit. After reaching the summit, he had originally wanted to search for the source of that unseen pull, what it came from. In any case, it definitely wasn't coming from this ugly sword, but the spiritual pressure was too strong. Right now, both his physical body and his sea of consciousness were on the verge of collapse. As a result, he couldn't quite perceive that unseen sense. It was being covered up. As it turned out, in an instant, this spiritual pressure generated by the bronze sword vanished completely. A trace of doubt flashed in Chu Huaishu's eyes, but he roughly understood. This sword had already sensed that he was about to reach out and touch it. It was locked on this mountain and could not move an inch, so it was waiting. Along the way, Chu Huaishu had touched so many swords. Today, since he had already reached the summit, he certainly wouldn't be here just to look at it. What's so good to look at? Besides, it's so ugly. Chu Huaishu was certain in his heart that this sword could not kill people right now. In this 1,000 years, every generation of the sword venerable has come up the mountain to ask about the sword. This matter is known throughout the world, he thought. If it still possessed the ability to kill, it's impossible that any of these sword venerables would have returned alive. How could that towering demonic flame pass up a chance for bloodlust? Since the Dao ancestor left it here, then it must be safe. At most, right now, it can only play around with spiritual pressure, and it can only release a small part of it through the restrictions. I just don't know. Under these circumstances, when the sword venerables come to ask about the sword, how do they fight? This was undoubtedly not an answer that Chu Huaishu could obtain at his current realm. The sword venerables of every generation were at least 8th realm experts. He closed his eyes, feeling the emotions transmitted by the heart sword. All right, then I'll do as you say. He suddenly opened his eyes and said in a hoarse voice. Chu Huaishu's fingertips touched the body of the bronze sword. The next moment, his entire person was sent flying backward. Previously, when those spiritual swords were touched by him, the reason they flew away was actually that the sword spirit was sent flying, and the sword followed. At this very moment, it was the same for him. The heart sword in his sea of consciousness was too sickly, its state too poor. Right now, it was far from reaching its limit. In fact, it could only be considered to have just started. Chu Huaishu was not surprised by this result. A supreme-grade spiritual sword, although sent flying, could still force him back half a step, let alone this one. But it really hurt like hell. He didn't feel much from hitting the ground. It was mainly his sea of consciousness, which had nearly completely collapsed. This caused his vision to go black, just now, a pain as if his spiritual world were being torn apart. His brain was about to explode. But Chu Huaishu did not regret it, because the moment his fingertip touched the bronze sword, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding! You have completed the passive quest, Sword Spirit's Pressure. In addition, because the spiritual pressure had dissipated, he finally knew where that unseen pull was coming from. And he also understood one point. The rank of his heart sword was seemingly no worse than that of the bronze sword spirit. It was just that his was more like it was on low health, while the other was in its prime. Chu Huaishu struggled to get up, and looked at this high and mighty sword. It looked down on him, still with undisguised arrogance, loathing, hatred, and killing intent. Now that he had been sent flying once, the sword spirit had an added trace of mockery. You seem very happy, very proud, Chu Huaishu said. He patted the dust off his body, then used a relatively clean sleeve to wipe his face, wiping away some of the bloodstains. The wind at the summit was very strong, making his black robe rustle, and his long, jet-black hair fluttered backward. Chu Huaishu, with his bloodshot eyes, once again moved forward. The sword floated in mid-air, no longer emitting spiritual pressure, not minding sending this ant flying again. Seeing his current wretched state, the perpetrator was undoubtedly a little pleased. However, Chu Huaishu did not reach out to touch it, but with the fastest speed, he fiercely grabbed for the black bead hanging from the sword sheath. That wisp of pull was emanating from this black bead. The completely black sword sheath lay flat on the stone platform, simple and elegant. This bead showed no divine qualities, and its texture was not translucent. After being sent flying just now, Chu Huaishu had already made a decision in his heart and had already gotten the answer. This black bead was his choice at this moment, because what it was pulling was actually also the spiritual power generated in his body from the Tao Classic. Chu Huaishu grabbed the bead with his right hand, placed his left hand on the charred black pass token, and was ready at any moment to crush the wooden token, activate the teleportation formation, and be sent back to the foot of the mountain. However, an anomaly occurred in that instant. The sword sheath was placed on the stone platform, and there were also restrictions sealing it there, making it immovable. This black bead still looked ordinary, as if it were a mortal item, but the black string that tied it to the sword sheath did not break. A profound power that only Chu Huaishu could perceive spread out from within the black bead, and then drained all the spiritual power from his body. The bead was in his hand, and with a forceful pull, he actually pulled the completely black sword sheath along with it. The seal was instantly broken, and the sword sheath crashed into his arms. Bang! When Chu Huaishu had just pulled on the black bead, he had used his full strength, so the force was a bit much. Now, this black bead pendant had not been removed from the sealed sword sheath, but had instead pulled the sheath down with it. As a result, the entire force smashed into his chest, and he was hit hard by the sword sheath. If nothing else, he was probably injured from the impact. Fortunately, Chu Huaishu wasn't afraid of pain. At this very moment, he was also stunned, because he knew very well that this black bead was definitely a spiritual artifact, and it had some connection to the Tao Classic. But how did it bring the sword sheath down too? According to the rules on Spirit Storing Mountain, each person could only take one spiritual artifact. He could feel that the two were separate entities. The black bead was not a part of the sword sheath. How is this a buy one get one free deal? Chu Huaishu couldn't be bothered with so much right now. The spiritual power in his body had already been completely drained by the bead. He crushed the charred black pass token in the first instant. The teleportation formation was thus activated. The next moment, that hovering bronze sword seemed to become enraged again. Its loathing and hatred for Chu Huaishu reached a peak in an instant. Spiritual pressure swept over, causing Chu Huaishu to cough up a mouthful of blood. This was because the black bead had not only drained the spiritual power stored in his spirit embryo secret depository, but had also consumed every last bit of spiritual power in his physical body. Without the support of spiritual power, the strength of his physique naturally declined. What was even more terrifying was that this spiritual pressure was also suppressing the teleportation formation. The bronze sword was trying to destroy the formation's teleportation effect. It wanted to keep Chu Huaishu on the mountain. If the teleportation formation really fails, and I'm trapped in this spiritual pressure, I'll eventually be unable to hold on and die violently. He was very clear about this in his heart. Both his physical body and his sea of consciousness were reaching their limits. He wouldn't need to stay on the mountain for long. Perhaps in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he would die. Still not giving up. Still want to kill me. Demonic sword. Therefore, when his bloodshot eyes looked at this bronze sword, a hint of ruthlessness began to flash in them. The sword was enraged, and so was he. Fortunately, the teleportation formation activated very quickly, and Chu Huaishu's figure disappeared from the summit. The next moment, he appeared at the foot of the mountain. However, the teleportation formation did seem to have had a problem. He was not teleported safely to the foot of the mountain, but was in mid-air. Bang! Chu Huaishu smashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a large cloud of dust. At this moment, his black robe was particularly dirty, covered with dust and mud. His sleeves were also stained with blood, and he looked incredibly wretched. But he had brought both the completely black sword sheath and the black bead pendant down the mountain. Feels like a bone is broken. Chu Huaishu got up from the ground and assessed his current condition. It could be described as very bad. His body was overwhelmed, and if it weren't for the protection of the little black sword in his sea of consciousness, it would have already shattered and collapsed by now. But even so, he felt his head was very heavy, his consciousness blurry. When he opened his eyes to look at things now, he could see many double images, as if all things in heaven and earth knew the shadow clone jutsu. Chu Huaishu looked down at his arms. He saw 3 sword sheaths and 3 beads. He shook his head forcefully, then looked at Spirit Storing Mountain with a blank expression. Is there a problem with the restrictions on the mountain? He thought. Before Chu Huaishu had gone up the mountain, the senior brothers and sisters in the Spirit Storing Courtyard had patiently explained the rules to him. A disciple can only take 1 spiritual artifact when ascending the mountain. Otherwise, even if the wooden token is crushed, one cannot be teleported to the foot of the mountain by the formation and will be blocked on the mountain by the restrictions. This bead was clearly an independent spiritual artifact. This sword sheath was also an independent spiritual artifact. The restrictions didn't detect anything. Logically, every spiritual artifact on the mountain has an aura linked to the restrictions, unless one of them is not on the list. Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened. He felt that the problem was with this bead. If it weren't for the pull of the spiritual power in his body, and that wisp of a call from the unseen world, he would also have thought that this bead was just a pendant on the sword sheath, or that it was just a part of the sword sheath. The taut nerves finally relaxed, and the burden on his physical body also lightened at this moment. Chu Huaishu began to cough violently, constantly coughing up blood. In the main hall of the Dao Gate, it was once again dead silent. The scene before them was completely different from their previous conjectures. Or rather, from the moment the spiritual pressure had appeared, the development of the plot was completely different from what they had thought. Only Li Chunsong had a dazed expression and said in an incredulous tone, "I won. Ha 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 ha. I won. I actually won." The deadbeat gambler fell into a half-crazed state. What great calamity! What world-saving sword! What Tao ancestor's prophecy! He had forgotten them all. This king of charity only knew that he had won. And he had won again. Since he had brought Chu Huaishu up the mountain, his current winning rate was a terrifying 100%. He won every bet he made. The pressure in the entire main hall was actually a bit low. Only Li Chuansong's hearty laughter echoed within. After laughing for a good while, he finally switched his identity from gambler to sixth elder of the Tao Gate. Although his right hand was still trembling with excitement, he quietly tucked it into his sleeve and tried his best to cover for himself. Ahem! Hiss! The sword attendant in the Tao ancestor's prophecy actually didn't take the sword, but took the sheath. Could it be that the Tao ancestor's prophecy was wrong? Or did little Marshal Uncle really find the wrong person? Clearly, this man ranked 6th had never considered that the problem might be with himself. The group turned their gazes in unison to the sect master, Xiang Yan. Even the most lively Chu Yining didn't stand up and clamor this time. There was no helping it. This was about the great calamity, about the source spirit realm. The first realm grand competition of the Xianwang realm was about to begin. If he could have taken that sword, he would surely have won the grand competition. For him to enter the source spirit realm with the sword, that would have been the safest bet. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But how could he not have taken the sword? Why did he have to take the sheath? And there was also a seal on the sheath. How did he manage to take it off? Seeing everyone looking at him, Xiang Yan even wanted to raise his hand and touch his bald head. He was also a bit clueless. Since it has come to this, we can only take the long view. 6th Marshal Brother, you go to the foot of the mountain and check on him first. Chu Huaishu's condition looks a bit poor. We can't have any accidents. After you return, we will go to the purple bamboo forest together and discuss with the 7th Marshal Sister. The Tao Ancestor's legacy was obtained by Shan Man, and the Tao Ancestor's prophecy was also discovered by her. A matter of this magnitude definitely required her to be included in the discussion, although she might not say a few words. All right. Li Chunsong immediately left the main hall and flew towards the foot of Spirit Storing Mountain. When he flew to the spot, he saw that Chu Huaishu had already sat down cross-legged. Chu Huaishu had no intention of going back, because the big ice cube was still on the mountain. He had to wait for her. Therefore, he was only now taking the time from his busy schedule to check his quest interface and see his quest rewards. I got 30,000 experience points and 1 random attribute point. Chu Huaishu was very satisfied. Clearly, the main reward for the quest was the attribute point. The 30,000 experience points were just a bonus. What's more, he knew the nature of the system very well. Even if this passive quest is related to this number 1 sword in the world, based on the player's own level, there's an upper limit to the experience point reward for a quest. No matter how high the difficulty of the quest, the experience points given will not be overly exaggerated. It's the rewards other than experience points that will increase. 30,000 is probably the limit. Since Chu Huaishu's physical condition was very poor, his spiritual power had been depleted, and his sea of consciousness was also in a chaotic state. He simply chose to level up. Rely on leveling up to eliminate these negative states. Borrowing a sword is different from some games. After leveling up, you don't get a full heal, but you do get a full mana restore. In the sea of consciousness, the spiritual sense will also grow as the realm increases. And the Tao Classic is a practice of both internal and external. My body should also be able to self-heal a portion. I might just be able to get a full heal. Therefore, before Li Chunsong flew over, Chu Huaishu had directly issued a command in his heart. System, level me up. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him wildly. That brand new feeling of pain spread from the inside out, making him wish he were dead. On top of that, he was already covered in wounds, so it was even more torturous. Welt still appeared on Chu Huaishu's body, as if spiritual power wanted to drill out of his flesh. His skin also began to split open, one gash after another. This scene was seen in its entirety by Li Chunsong. The ordinary-looking sixth elder of the Tao Gate frowned fiercely, waved his sleeve, and a stream of light blue energy enveloped Chu Huaishu, beginning to investigate his condition. Because he was in the middle of breaking through, he didn't dare to interfere too much, lest he cause a qi deviation. How can it be so bizarre? Didn't he already stop practicing that demonic art, the sword-tempering art? Li Chunsong muttered to himself. With his sharp eyes, he could naturally see that the demonic nature of this technique was different from that of the sword-tempering art. It was a bit like the reverse. After confirming that he was at least not in mortal danger, Li Chunsong breathed a sigh of relief. He also quickly discovered that the wounds on Chu Huaishu's body were all self-healing rapidly. What demonic art is this? When did our Tao Gate ever have such a technique? He frowned tightly, his tone sinking, beginning to criticize this cultivation model that didn't treat people as people. Our Tao Gate is a prestigious and orthodox sect, a lineage of the Tao ancestor. How can there be such a sinister hard art on the mountain that even I don't know about? His body splits open and then self-heals, and then splits open again, and all these red welts. Just looking at it made him feel the pain. In the main hall of the Tao Gate, the group of Tao Gate higher-ups also clicked their tongues in wonder. Law Enforcement Elder Lu Pan was the first to speak. We have such a torturous cultivation technique in our sect. How come I didn't know? Chu Yinin's cute little face began to wince. Just looking at it made her feel the pain, and she even began to shiver. She suddenly felt that the disgusting technique she was cultivating, when compared to Chu Huaishu's, was actually all right. After a good while, the cross-legged Chu Huaishu finally opened his eyes. Being tortured by that bronze sword on the mountain, the ruthless streak in his heart had been thoroughly stimulated, and that anger had not yet dissipated. So, he hadn't even gritted his teeth and screamed, but had forcefully endured the pain of the breakthrough. The spiritual power in his body was full again. The power of the spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness had been enhanced. The chaotic feeling had finally dissipated, and his physical body had also recovered a lot. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger again. The spiritual power in his body was more surging, and the strength of his physical body had also greatly improved. If he were to go up the mountain again now, he felt he would definitely be able to perform better and endure for longer under the spiritual pressure. After opening his eyes and seeing Li Chunsong, he picked up the ancient sword sheath that was on his lap, stood up, and saluted Sixth Elder. The other nodded, his eyes beginning to size up the Tao Gate disciple before him. Finally, he asked in a very serious tone, "Chu Huaishu, what is this bizarre technique you are practicing?" At the foot of the mountain, upon hearing the Sixth Elder's question, Chu Huaishu immediately looked around, as if checking if the walls had ears. "Seriously, Li Chunsong, you really dare to ask that? Watch your wording and your status, Sixth Elder." Chu Huaishu grumbled in his heart. Seeing him not answering the question and constantly looking around, the deadbeat gambler couldn't help but find it amusing. "Stop looking. It's just you and me here." But after thinking about it, due to his immense appreciation for Chu Huaishu, he didn't hide it from him and added, "The sect master and the others are in the main hall. You might have to make another trip to the purple bamboo forest with me later." Chu Huaishu understood. He was temporarily being monitored by spiritual sense. Several cameras were set up here, secretly filming him. And so, Chu Huaishu replied, "If the Sixth Elder asks in such a manner, then this disciple dares not answer." This really made Li Chunsong burst out laughing. A smile appeared on his unremarkable face, and he said in an exasperated tone, "You kid, still trying to be mysterious with me? Even if you don't say it, the Scripture Pavilion has records, and the Spirit Storing Courtyard also has records from when you registered. I can find out with a single check." Chu Huaishu looked at him, and that thought surfaced in his mind again. Laugh. You're still laughing. He was actually very clear that the fact he had taken the Tao Classic could not be hidden from these higher-ups. Therefore, he was just making a final feint, pretending to be in a difficult position. Must this disciple answer, Sixth Elder? Spit it out. Li Chunsong waved his sleeve and said with slight displeasure, "Where did you learn to be so fond of keeping people in suspense?" Seeing him like this, Chu Huaishu thought, "Then don't blame me." He clasped his hands towards the sky and said loudly, "What this disciple cultivates is none other than the Tao classic left behind by his esteemed Tao ancestor." The moment his voice fell, Li Chunsong's expression instantly changed. "What?" he exclaimed in shock. "That's impossible. How could such a bizarre and demonic technique be the Tao classic, which had always been known as impartial, moderate, and peaceful? You kid, do you think that just because fewer people practice the Tao classic now, I wouldn't know about it? If this is really the Tao classic, then wasn't I just slandering the Tao ancestor, slandering the Tao classic? Truly slandering the classic and forgetting the ancestor." Seeing him like this, Chu Huaishu said with feigned helplessness, "I won't hide it from the sixth elder. It really is the Tao classic." This disciple would not dare to make things up on a matter concerning the Tao ancestor. Li Chunsong immediately raised 2 fingers and gently pointed forward. A semi-transparent ripple spread out as he began to investigate the spiritual power in Chu Huaishu's spirit embryo secret depository. How to put it? It really was those 4 words, impartial, moderate, and peaceful. Because the characteristics of each cultivation technique were different, the spiritual power within a cultivator's body also varied. Some might be scorching and violent, others might be bone-chillingly cold. The spiritual power in Chu Huaishu's body looked completely unremarkable, perfectly matching the situation of the Tao classic. Li Chunsong looked at him with astonishment, wishing he could raise his hand and slap his own face. Sure enough, the sound transmission of the law enforcement elder, Lu Pan, soon sounded in his ear. "Sixth Martial Brother, after this matter is concluded, you will come with me to the disciplinary court to receive your punishment." What a traitor who has insulted his master and forgotten his ancestors, this Li Chunsong. But the sixth elder quickly grasped the key point. First Martial Brother has to receive punishment too? Ha ha ha. All right then, I don't feel bad anymore. He instantly adjusted his mentality. He even muttered in his heart, "Why didn't little Martial's sister say anything this time? What a pity. I want to see her get whipped by the lightning whip and cry out." Just as Li Chunsong was preparing to withdraw his fingers, the sect master Xiang Yan's sound transmission came to his ear. "Sixth Martial Brother, investigate his physical body." The sect master had spoken. Li Chunsong quickly did as he was told. The next moment, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Spirit hidden in the flesh. This is body tempering." In the main hall of the Tao Gate, the group once again looked at each other. This time, the sect master Xiang Yan really couldn't hold back and finally raised his hand to gently scratch his bald head. "What's been going on recently? Why are so many strange things happening? My scalp is so itchy." This newly entered outer sect disciple was clearly only at the second heaven of the first realm, yet how could he be surrounded by such extraordinary matters? He's using the Tao classic to temper his body, and he succeeded? Zhao Shuqi's eyes were almost narrowed into nothing. Li Chunsong's sound transmission echoed in everyone's ears. He cultivates both internally and externally. It's very strange. The total amount of spiritual power in his spirit embryo secret depository and the total amount of spiritual power hidden in his fleshly shell are in a delicate balance. So-called internal and external cultivation basically meant either focusing on the internal or the external. A situation like Chu Huaishu's was almost unheard of. Li Chunsong's transmission continued, and if you add the two together, the spiritual power in his body is far more surging than that of a cultivator at the same realm. I'm talking about disciples who cultivate heaven-grade techniques. After he noticed this point, he couldn't help but secretly suck in a breath of cold air. The high-level members of the Tao Gate were secretly astonished. The gloom that had covered many of their hearts dissipated a little. The sect master Xiang Yan even said directly, "Surging spiritual power and sword heart enlightenment. Even if he doesn't have that sword, he would have no opponent at the same realm, right? Then the odds of winning in this source spirit realm seem to have increased a little. he couldn't help but say. Everyone nodded in unison, feeling that the sect master's words were reasonable. Chu Yimin said at this time, "Could it be that what he has cultivated is the true Tao classic? For this past 1,000 years, have the predecessors of the Tao Gate not even truly mastered the basics?" The old in years but young in looks girl, who was still like she was in her adolescence, really dared to say anything. But everyone felt that there was a possibility. The sect master Xiang Yin could only sigh again. Since it has come to this, we can only take the long view on this matter. All the discussion now could only be speculation. After all, the Tao Gate had studied the Tao Classic for 1,000 years and still hadn't figured it out. Chu Huaishu's cultivation had only just begun. They could observe him more. For now, this is a great thing for dealing with the source spirit realm, was all Xiang Yin could say. At the foot of Spirit Storing Mountain, Li Chunsong, hearing the sect master's sound transmission, didn't ask any more questions. This matter could only be set aside for now. The main point now was still Spirit Storing Mountain. The main point was still the Tao ancestors' prophecy. Li Chunsong looked at the ancient sword sheath that Chu Huaishu was holding, a hint of reverence flashing in his eyes. This was the Tao ancestors' sword sheath. "I didn't expect that on your trip up Spirit Storing Mountain this time, you would actually retrieve the Tao ancestors' sword sheath," the sixth elder said. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu digested the information. His heart stirred. From this sentence, I can guess that the Tao Gate's higher-ups all think what I got was the sword sheath. In other words, they actually don't know that this bead holds a secret, and just think it's a part of the sword sheath? At this thought, he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. He had been worried that he had taken 2 spiritual artifacts at once and would be forced to return one. In that case, I can let the sword sheath be the spiritual artifact on the surface, he decided in his heart. After thinking it through, Chu Huaishu immediately held up the sword sheath and said to Li Chunsong, "This disciple doesn't know either. I just felt as if there was a calling." Li Chunsong nodded slightly, clicking his tongue in wonder. This matter is indeed strange because this Tao ancestor's sword sheath was actually also sealed on that stone platform. For some reason, it could be retrieved by you. Perhaps this is your fated opportunity today, was all he could say to explain it. In the Tao Gate, any problem that couldn't be explained was fate. After all, fate is wonderful and cannot be put into words. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu held the ancient black sword sheath with both hands and looked down at it carefully. Taking advantage of Li Chunsong's presence, he decided to ask a few more questions to resolve his doubts. "Sixth Elder, then this sword sheath, is it a part of that sword?" In the category of artifact refining, some swords and sheaths were one body, forged from similar or complementary materials. Like that partridge sky, the sheath and the sword were one body, equivalent to a set. But there were also some swords that had no sheath when they were first forged, only a sword blank. This meant the sheath was another spiritual artifact, and the two were independent entities. Hearing Chu Huaishu ask this, Li Chunsong felt it was necessary to tell him. After all, he had already become the future master of the Tao ancestors' sword sheath. "Look at their appearances. Do you think they are set?" he asked with a smile. Chu Huaishu shook his head and said directly, "They don't look like it." The sword sheath in his hand was completely black, with an ancient and simple design. It was unknown what kind of wood it was forged from. There were some very simple patterns carved on the sheath. It wasn't flashy, but overall, it was beautiful and elegant. In contrast, that bronze sword, its only characteristic was that it was longer than a normal bronze sword. What's more, it was so ugly. An ancient blackwood sword sheath and an ugly bronze longsword. The two didn't seem to match at all. Li Chunsong nodded and said, "You're right. They are not one body." The sixth elder's gaze drifted to the high sky, putting on the air of a master, and he began to narrate some stories from the past. "You've probably heard many legends about the Tao ancestor since you were a child, right?" "Yes," Chu Huaishu said in a clear voice, his face full of reverence, desperately trying to bait out more information. Li Chunsong smiled and continued, "As everyone knows, before the Tao ancestor got this sword, he had no sword." Chu Huaishu grumbled in his heart. "That's right. he had no sword. He specialized in freeloading by using other people's swords. But whether it was out of interest or for other reasons, in any case, he had always called himself a sword cultivator, the sixth elder said, still looking up at the sky. Therefore, although he had no sword in his hand, he always carried a sword sheath with him. He raised his hand and pointed, saying, "And that is it." From this, one could know that this sword sheath and that sword actually had no relation whatsoever. Chu Huaishu felt a sense of regret in his heart. I thought I had snatched its wife away. So they weren't a set at all. When it came to the Tao ancestor, Li Chunsong was in high spirits. He continued, "There is another story that you, as a disciple of the Tao Gate, must know. Where our Tao Gate is now, 1,000 years ago, there was a gentleman temple here." Chu Huaishu nodded repeatedly, with an expression of listening intently. He knew that the gentleman temple had not disappeared, but had just continued to exist in another form. The Tao Gate was divided into the outer and inner sects, but in the inner sect, there were also inner sect disciples and true disciples. And every true disciple could enter the gentleman temple. Li Chunsong once again looked up at the sky, his hand behind his back. Back then, the Tao ancestor was a Taoist priest in the gentleman temple. The gentleman temple would bestow a set of wooden swords upon every Taoist priest. However, after the Tao ancestor accidentally obtained a nameless cultivation technique and went down the mountain for the first time for training, the wooden sword in his hand broke in battle, leaving only a sword sheath. After all, it was only forged from black wood. It was only a little harder than ordinary wood. In front of a spiritual artifact, it was extremely easy to damage. The more Chu Huaishu listened, the more something felt wrong. But he looked down at the sword sheath in his hand, hesitating to speak. "Are you trying to say that the sword sheath in your hand is no mortal item, but a spiritual artifact?" "Yes, that is this disciple's meaning," Chu Huaishu replied. Li Chunsong smiled at him, then waved his hand. How can an ordinary cultivator like you and me understand the realm of the Tao ancestor? I can tell you very clearly that the sword sheath in your hand is the standard issue sword sheath of the gentleman temple. There is nothing special about it. It is just made from a most ordinary black wood, without using any heavenly materials or earthly treasures, nor has it been refined through any artifact refining methods. It was just with the Tao ancestor for too long. Over time, it naturally became a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. Chu Huaishu listened to Li Chunsong's words, his head buzzing. Ordinary black wood, without any artifact refining methods, just because the Tao ancestor had carried it with him since he was a young Taoist priest. And then it became a supreme-grade spiritual artifact? Seeing his shocked expression, Li Chunsong was very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. The world says that rotten wood cannot be carved. But his esteemed Tao ancestor was, after all, extraordinary. The blackwood used for this sword sheath was merely 10-year-old blackwood, not even 100 years old. Such a mortal item is vastly different from the heavenly materials and earthly treasures used to refine spiritual artifacts. But it just so happened to become a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. At this point, the Tao Gate higher up began his routine sword sect bashing. Li Chunsong said in a scornful tone, "The people of the sword sect are shameless, daring to compare their first-generation sword venerable to the Tao ancestor. A feat that steals from creation itself like this. Could the first-generation sword venerable do it? That is absolutely impossible." Li Chunsong raised his head, an expression of sharing in the glory on his face. Chu Huaishu nodded repeatedly from the side, expressing his affirmation. The Tao Gate and the sword sect did not get along on many fronts. Routine sword sect bashing was a traditional showpiece of the Tao Gate. He was not surprised by this. In fact, the Tao Gate players and the sword sect players in borrowing a sword also disliked each other due to their sect's atmosphere. Fighting was the norm, and they would start flaming each other on the forums at the drop of a hat. As for whether what Li Chunsong said was true, or if it had been somewhat exaggerated over the 1,000 years, that was no longer important. Whether the sword sheath was refined using artifact refining methods is secondary. Just the fact that immortal material, reached the grade of supreme grade spiritual artifact is scary enough, Chu Huaishu thought. There was probably some mystery to it. But at this moment, he actually felt a sense of yearning. Since we both practice the Tao Classic, is it possible for me to reach this level in the future as well? Just imagining it made his heart soar. Seeing his expression, Li Chunsong felt that all his goals had been achieved. He looked down at the sword sheath and asked, "Do you want to bind it with your blood now, to make it your life-bound spiritual artifact? I can act as your guardian." How could Chu Huaishu possibly be willing? He hadn't even had a chance to study that black bead in detail yet. At this moment, he would naturally not be so rash as to bind it with his blood and decide on his life-bound item. Thank you for the elder's kind intentions, but this disciple has one more thing he wishes to do right now, and I don't know if it's against the rules, Chu Huaishu said with extreme politeness. "Oh, let's hear it," Li Chunsong said with a smile. "This is my treasure who wins every bet for me. If I were a sword cultivator and also had Swordhar enlightenment, I would have fought with the 7th martial sister for this disciple. The only reason I'm not fighting for him is because I'm afraid of misleading the younger generation." In his eyes, as long as what Chu Huaishu wanted to do next was not too outrageous, he would agree to it all. As it turned out, the kid slapped his storage token and took out another charred black pass token. Li Chunsong was stunned on the spot. "How do you have another one?" Chu Huaishu replied with an honest face. "Sixth Elder, have you perhaps forgotten? The pass token this disciple used before was personally bestowed by the sect master, and it was you who handed it to me." Li Chunsong was speechless. "I know, I'm talking about this. He could feel that this kid was a bit greedy. He could naturally guess where the second wooden token had come from. It must have been exchanged for after breaking through with a heaven-grade technique within 3 days. All the past tokens were mostly kept in the outer sect's disciples' courtyard. But Spirit Storing Mountain was, after all, a vital place for the Tao Gate, so just having the wooden token was useless. One still needed to register at the Spirit Storing Courtyard at the foot of the mountain, which was equivalent to multiple layers of approval. But the matter of the sect master personally bestowing a wooden token, let alone the outer sect's disciples' courtyard, not even the staff on duty at the Spirit Storing Courtyard knew about it, nor did they have the authority to know. This kid was exploiting a loophole. In fact, if everyone were strangers and you pulled a little clever trick, it would give a very bad first impression. But if everyone was already familiar and the other party already admired and valued you, then would be relatively better. Some people might even find this child interesting. Of course, this varied from person to person. It was because the person before him was a deadbeat gambler that Chu Huaishu felt he was the best person to ask. If it were that renowned law enforcement elder, he might not have dared. Li Chunsong looked at him, thought for a moment, and said, "The wooden token given to you before was indeed specially approved under special circumstances. It doesn't count as breaking the rules. Your second wooden token was indeed also obtained within the rules. It can only be used by you yourself. It would indeed be a waste not to use it. It's just that when a disciple of the sect ascends Spirit Storing Mountain, one can only take one spiritual artifact. This is a sect rule that must be obeyed. No one can be an exception. The fated opportunity, there is only this one time. Once you bring a spiritual artifact down the mountain, there is no chance for regret. You've already taken the Tao ancestors' sword sheath on this trip up the mountain. What's the benefit of ascending again?" Hearing this, Chu Huaishu looked up at the summit of Spirit Storing Mountain. This disciple wants to go to the summit again. His gaze was firm. Li Chunsong was about to speak when the sect master's sound transmission came to his ear. "Let him go," Xiang Yin instructed. Hearing this, the sixth elder could only say, "All right, then you can go." It was just that before Chu Huaishu ascended the mountain again, he didn't forget to give him a reminder. "Remember, don't force yourself. Be careful." "Thank you, Elder," Chu Huaishu said, turning back and thanking him sincerely. Immediately after, he stepped onto the stone steps. The second time he ascended the mountain, the look in his eyes was completely different from the first. Spirit Storing Mountain, the summit area. Han Shuangjiang looked at the partridge sky. Before her, and could feel the pull between it and herself. "This is a supreme-grade spiritual artifact," she said, reaching out to touch it. Along the way, she had also triggered many spiritual swords. But as the young woman with the strong female lead script in borrowing a sword, she naturally had her own ambitions. But the grade of partridge sky was already the highest on the mountain. Any higher, and it would only be that sword of the Tao ancestor. From the various strange situations before, she actually had a suspicion. Is that dead fox heading for that sword? To be honest, the partridge sky, before her, she was very fond of it. Besides being precious, its design was also so beautiful, and it emitted waves of cold energy, which secretly matched her profound physique. Although there were definitely many more spiritual artifacts on the stone steps ahead, Han Shuangjiang felt that the sword before her was probably her best choice. This feeling of perfect compatibility was as if it had been forged for her. With a light touch of her fingertip, she saw this supreme-grade spiritual sword actually tremble lightly twice. Although the trembling was extremely slight, Han Shuangjiang still felt a sense of joy in her heart. Is it showing affection to me? Ultimately, the big ice cube was still a young woman. She suddenly felt that this sword was quite cute and liked it even more in her heart. This is the one. Han Shuangjiang was the type of person who, once she had decided, would not have any more wavering in her heart. The young woman extended her slender, jade-like hand and grabbed the longsword. Her left hand was on the pass token, preparing to crush it. The moment Han Shuangjiang exerted force, she suddenly heard a loud commotion from behind. The charred black wooden token cracked in her hand. She turned her head in surprise and saw Chu Huaishu, in his black robe, running up from below. With his astonishing physical strength and the fact that the surrounding spiritual pressure had no effect on him, he was running incredibly fast, his speed astonishing. The black robe rustled in the air. In his pair of dark eyes, a fire seemed to be burning. He stared fixedly in the direction of the summit, a resoluteness in his eyes, until the two of them met on the mountain like this. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the young man and woman. "You haven't left yet? How can you still be on the mountain?" The two of them blurted out at the same time. Immediately after, an anomaly began to occur. The partridge sky in Han Shuangjiang's hand, after Chu Huaishu gradually approached, once again fell into its previous mode and began to tremble wildly. The blade inside the sheath, just like last time, came out by about a finger's width. Han Shuangjiang even felt that it was slightly out of her control in her hand. She immediately sensed that this sword, which she had regarded as a perfect match for herself, as if it had been made for her, actually wanted to go to him. The young woman pursed her lips, and a very strange emotion grew in her heart. The broken wooden token in her left hand, at this moment, finally shattered completely. She had actually stopped using force after seeing Chu Huaishu. But the cracks that had formed before had not stopped spreading. The teleportation formation was thus created. Chu Huaishu, who was rushing towards the summit, thus passed by Han Shuangjiang. As the dead fox passed her, he even frowned and looked at the excited spiritual sword in the big ice cube's hand and scolded it. These words, when they fell into the big ice cube's ears, were especially jarring. It was as if this sword in her hand, which was clean and translucent and had an air of purity, had become somewhat dirty. What he had said to Partridge Sky was, "Be good, don't make a fuss." At the foot of Spirit Storing Mountain, Han Shuangjiang was safely teleported down. She had a blank expression and looked around. Li Chansong was still waiting here. After seeing the young woman, he nodded repeatedly. "Not bad, not bad. The Partridge Sky, forged from 9 heavens profound, ice heavenly crystal stone, is indeed the most suitable for you. You've chosen the most suitable sword for yourself," he praised. But Han Shuangjiang looked at the sword, which was no longer trembling wildly, and the joy of her harvest was reduced by half. Clearly I got the most suitable spiritual artifact for myself. But why? The big ice cube looked at the summit, her eyes growing more and more blank, her heart feeling stranger and stranger. And on the other side, Chu Huaishu had already rushed to the last 10 steps in one go. He first looked down at his own robes. He looked at the dust and dirt, at the bloodstains on his sleeves. His eyes grew colder and colder, a nameless fire burning in his heart. In his sea of consciousness, the recovered little black sword also became spirited again. "You're very unhappy too, right?" he muttered to himself. The little black sword conveyed its will to him. "All right then," Chu Huaishu grinned. He fiercely stepped onto the 10th to last stone step. The terrifying spiritual pressure assaulted him again, exactly the same as before. The only difference was that the arrogant and unruly demonic sword seemed not to have expected that he would dare to return. "You brat! How dare you?" Was this not a provocation? The bronze sword became enraged again. Its anger at this moment reached the same level as the sudden anger on that night. In an instant, the entire mountain began to tremble along with it, as if there were another earthquake. Seeing this scene, Chu Huaishu had a faint guess in his heart. "So, the earthquake that night was probably because of you two?" This sword was locked on the mountain. It used its own power to collide with the restrictions on the mountain, yet it could still pull the entire mountain, triggering such a terrifying scene. Such a great power was shocking. But Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened. Boulders were rolling down around him, but he was not afraid at all and continued to step upwards. As long as it can't completely break through the restrictions, then it's just a bit more grandiose. He was fearless. The overwhelming spiritual pressure descended from the sky, creating a top-down pressure, wanting him to submit, wanting him to kneel. Even though he had already broken through to the second heaven of the first realm, this terrifying spiritual pressure still brought immense pressure. This was not something that could be compensated for by such a small realm. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, sometimes even twitching. He clenched his fists tightly, his fingernails once again digging into his flesh. Despite this, Chu Huaishu was the same as last time, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at the summit, his spine still straight. After a roar, he took another step up. As he had wished, the same system prompt as before sounded in his ear again. "Ding! It has been detected that you have triggered the passive quest, Sword Spirit's Pressure." After hearing the system prompt, Chu Huaishu was completely satisfied. One of the reasons he had ascended Spirit Storing Mountain again was to see if this passive quest could be repeatedly triggered. There was no helping it. Who told this bronze sword to be of such a high rank? The higher its rank, based on his understanding of borrowing a sword, the greater the probability of re-triggering the quest. "I just don't know if the quest reward will be reduced," he thought. For Chu Huaishu, his greed was not mainly focused on the experience points, but on that one random special attribute point. 30,000 experience points, for him in the first realm, was indeed a huge sum. But compared to a random attribute point, it was nothing. Therefore, he had rushed up the mountain in such a hurry, not even glancing at the spiritual artifacts by the roadside. According to the sect rules, one person could only get one spiritual artifact, not one per trip up the mountain. With the help of that black bead, he had already gotten a buy one, get one free. In this aspect, he was already content. With the quest in hand, Chu Huaishu's motivation grew even stronger. As he walked up, step by step, the shaking of the entire spirit-storing mountain grew more and more violent. This heaven-shaking power left Han Shuangjiang at the foot of the mountain completely dumbfounded. She never would have thought that a sword could achieve such a feat. And Chu Huaishu, who was truly being oppressed by its spiritual pressure, had a look of pure determination in his eyes. If it could break through the Tao Ancestor's seal, it probably would have done so in this 1,000 years. Making a scene here against the seal is just a bluff. It only looks fierce. A hint of mockery appeared on his face. Or should I say, you're in an incompetent rage right now. On both sides of the stone steps, more and more heavy objects began to roll down due to the earthquake. The earth in some places even cracked. The spiritual artifacts on a mountain were all protected by formations, so they wouldn't fall down the mountain. After being displaced, they would be restored by the formations. However, at this moment, It wasn't just the sword spirits that were feeling panicked on the mountain. The vast majority of artifact spirits began to feel afraid, because they could also faintly feel the terrifying spiritual pressure from the summit. All the spiritual artifacts began to tremble. Even the partridge sky at the foot of the mountain was the same. However, as Han Shuangjiang looked down at it, she felt that it seemed somewhat conflicted. It seems to be afraid of the sword on the mountain, but it also kind of wants to go, help the dead fox? The big ice cube was now completely convinced. She was already certain that if Partridge Sky were to choose between the two of them, it would unhesitatingly throw itself into the arms of that dead fox. Despite this, the cold-faced girl still turned to look at Li Chunsong, a hint of worry on her face, and asked, "Sixth Elder, will he really be all right like this?" Li Chunsong shook his head, signaling that there was no need to worry. But his next sentence didn't provide much comfort either. If the Tao Ancestor seal can still hold this sword, then Chu Huaishu should be in no danger of his life. If the seal can't hold the sword, then it's meaningless no matter who goes to help him. Up until now, no one knew what Chu Huaishu had gone up the mountain to do. No one could figure out his purpose. Only Han Shuangjiang could faintly guess some of it, because when Chu Huaishu had passed her, she had seen the raging fire of anger in his eyes. He actually feels angry towards that sword. He actually dares to feel angry towards that sword. The big ice cube realized that she had still somewhat underestimated his courage and spirit. With a roar, Chu Huaishu stepped onto the last stone step and arrived at the summit of Spirit Storing Mountain. The wind at the summit was still just as boisterous, because there were only 4 stone pillars here and a huge stone tablet with the 2 words "gentleman" written on it. It couldn't block the surrounding wind at all. Chu Huaishu was in a wretched state, once again bleeding from his 7 orifices. Leveling up once is still not enough, he thought. At this moment, he wanted to raise his sleeve to wipe the bloodstains from his face, but even such a simple action required the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers. As a result, he ended up smearing his face, forcing him to wipe it again. That bronze sword was still hovering high above, looking down on him. Chu Huaishu now understood a little why the sword venerables of every generation from the sword sect had to come up the mountain to ask about the sword. And every one of them, even if they lost, would come again after becoming stronger. Because it's really asking for it. That undisguised arrogance and contempt were about to overflow. It still wanted Chu Huaishu to submit to it. Although, due to the influence of the heavy restrictions, it could only release this level of spiritual pressure, unable to directly make him kneel or even prostrate himself on the ground. However, seeing his appearance of bleeding from his 7 orifices, seeing him covered in wretched dust, seeing this overwhelmed physical body of his, the sword felt delighted. He had the same power as that person. The bronze sword was able to get a revenge-like pleasure. Chu Huaishu, enveloped in the spiritual pressure, took a deep breath. He stared straight at the sword, his eyes bloodshot, and muttered to himself. Still going, he asked his heart sword. In his sea of consciousness, the little black sword conveyed its will. A 6 sword, pressing ever forward. Chu Huaishu struggled to walk forward, his fingertips reaching out to touch the hovering bronze sword. The next moment, he was indeed sent flying again. This time, he was sent flying even farther and higher, and he fell even harder. Bang! He landed on his back. Despite this, there was a smile on Chu Huaishu's face, but because his features were twisted, his smile was a bit ugly. Being sent flying farther was naturally not because the bronze sword was stronger. It was because he and his heart sword were stronger, so the degree of repulsion was greater. In addition, a system prompt sounded again in Chu Huaishu's ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the quest, Sword Spirit's Pressure. The group of Tao Gate higher-ups in the main hall was now completely clueless. This sword attendant, as mentioned in the Tao Ancestor's prophecy, didn't seem to have any intention of attending the sword. In fact, his personal will was running in the opposite direction. Sect Master Xiang Yin had originally thought that if Chu Huaishu could really take this sword on his second trip up the mountain and fulfill the Tao Ancestor's prophecy, Then even if this matter did not comply with the rules of Spirit Storing Mountain, he would make an exception and allow it. But now, it seemed they were as incompatible as fire and water. Sure enough, the Chu Huaishu on the mountain struggled to his feet. Since his transmigration, he had never been as wretched as he was today. And as for what kind of person he was, the corpse of Shui Hu from the constabulary, who had died on that rainy night, perhaps understood best. Chu Huaishu stared at this sword and said, "I really have to thank you. I just broke through to the first layer of my realm a moment ago." His voice was hoarse and a little slurred. But these words, to the bronze sword that wanted to kill him, were naturally not pleasing. The entire spirit-storing mountain was still shaking. I don't know if you've made any progress in the 1,000 years you've been sealed on the mountain. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire mountain shook even more violently. This ant actually dared to speak so impertinently, to provoke it like this. Chu Huaishu, standing on the trembling summit, fiercely took a step forward. The next moment, his skin still split open in various places, and a large number of welts appeared on his body. But the spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to surge towards him like crazy. His aura was constantly rising. Although under the influence of the spiritual pressure, the pain in various parts of his body became more and more intense. His entire black robe was soaked through with sweat and blood. Ascending the mountain again, he broke through another realm. In one step, he entered the third heaven of the first realm. Chu Huaishu knew very well that although this sword had not progressed an inch in 1,000 years, it was still the strongest in the world after the Tao ancestors' passing. When it saw him break through on the spot, it would only think that this was another new provocation, but an ant was still an ant. The second layer of the first realm and the third layer of the first realm were still incomparably weak. But he still chose to do so, because Chu Huaishu knew very well how much this sword hated the Tao ancestor. Then let me show you how a power that comes from the same source as the Tao ancestors is born and grows strong within my body. The bronze sword hovered in midair, watching as one gash after another opened on Chu Huaishu's body, and then recovered at an astonishing self-healing speed. Just like that Taoist priest. In an instant, the trembling of spirit-storing mountain became even more violent, as if the sky were about to collapse and the earth to split apart. The man and the sword thus faced each other for a long time. Chu Huaishu quietly felt the recovery of his physical body, felt his realm gradually stabilize. This time, he stayed at the summit for even longer than last time. He turned his gaze to the huge stone tablet next to the bronze sword. At the very top of the stone tablet were carved two large characters, gentlemen. At the base of this stone tablet was a groove, and inside it was a carving knife. The densely packed small characters at the bottom of the stone tablet were all added by later generations, probably carved with this carving knife. Some of the words were carved by Tao Gate disciples who had entered the Gentleman Temple. Some of the words came from the hands of the sword venerables who had come here to ask about the sword. These texts had no pattern. Some had carved what they wanted to say. Others had simply used the two characters, gentleman, at the top to form a new phrase. Like the previous generation's sword venerable, who had come up the mountain to ask about the sword, had carved four characters on the stone tablet. A gentleman does not lose. Later, that little martial uncle of the Tao Gate had also come up the mountain to ask about the sword. After being defeated, he had carved behind these four characters, but he did lose. Quite the prank. The contemporary sword venerable of the sword sect had also come to ask about the sword 3 years ago. After being defeated, he had held the carving knife and stood before this stone tablet. But in the end, he wrote nothing. Chu Huaishu, enveloped in the spiritual pressure, struggled to walk to the side of the stone tablet, then took the carving knife that was placed in the groove at the base. This action made all the Tao Gate higher-ups stunned for a moment. But this did not count as breaking the rules. Anyone who could reach the summit had the right to carve words here. What is he going to carve? Chu Yining couldn't help but ask. It seems he's going to add to the gentleman's steel. Nangon Yu also said. Today's Chu Huaishu, his black robe soaked in blood, she could barely stand to look. Everyone was like them, somewhat curious in their hearts. As it turned out, because of the spiritual pressure, Chu Huaishu's hand holding the carving knife would twitch from time to time. He couldn't hold it steady, nor could he write steadily. Therefore, every character he carved was incredibly ugly, like a chicken's scratchings, somewhat laughable. Chu Huaishu carved very, very slowly. Just standing here straight required all his strength, let alone holding a carving knife and carving words. Later on, he simply gripped the carving knife with both hands. Only then could he barely carve clearly, to make the few words vaguely recognizable. After a long while, Chu Huaishu finally left 8 characters on the stone tablet. It was a sentence that did not exist in the Xianhuang realm. It came from the Guanzi, T/N, an ancient Chinese political and philosophical text. Everything he had encountered today was all thanks to this sword. The group of Dao Gate higher-ups just watched as this person, whom they had identified as the sword attendant, wrote down such a sentence, carving it onto the gentleman's steel. At this moment, the young man seemed to have found an outlet. He used his extremely hoarse voice at the loudest volume, as if in a frenzy, to shout out this sentence. The sound echoed at the summit of Spirit Storing Mountain, as if it would not disperse in the high heavens, as if it could reach the ears of the gods. A gentleman uses things. He is not used by things. Using the last of his strength, Chu Huaishu fiercely threw the carving knife to the ground, then crushed the pass token at his waist. Inside the Dao Gate's main hall, there was dead silence. The scene before them had exceeded everyone's expectations. Could this still be a sword attendant? After a good while, the squinty-eyed 5th elder, Zhao Shuqi, couldn't help but speak, repeating the phrase. A gentleman uses things. He is not used by things? Clearly, the same sentence, when spoken by him, had a different tone from Chu Huaishu's hysterical roar. Waves began to stir in the hearts of this group of profoundly cultivated great cultivators. On the gentleman's steel on Spirit Storing Mountain, right next to that peerless sword, such a sentence had appeared. Although the characters on the steel were so ugly, they had read it over and over again with their spiritual sense, and the waves in their hearts still would not cease. Could it be that little martial uncle really did find the wrong person? Could this really be the sword attendant mentioned in the Tao ancestors' prophecy? Even the law enforcement elder, Lu Pan, couldn't help but speak up, raising his doubts. That's right. This is completely running in the opposite direction. Nangong, you replied. She had been so shocked just now that her own mountains had trembled just like Spirit Storing Mountain. Shui Nin was bold and dared to say anything. It's hard to say right now. In any case, the current situation is either the Tao ancestor was wrong or the little martial uncle was wrong. The others did not dare to respond to her words. And so, what greeted her was another sentence from the law enforcement elder. Little Marshall's sister, watch your words. The old in years but young in looks girl pouted, snorted softly, and thought, fine, I won't speak. A gentleman uses things. He is not used by things. The sect master Xiang Yin kept repeating this sentence in a low voice. After a good while, Xiang Yin couldn't help but speak softly, questioning his own heart. Perhaps we really shouldn't place all our hopes for salvation on a single sword. What's more, it was a demonic sword. As soon as these words were spoken, the Dao Gate's main hall once again fell into a long silence. At the foot of Spirit Storing Mountain, Li Chuansong's eyes sharpened, and he was speechless for a long time. Chu Huaishu was teleported down by the teleportation formation. The moment he landed, he felt the world spin, and his vision went black. Although he had just leveled up, he had been under the spiritual pressure for too long and had even endured the pressure to carve words. Now, with a moment of relaxation, he was on the verge of collapse. The 6th elder flicked his sleeve and said, "Rest for a while." A cool, profound stream of air washed over him, and Chu Huaishu fell into a deep sleep. His condition is so poor, yet he could still hold on. This kid's Tao heart is truly as firm as a rock. He's very stubborn, he exclaimed. Enveloped in spiritual power, Chu Huaishu was gently laid down. Han Shuangjiang immediately went over to check his condition, squatting down beside him. She looked up and asked, "Sixth Elder, is he all right?" Amen. His self-healing ability is very strange. He'll be fine after a little rest, he said. This fellow, who had just been calling it a demonic art, immediately changed his tune and began to praise it vigorously, as expected of the Tao classic passed down by the Tao ancestor. This left the big ice cube stunned. She said in her heart, "The Tao classic has this kind of effect? How come I've never heard of it?" Although everyone used the four words impartial, moderate, and peaceful to describe the Tao classic, they all knew very well that this technique was actually very ordinary. Li Chunsong looked down at Chu Huaishu and couldn't help but remark, "Shuangjiang, do you know what words this kid carved on the gentleman's steel after he climbed to the summit?" "This disciple does not know. I hope the elder will inform me," she immediately said, filled with curiosity. The sixth elder's voice deepened. "A gentleman uses things. He is not used by things." Han Shuangjiang seemed to have understood some of it, but she was still a bit bewildered. Li Chunsong smiled at her and said, "The sword left behind by the Tao ancestor on the mountain wanted to control him. He could have obtained a part of its power if he had just taken it, but he was unwilling." The big ice cube now completely understood. She couldn't help but lower her eyes slightly and took a deep look at the unconscious Chu Huaishu. For some reason, she thought, he is the kind of person who would do such a thing. Asking her own heart, she couldn't have done it. If she had the chance to be chosen by the sword, she also wouldn't want to become the sword's slave. Because Han Shuangjiang's original intention for cultivating was to control her own destiny. But to act with such youthful arrogance like Chu Huaishu, she was afraid she couldn't do it. At this thought, the cool-tempered young woman suddenly felt a little like smiling. So it was for this that he rushed up the mountain in such a hurry. "You really are vengeful over the smallest slight," she thought. Li Chunsong glanced at the pair of young man and woman and said, "I'll send you two back first. You can look after him for a while." "Yes, sixth elder." Han Shuangjiang accepted the order. She was already a little used to taking care of this dead fox. As for this gambler, he knew that he should now return to the main hall to discuss important matters with everyone. Of course, before that, he had to collect all the winnings from his bet. As dusk fell and night closed in, Chu Huaishu slowly woke up in his own bedroom. The big ice cube was sitting at the wooden table, playing with Partridge Sky, like a young girl playing with her new toy, sometimes touching it here, sometimes drawing the sword from its sheath. Seeing him wake up, she immediately put down the spiritual sword, as if nothing had happened. After Li Chunsong had sent them back, he had even acted as a guardian for Han Shuangjiang for a while, watching her bind Partridge Sky with her blood and, using a life-bound technique, turn it into her life-bound magic treasure. After recognizing its master, the spiritual sword was no longer as fawning as it had been on the mountain. "You're awake. You must be hungry. Should I go and cook now?" The cool young woman immediately stood up and said, "Amen. I'm really tired and hungry," Chu Huaishu replied. "All right, I'll go now." Han Shuangjiang immediately walked out of the bedroom. Chu Huaishu looked at her slender back. He never would have thought that the strong female lead with the strong female lead script in borrowing a sword was actually quite the virtuous wife and good mother type. He sat down cross-legged and first glanced outside the hut. Why is that dead kid still in the cold pool? Another day has passed, and he still hasn't come out? I should find some time to check. He hasn't died in the secret realm, has he? What kind of bullshit constitution is this? How can he absorb body-tempering liquid for so many days? Is there no limit? After a bout of intense envy, Chu Huaishu first opened his character panel to take stock of his gains from this trip. 2 quests, a total of 60,000 experience points. The second one wasn't docked. The value is the same. It's just that leveling up twice cost nearly 18,000, so I still have over 42,000 left. I won't continue leveling up tonight. It's too torturous. Chu Huaishu decided to take a breather and not push himself too hard. In this situation, if he still raced against time to level up, he would suspect that his own kinks had changed, that he had been properly trained by the sword tempering art and the Tao Classic. He continued to look at the character panel, his gaze falling on the random attribute point. Thank goodness, thank goodness. The second time I took the quest, it also rewarded an attribute point. Chu Huaishu was even beginning to feel regretful because he couldn't find a chance to go up the mountain again. He still wanted to farm it. If I have a chance in the future, then I'll go a few more times, he thought. However, based on his understanding of the quest system, it probably wasn't something that could be infinitely farmed. There was likely an upper limit to the rewards. At this moment, Chu Huaishu, imitating the deadbeat gambler Li Chun song, began to rub his hands frantically. Lottery time, lottery time. He was in a great mood, sweeping away the gloom from the mountain. The familiar large roulette wheel appeared before his eyes. Chu Huaishu's mentality was very good. He was only in the first realm now, and all his attributes were still very low. It was fine no matter what he got. He needed everything. He could accept it all. The large roulette wheel began to spin. The pointer eventually landed on comprehension. Oh ho, it's actually comprehension. Not bad, not bad. Time to grow a brain, he teased himself. Comprehension was equally important to him. If he didn't raise it, he wouldn't have the authority to learn many high-grade skills, and even if he learned them, he wouldn't be able to continue leveling them up. Looking at it this way, 10,000 Swords Return to the Origin is the weirdest one. It's the only heaven-grade art that doesn't have a comprehension threshold. It just requires a damn gamble of 1 million experience points. TSK, the more I look at it, the more it looks like a scam by the system. But this also fits its characteristics. After all, 1,000 years have passed, and no one has figured out exactly how to learn it. Speaking of which, at the moment, comprehension was indeed a pressing need for Chu Huaishu. The higher the comprehension, the less experience it costs to learn and level up skills. I haven't learned any skills yet, so I can save a bit. Good thing I wasn't in a hurry before. He silently gave himself a thumbs up. Immediately after, Chu Huaishu began to rub his hands again. Comprehension, too, is enough for now. Physique, give it to me. Clearly, he had already started to throw caution to the wind. Since he was already cultivating both internally and externally and had walked the path of body tempering. What else could he do? Of course, he had a stack physique. But soon, Chu Huaishu's gaze sharpened, and his breath even caught his throat. No way, did I hit the jackpot today? The pointer had landed on the smallest area on the large roulette wheel. This was the spirit embryo attribute. A divine power began to grow within his body. Chu Huaishu quickly calmed his mind, allowed himself to enter a state of meditation, and then observed his spirit embryo secret depository and the little black sword in his sea of consciousness. A warm current was generated in his body, somewhat similar to when he had swallowed the profound heaven embryonic breath pill. They first surged towards Chu Huaishu's limbs and bones, and then all surged into the spirit embryo secret depository. After the warm current was completely absorbed, he suddenly felt his spirits lift. The little black sword in his sea of consciousness, although it was still a sick sword, seemed to be in a slightly better state. This made Chu Huaishu feel a little regretful. If I could go up the mountain now, I could definitely carve those 8 characters on the gentleman steel more beautifully. In addition, the spiritual pressure from the bronze sword would definitely be much weaker. I could 100% withstand it better. After letting out a long breath, he got up from the bed, his mood joyous. Chu Huaishu was becoming more and more aware of the terror of the heart sword. This would be one of his greatest reliances at the moment. Tonight, he had finally shed the 4 words low-grade spirit embryo. The heart sword spirit embryo had reached the mid-grade. The moon was bright, the stars were few. The crows and magpies flew south. Outside the bamboo hut, Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang sat across from each other eating. He was like a very appreciative regular customer, his appetite as good as a rice bucket's. The two of them, as if making small talk, recounted their experiences on Spirit Storm Mountain that day. Listening to Han Shuangjiang's account, Chu Huaishu understood that she had been conflicted several times on her way up the mountain. Along the way, quite a few artifact spirits had chosen her, among which were even high-grade and supreme-grade spiritual artifacts. Unlike Chu Huaishu, where apart from the sword spirits, only that jade pendant related to body tempering had extended an olive branch to him. but he had acted like a scumbag, telling it to be patient, and then on his second trip up the mountain, hadn't even given it a second glance. There was no helping it. He no longer had the right to choose a spiritual artifact. One person could only take one. Looking would only make him feel worse. It's fine. Partridge Sky is the most suitable for you, Chu Huaishu said, shoveling rice into his mouth. Han Shuangjiang nodded. She naturally agreed with this point, but she still couldn't help but ask. The first time you went up the mountain, it also chose you, right? Chu Huaishu served himself some food and said very frankly, "You're asking the obvious." He quickly added, and it was unclear if he was comforting her, "You don't have to worry too much about it. Of all the spiritual swords on this mountain, which sword spirit didn't choose me? The other sword spirits were much more excited to see me than it was," he said with a smug expression. The big ice cube nodded. Although she still felt it was a bit strange in her heart, it wasn't good for her to say anything. Now that Partridge Sky had recognized its master, she and the sword spirit felt a sense of intimacy. She didn't want to get hung up on such minor details anymore. What else could she do? Forgive it, of course. At this moment, the cold-faced girl asked, "What you got was the Tao Ancestor's sword sheath." Amen, Chu Huaishi nodded. He didn't mention the black bead to her, because that did not comply with the rules of Spirit Story Mountain. He had already decided long ago that the spiritual artifact on the surface would be the sword sheath. What's its name? The big ice cube was very curious. It seems it doesn't have a name. Chu Huaishu was a little uncertain. A sword like Han Shuangjiang's Partridge Sky had its name carved on the blade. This wooden sword sheath only had some simple, ancient patterns and no carved words. Even when Li Chunsong had told him the story about the sword sheath, he hadn't mentioned its name. This sword sheath was originally a set with a wooden sword, the standard issue sword of the Gentleman Temple. I guess it might be called the Gentleman's Sword? Chu Huaishu said, also just guessing wildly. So, it might be called the Gentleman's Sheath, he said with a smile. However, he didn't really like the 3 words Gentleman's Sword. It reminded him of Yu Buchuan from The Smiling, Proud Wanderer. Therefore, he was just talking nonsense just now. He suspected it didn't have a name at all. Otherwise, the Tao Gate should have had a record of it. This made him suddenly think, does the Tao Ancestor seem to be very lazy when it comes to naming things? The cultivation technique he cultivated also had no name. Later generations had respectfully called it the Tao Classic. The sword sheath he had always carried with him also had no name, so that later generations, when telling its story, could only call it the sword sheath. Even the bronze sword that he had suppressed on the mountain actually had no name. Everyone habitually called it the Tao Ancestor's Sword. Since that ugly sword is called the Tao Ancestor's Sword, then this sheath of mine definitely can't be called the Tao Ancestor's Sheath. Because the charity god of gamblers said they aren't a pair. Who wants to have a couple's name with that ugly monster? This sheath of mine is clearly elegant. Chu Huaishi thought. He served himself a piece of meat. After a large mouthful of rice, he subconsciously poked his rice twice with his chopsticks. Big Ice Cube, tell me, although this sword sheath is an esteemed relic of the Tao Ancestor, I am its new master now. It's not too much to give it a name, right? It shouldn't be too presumptuous, right? He asked Han Shuangjiang. How am I supposed to answer that? The cold-faced girl's face was frosty. She resolutely refused to take the blame. If you want to name it, then name it. What are you consulting me for? How would I know? Hearing this, Chu Huaishu smiled slightly, his gaze lingering on the Partridge Sky on the table. He continued on his own. Many of the spiritual artifacts in the Tao Gate are named after poetry meter titles. Because the life-bound magic treasures of the Tao Ancestors' 10 true disciples were all named in this format. It seems the names were all casually flipped to in a book by the Tao Ancestor. Then this sheath of mine was originally the Tao Ancestors. Why don't I also name it after a poetry meter title? Chu Huaishu felt this was also reasonable. Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang looked at him without a word, waiting for him to say the name. Chu Huaishu put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked in the direction of Spirit Story Mountain. Today, that sword on the mountain caused such a great storm. In the future, let's call it calming the storm, he said, his words full of meaning. After the meal, Han Shuangjiang went to wash the dishes. Chu Huaishu returned to the bamboo hut and stood in front of Su Ziqing's room, a little troubled. He had run out of clean outer robes. Previously, he had hung all his dirty clothes on the youth's door. When he saw them upon his return, he would naturally go and wash them. Now, the one he was wearing was really too dirty. He still had one clean inner shirt left. Tomorrow, he would have to choose the least dirty one from among the dirty outer robes. If the sect master and the elders don't come looking for me tomorrow, then I'll go to the cold pool and check on him. How can he cultivate all the time? He should come out for a breath of fresh air once in a while and wash his senior brother's clothes before going back. So young and so insensible. He decided to give him a stern lecture tomorrow. After returning to his own room, Chu Huaishu sat down on the meditation cushion and took out, calming the storm, from his storage token. The life-bound spiritual artifacts of many cultivators were a bit like Pikachu from Pokemon. All the other magical creatures were willing to stay in their Pokeballs, but Pikachu refused to go in. A life-bound spiritual artifact was often like this. Other magic treasures mostly just contained spirituality, but a life-bound spiritual artifact was one that had been nurtured to have a mature artifact spirit. With intelligence, things naturally became more troublesome. At this moment, Chu Huaishu's large hand slowly stroked the sheath made of black wood. When his palm touched that black bead, he felt as if the spiritual power in his body was being pulled again. The sword sheath is a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, but this bead, I can't see anything about it. Even if I use information probe, the feedback from the system is a series of question marks, he thought. In fact, it wasn't out of the question for him to bind the sword sheath with his blood and make it his life-bound item. It was a supreme-grade spiritual artifact. After all, its grade was already high enough. When he had played borrowing a sword, he had never possessed a magic treasure of this level. In the entire Xianwang realm, spiritual artifacts of this level were rare. The number of supreme-grade spiritual artifacts in the hands of players in the Eastern continent could be counted on one hand. However, this bead is a little too magical, Chu Huaishu thought. In his perception, it was this bead that had chosen him, not the sword sheath. Calming the storm was purely dragged down along with this bead. It was a free gift. Therefore, even though this black bead was very mysterious, his heart was still extremely conflicted, and he was more inclined to make this bead his life-bound item. It drained the spiritual power from my body, and then it broke the seal on the sword sheath. So is it a key? Or is it that the spiritual power of the Tao Classic is the key? Chu Huaishu couldn't get an answer for the time being. What made him even more helpless was that this bead seemed a bit like a dead object. On the sword sheath, he could still feel a few wisps of spirituality. Although it hadn't condensed into an artifact spirit, the spirituality was there. A spiritual artifact was a spiritual artifact. The emphasis was on the word spirit, but on the bead, he couldn't feel anything at all. If it weren't for that pull in the unseen world, he would really have thought that this was a dead object, not a spiritual artifact. Perhaps it is for this reason that the predecessors of the Tao Gate didn't see anything. Chu Huaishu guessed in his heart. When I brought it down the mountain, it was equivalent to the seals on the stone platform being lifted. Without the seals, the charity god of gamblers didn't even notice this bead, only paying attention to the sword sheath. He began to let the system make a judgment. A player without a life-bound magic treasure only needed to hold an ownerless object with both hands and stare at it for 10 seconds, and the system would pop up a prompt. Do you wish for this to become your life-bound spiritual artifact? For Chu Huaishu, this auxiliary function had two benefits. First, it would let him know, in the system's judgment, did this bead count as a spiritual artifact? Second, it was to conceal this matter. The simplest way for a cultivator to claim a life-bound spiritual artifact was to bind it with their blood, and then use a wisp of spiritual sense as a guide to leave a spiritual sense imprint. Besides that, other methods could also be used. Some people would even choose to first nurture it with their spiritual sense for 10 days to half a month, then take a wisp of their soul, and finally claim it as their master. Flashy methods had their pros and cons. Chu Huaishu planned to bind it directly through the system, because he wasn't sure if the Dao Gate's higher-ups would be paying special attention to him recently. Real-time probing with spiritual sense was impossible. That would be too tiring, and they were also very busy. It wasn't like they had nothing to do. But this was a special period, after all. I can't let people know I took an extra one from the mountain. However, by binding the life-bound item through the system, he wasn't worried. After all, the system was his cheat. No one could perceive it. Even the system prompts that repeatedly sounded in his ear, no one could hear. At this thought, he placed the sword sheath on his legs, and then, while seemingly holding the sword sheath with both hands, he actually picked up the black bead hanging from calming the storm. Chu Huaishu stared at it for 10 seconds, and a system prompt did indeed pop up before his eyes. Do you wish for this to become your life-bound spiritual artifact? With a thought, Chu Huaishu chose yes. The next moment, that pull from the unseen world began to grow stronger and stronger. A very profound feeling grew in his heart. It was no longer just the heart sword in his sea of consciousness that was connected to his mind. At this moment, there was one more thing. At this moment, the completely opaque black bead changed before his eyes. Only in Chu Huaishu's eyes, this bead was semi-transparent. He looked inside and could see that there was an object inside the bead. It was as if there was a mysterious space inside. It was a cauldron, a medicine cauldron. In an instant, a tempestuous storm raged in Chu Huaishu's heart, and his mind was as if struck by a sudden clap of thunder. He once again thought of the legend about the sword on the mountain. The Dao ancestor's sword. There are many versions of the legend about it. Among them, there is a demonic sword version, and in this version, there was a mention. It is said that the Dao ancestor was a pill refiner, and his life-bound magic treasure was a medicine cauldron, but he yearned for the way of the sword. Although he had no life-bound sword, he had always called himself a sword cultivator. Inside the bamboo hut, a system prompt sounded in Chu Huaishu's ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have met the binding conditions. You have successfully bound your life-bound magic treasure. Hearing the sound, his eyes narrowed slightly. Met the binding conditions? He quickly caught the key point. In his memory, when he had bound a life-bound magic treasure before, he was sure those words hadn't been there. This meant that this black bead and the medicine cauldron inside were very likely inextricably linked to the power of the Tao Classic within him. No wonder I felt a pull in the unseen world. And the moment it came up, it emptied me out, sucking dry all my spiritual power, not even sparing the bit mixed in with my physical body. In that instant, Chu Huaishu had a feeling that it was very hungry. In a flash, it had eaten him clean, not leaving a single bit. After doing this, he took out a drop of blood from his fingertip, dripped it onto the sword sheath, and bound, calming the storm, with his blood. But he did not use his spiritual sense to merge with it and make it life-bound. A life-bound item was unique. This point would not change for anyone. Chu Huaishu opened his character panel and checked his equipment slot. Calming the Storm had recognized him as its master, and now that it was placed across his legs, the equipment slot displayed, equipped. But soon, he discovered something was wrong. Calming the Storm was marked as attack type, support type artifact. Medicine Cauldron, life-bound artifact unnamed, was marked as defense type, sub-profession type artifact. This surprised Chu Huaishu a little. He hadn't expected this sword sheath to also be an attack type. He could understand the support type. That was within his range of speculation. But this sword sheath can also be linked to attack. Chu Huaishu immediately checked the artifact's functions. Then, he roughly understood. So, it can store all the spiritual power in my body in the form of sword chi. With my current artifact development rate, I can only store 7 charges. In other words, I can rely on the sword sheath to unleash 7 pre-stored charges of sword chi. But because it's stored, although each charge of sword chi costs all my spiritual power, the damage it can cause is still not comparable to my full power strike under normal circumstances. It can only achieve 30% of the effect. The main point is in the quantity, winning by numbers. Chu Huaishu felt that this could become one of his killer moves. More importantly, the number of pre-stored sword chi charges could be increased. For a low-level cultivator, even if they held a great treasure, they couldn't unleash its full power. It was purely a pearl covered in dust. One's cultivation had to catch up to be a match for it. According to the settings in borrowing a sword, after being quantified, that was the artifact development rate. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator's development rate for their life-bound magic treasure is the highest. The development rate for a non-life-bound magic treasure is halved. If it's a life-bound magic treasure, a low-grade spiritual artifact, at the first realm, the development rate can reach 100%. A mid-grade spiritual artifact requires the third realm, and a high-grade spiritual artifact requires the fifth realm. A world-class rarity, like a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, requires the seventh realm to reach 100%. Calming the Storm was not Chu Huaishu's life-bound magic treasure. On this basis, it had to be halved. So, his current development rate was a pitiful 7.14%. Even if he cultivated to the ninth realm, after rounding, the artifact development rate would only be 64%. This was the difference between a non-life-bound magic treasure and a life-bound one. Ultimately, it was because it only had spirituality and did not possess an artifact spirit that was connected to a person's heart and mind. Because it's only at 7% right now, I can only pre-store 7 charges of sword chi. Once this number is raised to 14 charges, 21 charges, or even 64 charges, that would be a little fierce. A supreme-grade spiritual artifact is truly terrifying. In addition, Calming the Storm was not only an attack-type artifact, but also a support type. Its support function was embodied in its second divine quality. A sword sheath, its function is to sheathe a sword. Its support function leaned towards sealing and suppression. It could weaken the attack speed and attack effects of all spiritual swords. For non-sword magic treasures, the weakening effect was halved. The specific value of the weakening was linked to the strength of both parties. Of course, the higher the artifact development rate, the better the effect would also be. If there's a realm suppression, a sword path realm suppression, and the strength of the two parties is vastly different, it could even make it difficult for the opponent's sword to be unsheathed. And even after being unsheathed, it would be unable to attack. This is a little interesting. This function in my heart sword can actually have a complementary effect. The sword sheath suppresses the artifact itself, while the heart sword suppresses the artifact's spirit. This was an absolute pleasant surprise. Chu Huaishu could just imagine how terrifying its effect in actual combat would be. I'll go find the big ice cube and try out later. The dead fox was eager to move, wanting to abuse a woman. Next, he turned his gaze to the main event, the medicine cauldron. Chu Huaishu's gaze just swept over it roughly, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. What's going on? How can the artifact development rate be only 10%? Even for a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, the development rate at the first realm should be 14-point-something%. Could it be that an astonishing thought appeared in his mind? This medicine cauldron was suspected to be the Tao ancestor's life-bound magic treasure from when he was alive. Could it, like the bronze sword on the mountain, be an existence that was beyond the category of spiritual artifacts? Chu Huaishu sat on the meditation cushion, his gaze looking out the window, trying to calm his emotions. He felt more and more that the rumors were reliable, and more he suspected that this thing was really the Tao ancestor's life-bound item from when he was alive. Even if it wasn't his life-bound item, it was 80% likely to be the medicine cauldron that the Tao ancestor used in his daily life. One must know, the Tao ancestor was the #1 pill master in history. Only the pill king could barely be compared to him. Chu Huaishu's heart even sped up a little. He hadn't expected to be able to obtain such a supreme treasure on this trip to Spirit Storing Mountain. He began to carefully examine the functions of the medicine cauldron. It was a sub-profession-type artifact. Chu Huaishu was not surprised. A medicine cauldron, used for refining pills and medicines, was an essential item for a pill refiner. Sub-professions like pill refining, artifact refining, talisman making, and formation setting were all considered subprofessions in borrowing a sword. But since it's also a defense-type artifact, then I must carefully study its defensive functions. As it turned out, in the system introduction, the defensive function was followed by 3 question marks. Chu Huaishi was instantly enraged. No, this is my fucking life-bound spiritual artifact, and you're not even giving me the access to investigate it. This phenomenon was simply unheard of, utterly bizarre. In that case, he could only, like Han Shuangjiang next door, rely on himself to explore the characteristics of the magic treasure. After taking a deep breath, Chu Huaishi began to check its subprofession function. With just one look, his left eyelid began to twitch wildly, because the information he saw was subprofession, pill refiner, status, not yet started, grade 1 low-grade pills, current refining success rate 100%. These 3 lines of words made Chu Huaishi stare dumbfounded, because the third line did not logically follow from the first 2. He had not yet learned any pill refining methods. Pill refining was also in the category of arts and could be learned on the 4th floor of the Outer Sect Scripture Pavilion. The Tao Gate did have a Grandmaster of pill refining, and that was the Tao Gate's 2nd elder, but he was not currently on the mountain. I haven't even learned it yet, and the success rate for grade 1 low-grade pills is already 100%. What does this mean? If I throw the raw materials into the medicine cauldron, then I can successfully refine it. What kind of fully automatic pill refining furnace is this? Chu Huaishi's eyes were opened. He even wanted to go and get some recipes for grade 1 pills right now, then get some raw materials and throw them into the medicine cauldron to see if it was really that magical. At this thought, Chu Huaishi fiercely slapped his thigh. I actually spent over 400 SEC contribution points to exchange for pills. What a loss! He was filled with regret. After all, even without relying on popping pills to exchange for experience points, he still had some other methods. It was just not as convenient as popping pills. Previously, it had been mentioned that some secret realms that had been explored would be modified by the Tao Gate and used as trial grounds, open to Tao Gate disciples. This was equivalent to a sect dungeon. Chu Huaishu could also get experience by clearing them. He sighed, then began to adjust his mentality. He was never one to dwell on things. Forget it. I'm a dignified transmigrator. I shouldn't be so petty over such a small amount of contribution points. Chu Huaishu lowered his head and looked at the black bead hanging from the sword sheath. The bead contained a world of its own. It and the medicine cauldron seemed to be one body. He didn't even need to take the medicine cauldron out. He could activate it within the space inside the bead. This would be more secretive. Chu Huaishu began to carefully observe his own life-bound magic treasure, not missing a single corner. This medicine cauldron was completely black. It was unknown what material it was refined from. Like the vast majority of cauldrons, its shape was 3 legs and 2 ears. Hence the idiom, a tripod stands firm. Compared to the simple and ancient sword sheath, the patterns carved on the exterior of this medicine cauldron were much richer. It was meticulously carved with flying birds and walking beasts, herbs, flowers, and fruits, and even demons and monsters. It had everything and was vividly lifelike. After his spiritual sense entered the cave heaven within the bead, he could feel the state of the artifact spirit inside the medicine cauldron. It was very hungry. It urgently wanted to absorb the spiritual power in Chu Huaishu's body. It seemed that what it had absorbed before was not even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. He thought for a moment, then infused the spiritual power from his body into the black bead, which was then absorbed by the medicine cauldron. The next moment, he felt the artifact's spirit become a little more active. But the moment he cut off the spiritual power, it returned to its previous state. I'm very hungry. Chu Huaishu didn't know if it was because his cultivation was too low. The feeling this medicine cauldron gave him now was that it could never be fed enough. And he still didn't know what the use of this absorbed spiritual power was. If I infuse spiritual power into the sword sheath now, I can at least convert it into sword chi. But I can't see anything from this medicine cauldron yet. However, a life-bound spiritual artifact itself needed to be continuously nourished by a cultivator. The mainstream method was to use one's own spiritual sense to nourish the artifact spirit, and then use some items made by artifact refiners to regularly maintain the spiritual artifact. This was similar to what many people said when buying a car. I can afford to buy it, but I can't afford to maintain it. A good spiritual artifact would also cost more resources to raise later on. A setting like this in borrowing a sword was actually present in many games. In many games, equipment had a durability value. Could it be that the way to nourish my medicine cauldron is to continuously absorb spiritual power? Chu Huaishu tried to communicate with the artifact's spirit, only to find that this thing seemed to have very little intelligence. It would always only express one meaning to him: hungry. Hilarious. Are you the reincarnation of a Tao Tai? Chu Huaishu was speechless. And what's more, he really did see a Tao Tai on the cauldron, as well as a dragon, a phoenix, a qilin, and so on. With nothing to do, he began to carefully observe all the patterns carved on the cauldron. Chu Huaishu even began to count. He finally counted that there were a total of 81 types carved. After looking at the exterior, he went to look at the interior of the cauldron. As it turned out, he saw 3 characters inside. These 3 characters were carved on the inner wall. They were not carved very deeply. If you didn't look carefully, you might easily overlook them. Could it be that this is the name of this medicine cauldron? It does correspond to the patterns carved on the outside, Chu Huaishu thought. Carved on the inner wall of the medicine cauldron was, "The Tao gives birth to one." Medicine cauldron, the Tao gives birth to one. This couldn't help but remind him of that saying. The Tao gives birth to one. One gives birth to two. Two gives birth to three. And three gives birth to all things. Night grew deeper. Chu Huaishu, who had been busy all day, did not sit in meditation to cultivate, but instead fell into a deep sleep. The big ice cube next door, however, was practicing diligently, feeling the pressure from the dead fox. The next day, in the early morning, the two sat at the table, eating together. Little Sue is really strange. It's been so many days, and he still hasn't come out of the secret realm, Chu Huaishu said. The dry rations you brought him before, are they enough? Han Xuanjiang frowned slightly, not sure if this dead fox was reliable. Sure enough, she soon heard such a reply. What are you thinking? If he eats sparingly, it's definitely enough. Han Xuanjiang. She watched him eat ravenously with a great appetite and felt a little speechless. What do you mean, if he eats sparingly, it's definitely enough? Junior brother Sue isn't going to starve at the bottom of the cold pool, is he? Han Xuanjiang was a person who kept a strong distance, but she was kind by nature. Although she was not close to Su Ziqing, she still said to Chu Huaishu, "Then should you go and see him today and bring him some more food?" "I definitely have to make a trip today. No need to bring food. I have to call him back." As he drank a large mouthful of black rice porridge, he said, "Little Sue is also a cultivation maniac. He doesn't even know to come out for a breath of fresh air and a rest. Today he must come back and help me wash my clothes and shoes." Han Xuanjiang wanted to roll her eyes at this Lord Chu. But although she was quite the virtuous wife type, she didn't offer to wash them for him, because she felt that then she would really become a virtuous wife. Chu Huaishu put down his large bowl and proposed, "Let's rest a bit after we're full. Both of us got our life-bound magic treasures yesterday. How about we practice a little later?" This question stumped the big ice cube. Strictly speaking, since she had come up the mountain, she had never sparred with anyone. Unlike Chu Huaishu, whose fights with Lu Qinggong had been so heated. "But I haven't learned any sword techniques yet," she replied seriously. "It's fine, just wave it around blindly. Don't you want to get a good feel for Partridge Sky?" He began to persuade her again. Last night, after he had finished studying the functions of the sword sheath, calming the storm, he had decided that today he would hit a woman for fun. Han Xuanjiang and Partridge Sky were the perfect test subjects. Hearing this, the big ice cube was quite moved, but she still said, "I really don't know how to spar. I can only do my best to practice with you." It's fine, Chu Huaishu grinned. After the meal, it was still the young woman who washed the dishes and tidied up alone. Chu Huaishu just hugged his sword sheath, sat on a wooden stump in the courtyard and looked up at the cloudless blue sky, feeling utterly content. It was already autumn, but it wasn't cold yet. It just felt crisp and clear. A breeze blew past, and the tassel on the black bead of the sword sheath he was holding swayed in the wind. It had to be said, if he were really holding a sword right now, he would have a certain unrestrained and stylish air in the autumn wind. It was just a pity that holding an empty sword sheath was a little strange. After a while, Han Shuangjiang slowly walked over with Partridge Sky. Since they were going to spar, she had even tied up her 3,000 black silk threads of hair. The cold-faced girl, with her hair tied up, actually looked even more mature and cool, her temperament even colder. Holding a long sword, she even had a bit of a heroic air. Chu Huaishu got up from the wooden stump. Looking at the big ice cube, who was not old but had a strong big sister vibe, he suddenly felt playful. He asked, "Tell me, between the two of us, should you be the senior sister, or should I be the senior brother?" This question really stumped her. Han Shuangjiang had never thought about this. Usually, she just called him Chu Huaishu, and in her heart, she occasionally called him a dead fox. But since they were fellow disciples, there must be a certain order. Chu Huaishu said to himself, "Logically, on that rainy night at Bo Terrace at the foot of Wuming Mountain, when we met the sixth elder, you also arrived before me. After entering the sect, it was probably you who entered the aperture opening stage before me. And you also reached the first realm a little earlier than me. By that count, perhaps I really should call you Senior Sister Han," he said, a smile on his face. But for some reason, the big ice cube felt he had ill intentions, so much so that her brow furrowed slightly. Chu Huaishu's idea was simple. In the future, when he bullied her, he could call her Senior Sister. When he was hugging her thigh, he could also call her that. When he was freeloading off her faded opportunities, he could especially call her that. He purely had the mentality of a male green tea. But on a normal day, he would never call her that. It would definitely be Big Ice Cube with every breath. Just like at this moment. He was about to bully her, so he clasped his hands and said, "Senior Sister, please enlighten me." Annoying. The cold-faced girl snorted coldly. She really did find him quite annoying. She held the spiritual sword horizontally before her, her left hand on the sheath, her right hand on the hilt, preparing to draw the sword. Chu Huaishu just hugged his sword sheath with both hands, watching her with a playful smile. Han Shuangjiang just felt that he was even more annoying. Is he laughing at the fact that I don't actually know how to use a sword? A little angry, she began to draw the sword. She gripped the hilt tightly, but she actually couldn't pull the sword out. It was as if Partridge Sky was not under her control. This made her involuntarily think of the scenes on Spirit Storing Mountain again, of how this sword had fawned over Chu Huaishu. That strange emotion grew in her heart again. "What did you do to it?" the big ice cube said angrily, her tone filled with humiliation. The autumn wind blew past, quite cool. Chu Huaishu hadn't expected the young woman to get angry. "It seems you can't pull it out with physical strength. You have to use spiritual power," Chu Huaishu said. The cold-faced girl frowned and looked at him, but she still did as she was told. The moment she circulated the spiritual power in her body and then drew the sword again, it did indeed come out of the sheath. "Why?" she asked. Chu Huaishu stood in the wind, his hands crossed over his chest, hugging the sword sheath just like that, and said faintly, "Because you and it have been suppressed by me." As soon as these words were spoken, the big ice cube immediately looked down at the sword in her hand. "Suppressed?" "Yes." Chu Huaishu continued calmly. "If you rely only on brute force, you probably can't even draw it." He changed the subject and even began to comfort her. "But you don't need to belittle yourself. If it were someone else with the same cultivation as you, holding a low-grade spiritual sword, they might still struggle even with spiritual power." Hearing this, Han Shuangjiang looked at him, who was standing motionless in the wind, and thought in her heart, "He can already do such a thing?" Seeing that she was indeed stunned, Chu Huaishu was immediately satisfied. He smiled and said, "Come, Senior Sister, let's practice." "Don't call me Senior Sister." The big ice cube felt more and more uncomfortable listening to it, feeling that his tone had also become playful. The partridge sky in her hand thrust forward, and a wave of cold energy actually rushed towards him. As the tip of the sword thrust forward, some ice crystals actually formed in the air, but they quickly melted. When she made this thrust, Han Shuangjiang clearly felt that her movements were a bit sluggish, her speed a little slower. She had just obtained a supreme treasure yesterday and was naturally happy, having secretly practiced with the sword in her room quite a bit, feeling particularly delighted. But her current feeling was worlds apart from last night. Is this also suppression? She was displeased in her heart. With her somewhat competitive nature, she did not like this feeling of being suppressed. Han Shuangjiang circulated the spiritual power in her body with all her might. The cold current became even stronger. Wherever the sword came, some ice crystals would be sprinkled. Chu Huaishu watched this scene, his heart filled with envy. To be able to do this with just this little cultivation, then in the future with a single strike, wouldn't it be freezing cold? Damn it, every one of her strikes has special effects. Last night, he had indeed stuffed some sword chi into his sword sheath, but he didn't plan to use it now, for no other reason than that he was afraid of hurting his little housekeeper. Although the sword chi only had 30% of his damage effect, this damage value was based on Chu Huaishu emptying his entire body of spiritual power and infusing it into one strike. In a normal duel, no one would just swing once and wait for death if they couldn't win. In fact, not many skills would consume so much mana. This was like when you throw a punch. You feel you've used all your strength, but you can still throw the same punch again later. Emptying all of one's spiritual power was essentially a life and death secret technique. Such secret techniques were quite rare, and most were harmful. Otherwise, everyone could just face each other and blast one move, and it would be over, right? It would just be either you die or I die. Therefore, the lethality of the sword chi was actually not low. If all 7 charges were released at once, it would be even more astonishing. As Partridge Sky got closer and closer, Chu Huaishu felt the surrounding temperature drop. He sidestepped slightly, took half a step back, and then raised the sword sheath in his hand to block. The edge of the sword scraped across the sword sheath, flashing with a light blue cold light. This, calming the storm, was only made from 10-year-old blackwood, but because it had been with the Tao ancestor for many years and had become a supreme-grade spiritual artifact, such a strike did not even leave a single scratch on it. On the contrary, after blocking this strike, the combat experienced Chu Huaishu only felt that Han Shuangjiang's body was full of huge openings. At this moment, he took a large step sideways, and with that momentum, he instantly flashed behind her. She wanted to turn around and strike again, but how could she be faster than Chu Huaishu? He looked at the young woman's back and almost couldn't resist using his sword sheath to spank her full rear. The target was too perfect. Calming the storm, made a turn in the air. The sword sheath, not too lightly and not too heavily, rested against her lower back, just like that, giving it a tap. Han Shuangjiang let out a grunt of pain. Her lower back was most likely red and swollen. She turned her head in astonishment. Chu Huaishu said faintly, "You lose." The cold-faced girl's expression was ugly. She had no experience and had not learned any arts. She really didn't even know how to use a sword like this. Already competitive by nature, she immediately thought, "Tomorrow, no, this afternoon, I'm going to the scripture pavilion to choose a sword art." This spar made her realize that she shouldn't have been immersed in the joy of obtaining a supreme treasure. Even if you have a supreme-grade spiritual sword, you still have to know how to use it. Seeing her purse her lips tightly, her face frosty, Chu Huaishu immediately said with a beaming smile, "What? Senior sister is not convinced?" At times like these, he would start calling her senior sister again. The moment his voice fell, a rather young and tender voice came from the high heavens. The Tao ancestor's sword sheath is indeed incomparably divine. Chu Huaishu, why don't you try a match with me? The old in years but young in looks girl, Chu Yining, who was less than 1.5 meters tall, descended from the sky. Outside the bamboo hut, Chu Yining stood with her hands behind her back, descending from the sky at a very slow speed. She did not land on the ground, but on the wooden stump where Chu Huaishu had just been sitting. However, she was simply too short. Even so, she was only as tall as him, and only slightly taller than the long-legged Han Shuangjiang. This 10th elder of the Tao Gate was famous for disliking being shorter than others. At this moment, she sized up Chu Huaishu and Han Shuangjiang. In the end, her gaze converged on that pair of heaven-defying jade legs, her heart filled with envy. If I hadn't cultivated this damn technique, my legs would definitely be longer than hers. Chu Yinin gritted her teeth in her heart, speaking such unrealistic nonsense. The moment the pair of young disciples saw Chu Yinin arrive in person, they immediately saluted. 10th Elder. The old in years but young in looks girl nodded with satisfaction, continuing to stand on the wooden stump with her hands behind her back, full of airs. She had volunteered today to come here and escort Chu Huaishu to the purple bamboo forest. Therefore, Chu Yinin had even specially put her hair up in a relatively mature updo. But this did not match her young, childlike face at all, and only made her look more like a little adult. Hearing her say that she wanted to test the divine peculiarity of the sword's sheath, Chu Huaishu asked, "How does the elder wish to test it?" "Oh, you're quite bold," Chu Yinin laughed. But thinking that this kid was someone who dared to carve words on the gentleman's steel, she didn't find it strange. And so she turned around, her back to Chu Huaishu, and said, "Do to me what you just did to her." This 10th elder of the Tao Gate occasionally loved to put on this lofty master act, even pulling the back to all living beings stunt. Little did she know that Chu Huaishu, looking at her small, pert bottom and that slender little waist, was thinking, "Are you sure?" He had his own principles. No hitting little girls. I am a dignified powerhouse at the 3rd layer of the 1st realm. How could I recklessly strike out at a mere peak 6th realm cultivator like you? So, Chu Huaishu just said, "Then I must ask the elder to draw her sword. Just hit the sword, not the person." "All right, I'll satisfy you." She wore a bracelet on her hand, and on the bracelet was a red bead. She opened her right hand, and the bead transformed into a spiritual sword, which she held in her hand. Supreme-grade spiritual artifact, joy of meeting. Han Shuangjiang watched from the side with a curious expression. This was actually her first time seeing Chu Yinin. The reason she had recognized her at a glance was because she was just too easy to recognize. Among all the great cultivators of the Tao Gate who could fly through the air, she was the only one who was as young as a little girl, less than 1.5 meters tall. Chu Huaishu held the sword sheath, circulated his spiritual power, and the heart sword in his sea of consciousness was also activated by him. Chu Yinin did not draw her sword, but just looked down at it, standing on the wooden stump and carefully sensing it. "HM, it is indeed very interesting." She clicked her tongue in wonder. The old in years but young in looks girl, still with her back to them, continued, "Your cultivation is too low. Even holding the Tao ancestors' sword sheath, you cannot unleash its power. It can't affect me much. However, that little sword in your sea of consciousness, even the sword spirit of my joy of meeting, is suppressed to a certain extent." Chu Yinin raised her thumb and index finger and made a gesture, indicating that it was only a tiny little influence. But in her heart, she was secretly praising, "Sword heart enlightenment is indeed extraordinary." For a mere 1st realm cultivator, to be able to do this was already very exaggerated. With her cultivation, she could turn Chu Huaishu into dust with a single move, not even leaving a trace. Chu Yinin had come over today with her own purpose. The hand holding the sword exerted a slight force, and she shattered the influence that the heart sword and the sword sheath had on joy of meeting. Chu Huaishu, holding the sword sheath, couldn't help but take a step back, hit by the backlash. After doing this, the spiritual sword in her hand once again transformed into a bracelet. She was clearly showing off on purpose. Chu Huaishu looked at the joy of meeting that had turned into a bead on her hand, and felt that this poetry meter title was also quite interesting. The first poem that came to his mind was Li Yu's Joy of Meeting Wordlessly, I ascend the west chamber alone. To cut it, it won't break. To sort it, it's still a mess. It is the sorrow of parting. There weren't many famous poems with the title Joy of Meeting. The few that were more famous were all not joyful at all, but filled with sorrow. However, he felt that the name of this ode and the lively old in years but young in looks girl were quite a good match. Only then did Chu Yinyin slowly turn around and look at Chu Huaishu before her, growing more and more satisfied as she looked. This gaze of hers made the veteran companion's hair stand on end. How was this a bit like when the female bosses are picking out male models? He grumbled in his heart. The old in years but young in looks girl, however, was thinking in her heart, "This child, I must have him." She beckoned to Chu Huaishu and said, "Chu Huaishu, come with me for another trip to the purple bamboo forest. The sect master and the elders are all waiting for you there." Yes. Chu Yinin's little face, still with a bit of baby fat, looked up at the sky. She stretched out a cute little hand and beckoned gently, and Chu Huaishu floated into the air. Under Han Shuangjiang's watchful eyes, the two of them flew in the direction of the inner sect's purple bamboo forest. Watching them fly far away, she only then remembered something. Didn't he say we were going to the cold pool to check on Junior Brother Su later? He probably won't have time today, but I've already given him my jade tablet fragment. I can't get into the cold pool's secret realm either. Nothing bad will happen, right? She thought. At this thought, the little housekeeper remembered something else. She glanced inside the bamboo hut. There was a window just outside Su Ziqing's bedroom. The window was covered with the dirty clothes that Chu Huaishu had stockpiled. A hint of hesitation appeared in her eyes. The cold-faced girl immediately withdrew her gaze, rubbed her lower back, which was red, swollen, and painful from being hit by a sword sheath, and said, "Humph, I'm not washing them for him." Along the way, Chu Yinyin flew particularly slowly. With her cultivation at the great perfection of the sixth realm, it actually wouldn't take long to fly to the inner sect. Chu Huaishu saw her sluggish manner and guessed that she probably had something on her mind. Sure enough, the old in years but young in looks girl began to make small talk. "It's quite a coincidence. We both have the surname Chu. 500 years ago, we were one family," she said, turning her head to look at the outer sect disciple floating beside her. "Looking at it this way, you could be considered a junior of my own family," Chu Yinyin said again. Chu Huaishu looked at her young face, and then listened to the words coming out of her mouth. He felt it was very strange. It was just like those little brats in the village who are very young but have a very high seniority. Seeing Chu Huaishu's silent appearance, she continued on her own. "Chu Huaishu, did you know that on the day you triggered the phenomenon at the cold pool, I was the first one to arrive?" This disciple did not know, he replied, because when he came out of the cold pool, there was only Li Chunsong by the side. He hadn't seen the scene of Chu Yinyin being bullied, hadn't seen her stamping her feet in anger after being muted by the sect master. "I've actually been paying attention to you for a long time," she said, lifting her little face and giving him a mysterious smile. It had to be said, she was really quite cute. When she winked, her cuteness was even enhanced. It was just that her constant use of this seat was indeed a bit pretentious. Listening to her words, Chu Huaishu's reply was lukewarm, with a sense of distance. "This disciple is terrified." Chu Yinyin frowned slightly and looked him up and down. She didn't believe these 4 words at all. With your performance on Spirit Storing Mountain, you can be terrified? Never mind. At least he looks like a well-mannered good child. She was not the type to beat around the bush, so she got straight to the point. "Chu Huaishu, with your current performance, it shouldn't be long before you can enter the inner sect. At that time, you will definitely have a chance to enter our Dao Gate's Gentleman Temple and become a true disciple of our Dao Gate. You should know that the spots for true disciples are very precious. Each generation of true disciples has at most a mere 33 people, and sometimes it's not even full." Hearing this, Chu Huaishu nodded. This point, this disciple understands. Chu Yinyin looked at him and began to reveal her dagger after unrolling the map. "If you enter the inner sect, this seat can take you as my disciple. You can become my true disciple." When she said this, She even deliberately lowered her voice to make her little girl-like voice sound a little more steady, to better pretend to be profound. Little did she know that Chu Huaishu's inner thought was, "Ah, you, what kind of joke is this? There are so many masters in the Tao Gate. Why would I find you, a sixth realm cultivator, and the most difficult one to serve among all the higher-ups?" He directly used Li Chunsong as a shield and said, "10th Elder. But the 6th Elder told me before that in the future, if I enter the inner sect, I should take the 7th Elder as my master." What? Chu Yinin's volume even rose a little. "He told you that?" "Yes. Although this future master of his, Shun Man, according to the normal storyline, would die an untimely death in 3 years. But in any case, she was one of the 4 great divine swords. And from her back that day, it seems she was a stoic, cool Taoist priestess. How could she not be better than a little girl like you?" Chu Yinin's expression was a mixture of cloudy and clear. She was clearly a person who couldn't hide her thoughts, without the slightest air of a master. She muttered in her heart, "There's no rule that says a person can't have 2 masters. I was originally thinking of getting in first, so I could be his first master and let Shin Man be his second master. But with that big-mouthed Li Chunsong messing things up, it's become a little difficult." She suddenly felt a little annoyed. This old in years but young in looks girl also knew her own worth. Chu Huaishu already had sword-hard enlightenment. Indeed, only Shun Man could teach him. She just wanted to share a little. Asking her own heart, the 7th Elder of the Tao Gate was at the 7th realm, was one of the 4 great divine swords, and had also obtained a Tao ancestor legacy. In front of her, she, the 10th Elder, indeed had much less competitiveness. Forget it, forget it." Chu Yinin looked up at the sky and said, "Shun Man is my martial sister. I won't fight with her over this empty title. At that time, you can take her as your first master, and then take me as your second master. In the Tao Gate, with 2 elders as your masters, wouldn't that be wonderful?" she said with another smile at Chu Huaishu. Chu Huaishu. What is this, handsome siblings? First master, second master. You want me to be Hua Wuk from the Floral Palace? T/N, a famous wuxia novel with 2 protagonists raised by rival masters. This virtual male model began to display his exquisite acting skills, a look of confusion and surprise appearing on his face. Seeing this, Chu Yinin was pleased in her heart and decided to up the ante. She waved her small hand and took out a wooden box from her storage token. "Your apprenticeship gift? I've already prepared it. I might as well give it to you early." "Catch," she said, tossing her hand. The wooden box flew into Chu Huaishu's hands. He looked down and found that it was a spiritual pill treasure box. "This seat knows that you are still a grade 3 low-grade spirit embryo, so I've prepared for you what you need most at the moment," she said with a smug look. "How can I not win him over with this?" Hearing these words, and then looking at the spiritual pill treasure box in his hand, Chu Huaishu had a faint guess. He gently opened the box, and an extremely familiar, Longan-sized spiritual pill appeared before him. The profound heaven embryonic breath pill, a grade 7 high-grade spiritual pill, was priceless. However, what Chu Huaishu was currently thinking was, "10th Elder, are you sure this thing is what best suits my current situation? Would you like to take a drop of my essence blood and test it?" "Me, I'm already a dignified grade 4 mid-grade spirit embryo." Even so, after seeing this spiritual pill, he still felt a little excited. Firstly, a grade 7 spiritual pill was really very valuable, and it was the kind that had a price but no market. In addition, although the profound heaven embryonic breath pill was only effective for low-grade spirit embryos and had a high probability of raising the spirit embryo's grade, one shouldn't forget that this spiritual pill could also heal a damaged spirit embryo. When the Pill King had refined this type of pill, his initial purpose was to solve the problem of a cultivator's spirit embryo being damaged. The spirit embryo was the foundation of everyone's cultivation. Once a problem occurred with it, one's cultivation path was equivalent to being completely ruined. One more profound heaven embryonic breath pill meant one more layer of insurance. No one knew which would come first, tomorrow, or an accident. It's excellent to have one in reserve, Chu Huaishu thought. And I can also use it as a cover to let others think that my promotion to a mid-grade spirit embryo was because I took the pill. That being said, if this spiritual pill were given to the desperate to save his son, Lu Tianfeng, he'd probably be willing to act like a dog. At this moment, Chu Huaishu didn't mind revealing his money-grubbing side at all. After seeing the profound heaven embryonic breath pill, the expression on his face immediately changed, and his attitude instantly became a few degrees more enthusiastic. 10th Elder, it's too precious, Chu Huaishu said, but he clutched the spiritual pill treasure box very tightly. Chu Yining indeed received the signal, and she understood in her heart. This disciple is easy to handle. I just need to give him more good things. The man who had been a companion knew very well that you had to learn to give women emotional value. If someone gives you something and you give no emotional feedback at all, will they continue to give you things? They would probably feel very uncomfortable in their hearts. But if the emotional value was given properly, then it would be different. Wasn't this a form of returning the gift? Chu Huaishu. This is my way of reciprocating courtesy. Chu Yining waved her hand very nonchalantly, as if in her eyes, a grade 7 high-grade spiritual pill was nothing. It's just a small meeting gift. You can take it. Chu Huaishu immediately stored it in his storage token and said in a deliberately probing tone, "Then, this disciple thanks his second master?" These words actually amused the old in years but young in looks girl. You kid are quite savvy, but you don't even have a first master yet. It feels a little strange for you to call me second master, she said, her face beaming. If she had a little tail, Chu Huaishu suspected it would already be wagging up to the sky. This 10th elder, whose childlike innocence remained due to her cultivation technique, even deliberately imitated the tone of the law enforcement elder, Lupan. The Tao Gate has its own rules. It won't be too late for you to call me that after you've entered the inner sect. She said this, but in her heart, fireworks were already going off. The Savior in the Tao ancestors' prophecy will be my disciple in the future. Then in the future history books of the cultivation world, I should at least leave my name in the annals of history, right? The more Chu Yining thought, the more pleased she became. She didn't feel the slightest pain in giving away a profound heaven embryonic breath pill. In fact, Chu Huaishu was right. This 10th elder before him was indeed a little rich lady of the Tao Gate. The reason was simple. As an esteemed elder of the Tao Gate, the resources she could deploy were quite terrifying. Although the further one went on the path of cultivation, the more heavenly materials and earthly treasures were needed. Don't forget, she was unwilling to break through to the next realm. Chu Yining had deliberately remained at the peak of the 6th realm for so many years, her cultivation not progressing an inch. Therefore, her consumption of treasures was the lowest, and she didn't even have a single disciple, so there was no one to share her good things with. Even the sect master Xiang Yan often lamented in private, "Little Marshall's sister is probably the one among us who has stored the most cultivation resources." At this moment, Chu Yining looked at her future disciple beside her, growing more and more satisfied as she looked. This appearance is also very good. Just walking out like this, he won't make people feel ashamed. Unlike the sect master, he's ugly himself, and his disciples are even uglier, one after another. When a true disciple of the sect master like that goes out, he represents our Tao Gate. We lose all our face. Chu Yining grumbled in her heart. In any case, she would never accept an ugly monster as her disciple. Along the way, now that Chu Huaishu had established an intimate relationship with the 10th elder, he began to naturally probe for information. 10th elder, I wonder why the sect master and the elders have summoned me to the purple bamboo forest again. Chu Yining waved her hand and said, "The matter on Spirit Storing Mountain has already been discussed internally. I can't tell you the specifics. We've called you over today mainly because your cultivation of the Tao Classic is different from others, so we want to ask you some questions, and by the way, have everyone studied a bit as a way of protecting you on your cultivation path." This disciple understands. Chu Huaishu nodded. The Tao Classic had, after all, been studied by the Tao Gate for 1,000 years. It would be strange if the higher-ups weren't paying attention to the fact that he had mastered the complete version. As for the sword on the mountain, Chu Huaishu was actually very curious about what the higher-ups were discussing. But since even this big-mouthed Chu Yinin was unwilling to say, it seemed there was no way to know, so he could only let it go. The two landed in the purple bamboo forest. The sect master and the others were already waiting here. Chu Huaishu began to salute them one by one, looking very well behaved, his eyes even filled with reverence, a completely different person from his performance on Spirit Storing Mountain. He couldn't help but secretly glance at the thin Taoist priestess sitting on the giant rock, his future master who would die an untimely death in 3 years. This made him think of a post he had seen on the forum back then. It was said that after the 7th elder's body had died and her Tao had vanished, the 10th elder, Chu Yinin, had sat on the giant rock in the purple bamboo forest for a day and a night, without joy or sorrow. After daybreak, she had walked out of the purple bamboo forest and had already entered the 7th realm. And in just 1 short year, she had cultivated to the great perfection of the 7th realm. Chu Huaishu thought, this future first master and second master of mine must have a very good relationship. The current feeling the Tao Gate's higher-ups gave him was one of harmony. But in fact, in many sects, it was the norm for the higher-ups to dislike each other, and open and secret struggles would often occur. The larger the sect, the more intricate the internal forces. Large sects had many people. It was unavoidable that there would be some sordid affairs among those at the bottom. If the forest is big, there'll be all kinds of birds. But if even the higher-ups were like this, then there would be a problem with the overall direction, and it would be equivalent to being rotten to the core. A sect like the Tao Gate, where the higher-ups are so harmonious, is indeed rare, Chu Huaishu thought. Perhaps it is for this reason that the two world protagonists of the Eastern continent in borrowing a sword were both set in the Tao Gate. The group of Tao Gate higher-ups did not know that this outer sect disciple before them was actually critiquing them in his heart. They began to ask questions, asking him about the situation when he first cultivated the Tao Classic. Chu Huaishu basically knew nothing about it, because he himself didn't know either. He had leveled up with a single click of the system, and it had somehow ended up like this. Xiang Yin and the others looked at each other, unable to come to a conclusion in their hearts. So, his esteemed Tao ancestor was actually a body-tempering cultivator, a body-tempering practitioner. It wasn't that they all despised crude body-tempering cultivators. All right, maybe a little. It was mainly that there were no ancient texts that recorded this matter. They were already the leadership of the Tao Gate. It could be said that they knew all the 1,000-year secrets of the sect. Not even the Tao ancestors' 10 true disciples, our own ancestors, had ever mentioned this point. Whether his esteemed person had a sword or not, he had always insisted that he was a sword cultivator. And indeed, during the period when he had no sword, he mostly used sword techniques. Later, he even created the number 1 heaven-grade art. 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Xiang Yin looked up at the sky, feeling his head get a little itchy again. It's been itching very frequently recently. These great cultivators, right in front of Chu Huaishu, were constantly having a private meeting via sound transmission. After discussing for a long time, they still couldn't rashly come to a conclusion. The Tao ancestor was a body-tempering cultivator? This is even wilder than the unofficial histories. But in any case, Chu Huaishu has also blazed a new trail for the Tao Classic. We just don't know if there will be any influence on his subsequent cultivation. The first elder, Lu Pan, transmitted. Xiang Yin nodded slightly and said directly to Chu Huaishu, "You close your eyes, calm your mind, and then mobilize all the spiritual power in your body for me to see." Yes, Chu Huaishu began to do as he was told. The group of titans of the cultivation world stared at him, only feeling that the spiritual power in his body was truly unremarkable. To put it nicely, it was impartial, moderate, and peaceful. But if you were to add the spirit embryo secret depository and the spirit hidden in the flesh, the total amount of spiritual power in his body could be described as quite surging, incredibly astonishing. Recently, he had broken through 2 more heavens. The gap between the total spiritual power in his body and that of other cultivators was actually still widening. If this point can be maintained, by the time he reaches the realm of a great cultivator, it will be unimaginable. After everyone had investigated one by one, they didn't find any problems with Chu Huaishu. His cultivation foundation was very stable, and every step he took was very solid. It was just a pity that the path of body tempering would be very hard, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to use the word painful. And the later the stage, the more difficult it would be to advance. Sect Master Xiang Yin continued to transmit to the other elders. Good thing his progress is very fast at the moment. Perhaps he can cultivate to the third realm in time for the opening of the second layer of the Source Spirit realm. Next year, Law Enforcement Elder Lu Pan supplemented the sect master's words. To be precise, he needs to cultivate to the great perfection of the third realm. That would be the safest. Xiang Yin nodded, but soon felt he was overthinking it. We still have to take care of the matter at hand first. The most important thing now is to resolve the first layer of the Source Spirit realm 3 months from now. If he can win the first place in the First Realm Grand Competition, then this heavy burden will fall on his shoulders. Everyone nodded. Chu Huaishu looked at these Dao Gate predecessors, not knowing what they were conspiring about. It was obvious they were using sound transmission. Finally, a look of earnest expectation appeared on Xiang Yan's ugly face. He said in a voice that he thought was earnest and heartfelt, but was in fact still very unpleasant. Chu Huaishu, the First Realm Grand Competition of the Eastern Continent is about to begin. We hope that you can represent the Dao Gate and win the championship. And then go and fight a battle with the number 1 from the Western Continent. Because this bald man was too ugly and had a bandit-like air, and his voice was very much like a villain's. Chu Huaishu even felt that the sect master was threatening him. What's going on? Putting pressure on me the moment I arrive? He was a little perplexed. If it weren't for the fact that he roughly knew Xiang Yan's character, just from his posture just now, it felt like, if you don't get first place, I'll kill you. Chu Huaishu did have an impression of the Eastern Continent Grand Competition. But borrowing a sword had only started its closed beta in November of Xian calendar year 1990, and the open beta had started on January 1st of Xian calendar year 1991. So, he had only witnessed next year's Third Realm Grand Competition. At that time, the players were basically in the audience. In such a short time, only a very small number of closed beta players who had disregarded the consequences and their foundation and had recklessly leveled up to scout ahead had managed to reach the third realm through the system and were then mercilessly stomped. And that kind of player's account was basically half crippled, a case of draining the pond to catch the fish. At the time, everyone had just thought that such a grand Eastern Continent competition was borrowing a sword's way of showing the players that as long as they worked hard at the game, they could also be this strong in the future and could be as cool as them. The players' enthusiasm for leveling up was unprecedentedly high. They were completely mesmerized by the high-end special effects in borrowing a sword. Looking at it now, it seems it's not that simple. Chu Huaishu thought. I feel that the reason the sect master places so much importance on the Eastern Continent Grand Competition is not just for the Dao Gate's face, but also for other reasons, he guessed in his heart. However, although the open beta of borrowing a sword was next year, the players had still dug up a portion of the plot from before Xian calendar year 1991. Therefore, Chu Huaishu knew very well that this year's First Realm Eastern Continent Grand Competition and next year's Third Realm Eastern Continent Grand Competition, according to the original storyline, the winner was Su Ziqing. It had to be said, the little Su who had taken the bronze sword from the mountain was truly fucking awesome. He had not only won the Eastern Continent's Grand Competition, but had also ground the number 1 from the Western Continent into the dust. Although that sword had the Dao Ancestor's seal on it, and the seal would only be released by 1 layer for each realm Su Ziqing broke through, meaning he could only develop a part of the demonic sword's power, it was still enough for him to dominate everyone of the same realm. Many players believed that it wasn't Su Ziqing who was unrivaled at the same realm, but that sword. Some players had once spectated and noted that his strength with the bronze sword and his strength without it were worlds apart. Without the sword, he was indeed still very strong, but probably not comparable to the other three world protagonists. In addition, as mentioned before, Su Ziqing's cultivation speed had always been slower than the other three world protagonists. He was at least a major realm behind, compared to a heaven-defying existence like Han Shuangjiang, whose progress was 1,000 miles a day. He had even been 2 major realms behind at one point. It was as if he had been born for the first 2 rounds of the East-West Continent Grand Competition. Because in Xian calendar year 1991, when the Third Realm East-West Continent Grand Competition began, Han Shuangjiang, who had obtained 2 Dao ancestor legacies, had already leaped to the 4th realm and was sprinting toward becoming a great cultivator, thus having no eligibility to compete. And at that time, Su Ziqing's cultivation was barely at the 3rd realm, and only in the mid-stage, not even having cultivated to great perfection. But he had relied on that sword to pass through all barriers and slay all generals, seizing the title of the number 1 in the same realm in the Xianwang realm. Chu Huaishu had never expected that he, who had taken Su Ziqing's script, would now have the hopes of the masses placed upon him. How did it become me who has to fight? But the problem is I'm not sure if the current little Su, were he to ascend Spirit Storing Mountain, would still have the chance to take that sword, he thought. If he is destined to be able to take it, then among my opponents in the Eastern Continent Grand Competition, there will still be a Su Ziqing holding the number 1 sword in the world. His gaze sharpened slightly. The unfolding of the story had become so inexplicably bizarre. What was even more ridiculous was that the quest system seemed to have detected something on its own. Standing in the purple bamboo forest, a system prompt began to sound in Chu Huaishu's ear. Ding! It has been detected that you have triggered a main story quest. The East-West Continent Grand Competition. His heart beat a little faster. He secretly checked the quest rewards. This was clearly a phased quest. The rewards were divided into stages, requiring the player to unlock them layer by layer. The requirement for the first stage was to break into the top 500 of the Eastern Continent to receive a sum of experience points. Then, the next stage could be unlocked. Chu Huaishu personally guessed that the next stage would probably be to break into the top 100. In other words, if I can keep climbing the rankings, I can keep unlocking them. He knew very well that the rewards for a main story quest had always been particularly generous. Besides experience points, there were most likely some special items and special attribute points. As for the ultimate reward, it was probably terrifying. In an instant, Chu Huaishu was filled with motivation. At this moment, the other elders also spoke a few words of encouragement, their voices filled with earnest expectation. Chu Huaishu gracefully clasped his hands. He didn't say a single self-deprecating word. He was clearly only in the early 1st realm, yet he seemed to have the same spirit as when he had ascended Spirit Storing Mountain. This disciple will definitely do his utmost and not fail the mission. After the matter was concluded, it was again Chu Yining who volunteered to personally escort Chu Huaishu back to the outer sect. On the way back, the little rich lady of the Dao Gate said, if you can win first place in the Eastern Continent, or even first place in the East and West continents, the sect will definitely reward you. This seat is your future second master, so I will also privately give you a reward. The thought of her future disciple becoming the number 1 in the same realm, in the Xianhuang realm, made her feel delighted. The old in years but young in looks girl, just by imagining it, began to feel proud in advance. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu immediately said in a savvy way, then this disciple thanks his second master in advance. Oh, I've already said I'm not your second master yet. You have to work hard to get into the inner sect first. The old in years but young in looks girl waved her hand repeatedly, but the smile on her face was irrepressible. She had been flattered back into an embryonic state. The two soon flew back to the outer sect's bamboo hut. As they parted, Chu Huaishu bid her farewell with a respectful expression. Chu Yining was secretly delighted. She stood with her hands behind her back, leaving him with her back, then puffed out her flat chest and floated away into the air. Today was a cloudy day. The sky was gray, as if it could rain at any moment. Han Shuangjiang, who lived next door, heard the commotion. She opened her bamboo door and, seeing that Chu Huaishu had returned, couldn't help but remind him, "Don't forget, you still have to go and get Junior Brother Sue today." I remember, he replied. "I don't have any clean outer robes left." How could I forget? The big ice cube rolled her eyes at him in her heart. But then she thought, if Junior Brother Sue comes home, then it seems I won't have to buy groceries or wash the dishes either. Thinking of this, her mood also improved a little. Chu Huaishu waved at her and said, "I'm going now." The little housekeeper glanced at the gray sky, feeling that it would rain heavily in a while, and asked, "Do you have an umbrella in your storage token?" No need. It's such a short distance." "I'll be quick," he said, running out. As he ran, he continued to say, "And we've already started cultivating. A little rain won't hurt." The cold-faced girl looked at his receding back and couldn't help but mutter softly, "A little rain certainly won't hurt you. But when you come back drenched, won't Junior Brother Sue still have to take care of your robes? He'll probably have to boil water for your bath, too." At this point, Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but feel envious of those with high cultivation. At that time, when Li Chunsong had come to retrieve them at the foot of Wuming Mountain, he had specially shown off a move. Not only did the surrounding rain not touch them, but he had even made the raindrops in the air pause for a short while. By the time Chu Huaishu ran to the cold pool, the sky was even darker. He stood by the side of the cold pool, feeling the cold air on his face, and muttered, "Good thing I made a trip. If I had been a few days later, and the cold energy at the bottom of the pool had continued to increase, let alone little Sue not being able to get out, I might not have been able to withstand going in. At that time, I might have had to ask someone with a higher cultivation to go in and get him." Chu Huaishu took out the water-repelling pearl and the jade tablet fragment and leaped down. After entering the cold pool, he even smiled. The big ice cube is really forgetful. I have a water-repelling pearl. I could have used it to block the rain. After entering the secret realm, Chu Huaishu, with great skill, walked into the seventh cave, and then, relying on the little sword in his sea of consciousness, shattered the illusion of the second trial. After opening the stone gate, he saw Su Ziqing sitting cross-legged by the side of the pool, cultivating with his eyes closed. Beside him were a few sheets of paper, with a brush and the silk pouches he had given the youth weighing them down. Chu Huaishu did not disturb him, nor did he peek at what was written on the paper, respecting the youth's privacy. He just directly used information probe on him. "He's opened 6 apertures." He gritted his teeth in envy. He had also obtained generous experience points from this trial, but these experience points were definitely not enough for him to go from level 0 to level 6. Although it's been so many days for a normal pseudo-spirit embryo to temper their body, and open 6 apertures would take a very, very long time. And it feels like he's even trying to break through the 7th aperture. A world protagonist is truly different. Chu Huaishu, who had already obtained the medicine cauldron, the Tao gives birth to one, suddenly thought, then in the future, if I refine more pills for him to pop, with his congenital pill-popping sacred body, won't his progress also be lightning fast? Damn it, what kind of nurturing type boy, most beloved by pill refiners, is this? Chu Huaishu couldn't help but suspect that when he had played Borrowing a Sword, the cultivation level of Su Ziqing in the game was probably mostly achieved by popping pills. If he had relied on himself to cultivate slowly, it would have taken him until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the delicate-featured youth slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Chu Huaishu standing in front of him, an excited expression immediately appeared on his face. Then, he quickly got up and said respectfully, "Senior brother." Chu Huaishu looked at him, his expression calm, and said in a very light tone, "Not bad, 6th aperture." Hearing this, Su Ziqing could tell that this was not a compliment, but his heart was still filled with joy. This at least means that although I didn't bring senior brother a surprise, I also didn't disappoint him. He knew that his own cultivation aptitude was dull and could not be compared with his senior brother and senior sister Han. To be able to achieve this, he was already very content. Little Su. Yes, senior brother. Is the body-tempering liquid still useful to you? Chu Huaishu asked. Since yesterday, it has almost had no effect, Su Ziqing answered in full detail. Then I come at just the right time, Chu Huaishu said faintly. The dirty clothes I've piled up have secretly aligned with the will of heaven. He was a little curious and asked, these past few days, besides cultivating, what else have you been doing? Su Ziqing answered honestly. Occasionally, I would practice my family sword forms. He added, senior brother may not know, but I come from a family of swordsmen in the martial world and have learned the sword with my parents since I was a child. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu said in his heart, I know. But he just nodded slightly and didn't say much more. After a while, he looked at the delicate-featured youth and said, let's go. This secret realm is already useless to you. The cold pool outside is accumulating cold energy. In a few more days, you probably won't be able to get out. Yes, senior brother, Su Ziqing immediately replied respectfully and then began to pack his things. In fact, even if Chu Huaishu hadn't come today, he had planned to go out tomorrow. Because the dry rations the other had brought him before, even if he ate sparingly, would be finished tonight. Senior brother probably even calculated the days in his heart and knew I had no more food, which is why he came to get me today. The youth guessed in his heart, a little moved. In the process of packing his things, Su Ziqing soon saw the few sheets of paper that were being weighed down by the brush and the silk pouches. In the storage token of an unnamed disciple, the Tao Gate had prepared basic daily necessities. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone were all there. The delicate-featured youth squatted down and solemnly placed the silk pouch with the words, flowing water does not contend to be first. Its struggle is to be endless and unceasing, into his storage token. Then he picked up the few sheets of paper, took a deep breath, and walked towards Chu Huaishu. Senior brother, this is for you, he said, holding the paper with both hands and handing it to the other. What is this? Chu Huaishu took it with a curious expression. Since the paper was facing down, he could only vaguely see the handwriting. Chu Huaishu immediately flipped them over and looked at the words on top. Six-petaled lightning. He looked at the top 4 characters, finding them a little awkward to pronounce. But he roughly knew what it meant. Six-petaled is an elegant name for a snowflake. Lightning is another name for a lightning bolt. A system prompt immediately sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the art, Six-petaled lightning. Type sword art. Grade earth. Status. Incomplete can be advanced. 0. An earth grade art. Chu Huaishu looked at the few pages in his hand, a look of surprise on his face. As far as he knew, heaven-grade arts in this world were incomparably rare. Don't be fooled by the fact that Han Shuangjiang and I had so many heaven-grade cultivation techniques to choose from when we went to the Scripture Pavilion. That's because we're only in the first realm, and those are low-level realm techniques. But arts are different from cultivation techniques. A good art can really be used for a lifetime. Under these circumstances, an earth grade was already considered a considerably precious art. More importantly, this six-petaled lightning was currently in an incomplete state. Could it still be rated as earth grade? This is a little terrifying. Chu Huaishu checked the skill description given by the system. It showed that the current completeness of this six-petaled lightning was 82%. In borrowing a sword, when the completeness of some arts and techniques is not 100%, it's generally due to 2 situations. The first is that a few pages are indeed missing. The second is that the person who created it has not yet fully figured out themselves. In reality, it's still a semi-finished product. Under normal circumstances, if the skill completeness was higher than 70%, then it could be learned. However, it was very likely that there would be obvious flaws, and there might even be negative side effects after using the skill. In fact, many arts are classified as semi-finished products precisely because of this negative side effect. According to the system's introduction, the power of this six-petaled lightning was infinitely close to that of a heaven-grade art. However, a price had to be paid. Isn't this a bit like the 7 injuries fist that injures the enemy by 1,000 but damages oneself by 800? Chu Huaishu thought. In the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, the description for the 7 injuries fist was, one must suffer 7 injuries to practice it. First injure oneself, then injure the enemy. This six-petaled lightning was similar. When one circulated the spiritual power in their body, wherever the spiritual power went, whether it was the physical body or the meridians, it would all suffer varying degrees of damage. But the effect that ultimately erupted would be incomparably astonishing. For Chu Huaishu's current situation, he had indeed not learned any arts yet. This was a pressing need. Although this six-petaled lightning has obvious flaws, its strength is that it's truly fierce. It can be used as a final killer move. He immediately positioned it in his mind. And overall, its compatibility with him was actually very high. Because of the Tao Classic, his self-healing ability was constantly improving. It's just that it seems I'm really walking further and further down this path of self-abuse. Chu Huaishu was a little speechless. System, can you give me back my pain adjustment function? He lamented in his heart. Chu Huaishu put down the papers in his hand and looked up at the nervous Su Ziqing. Little Su was clearly the one giving the gift, but he didn't know if this gift would suit his senior brother's tastes. He wanted to repay his senior brother, but he wasn't sure if this gift was valuable enough. Having just entered the cultivation world, he didn't have much of a concept of what grade of art six-petaled lightning was. If senior brother doesn't think much of it at all, Su Ziqing felt that would be a little awkward. Finally, Chu Huaishu spoke. Where did you get this art? I got it by a stroke of luck when I went on an outing to the mountains with my family before. He replied in full detail, telling some specifics. Chu Huaishu listened seriously. The specific details were rather cliché, but he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. A world protagonist is indeed a person of great fortune. However, his mind quickly stirred, and he suddenly thought, doesn't little Su also have a revenge plotline? At this thought, he looked down at the papers in his hand again, a faint guess forming in his heart. He was beginning to feel that these few pages of paper were stained with blood. Do you know that this is a sword path art? Chu Huaishu asked again. Hearing this, Su Ziqing clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. He lowered his head and said, I didn't know at first, but I found out later. Oh, how did you find out? Chu Huaishu continued to fish for information. Because a villain broke into my house, slaughtered my entire Su family, and stole that booklet. I wasn't at home that day. The night before, I was sparring with a friend in the city and stayed at his house. That's how I escaped. The delicate-featured youth's eyes were bloodshot, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chu Huaishu didn't ask any more questions, nor did he ask why a villain would know that his family had obtained a mysterious sword art. Because there were, after all, more stupid people in this world than not, and many people couldn't keep their mouths shut. Many times, a villain's meticulous planning was no match for a fool's sudden impulse. The Su family was a large family with many people. It was normal. If he were to delve into the details now, it would only make Su Ziqing more painful, trapped in his memories. Chu Huaishu had his professional habits from his time as a companion. He was actually very mindful of others' emotions. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the other and spoke again. Little Su, this sword art, did you memorize it and then write it down? Yes. Then let me ask you, your whole family died because of it. Are you sure you want to gift it to me? Senior brother has shown me the grace of a new life. If it weren't for senior brother's help, Su Ziqing would probably have had no chance to cultivate in this life. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his tone excited. The delicate-featured youth continued. Ziqing knows that his aptitude is dull, and he probably won't be able to catch up to senior brother's pace in this life. I don't know if I will have the ability to repay senior brother in the future. I have no other possessions, only this art that I obtained by a stroke of luck. I hope senior brother will not dislike it. At this point, Su Ziqing even added in a slightly flustered manner, as if he were afraid he had said something wrong. Ziqing knows that senior brother's great kindness is not something that can be offset by a single sword art, and I absolutely have no intention of canceling out the favor. Ziqing will remember senior brother's kindness for the rest of my life. His attitude was incomparably sincere, his tone exceptionally genuine. Looking at his heart-on-his-sleeve appearance, Chu Huaishu actually couldn't take it anymore. Damn it. You kid, are you trying to mess with me? This way, my conscience won't be clear. He was speechless in his heart. He had never agreed with that saying before. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Chu Huaishu had always felt that sincerity was a suicide move to kill oneself. Well, he had seen it for himself today. The youth's eyes were filled with tears, his body even trembling slightly. He said with tears in his eyes, "Please rest assured, senior brother. Zicheng will definitely do his utmost to cultivate and not let down senior brother's nurturing. Whatever senior brother instructs, I will do." Chu Huaishu was truly speechless. "Damn it, stop talking, stop talking. The more you're like this, the more of a villain you make me out to be," he said faintly in his heart. He looked at the youth and said, "Little Su, do you know that this art is not ordinary? It's not the kind of trash you find everywhere. Although I can tell at a glance that its negative side effects are great and it has obvious flaws. However, its power is astonishing. Its grade is likely not low. It is an extremely precious art in the cultivation world." Chu Huaishu felt he still had to tell him the truth. Hearing this, Su Zicheng immediately became even more excited. "Senior brother, really?" A smile immediately appeared on his face as he said, "Then it's good that senior brother doesn't dislike it. What I mean is, it's really very precious." Chu Huaishu was speechless. "It can't compare to senior brother's kindness." The youth was still stubborn. Chu Huaishu, who had just been thinking of training him into his own shape, now that he was really like this, felt a little ashamed. He had been beaten to death by his disciples' random punches. He looked down at the few pages of paper that were clearly not stained with blood, but felt somewhat heavy, and said, "But your family all died because of it." Hearing this, a relaxed smile appeared on Su Zicheng's face, and he quickly said, "Don't worry, senior brother. I've already asked them." Chu Huaishu was stunned. "Asked? How'd you ask? Don't tell me you can communicate with spirits, or did they appear in your dream?" Seeing his senior brother's confused face, the delicate-featured youth was too embarrassed to say that he had been tossing a silk pouch, so he just glossed over it and said, "In short, please rest assured and accept it, senior brother." Since he had already said so much, Chu Huaishu nodded and no longer refused, already thinking in his heart of how to repay little Su. He looked at the youth who had just been crying from painful memories and asked, "Little Su, then do you know who your enemy is?" "Senior brother, Zicheng does not know." He shook his head. But he quickly said, "However, if in the future someone else also uses six-petaled lightning, then he might be my enemy. And then, if this art is indeed an art that was lost in the early years, then only a very small number of people would know it. At that time, after some investigation, there is such a possibility." Chu Huaishu nodded slightly. He actually knew who Su Zicheng's enemy was, because when he had played Borrowing a Sword, his high-level account had been apprenticed to one of the four great sects, Spring and Autumn Mountain. And little Su's enemy was actually a person from Spring and Autumn Mountain. In the game, Chu Huaishu had personally witnessed Su Zicheng coming for revenge. To be precise, it was the four world protagonists arriving together. That enemy of his actually had a very strong background in Spring and Autumn Mountain. But so what if he had a strong background? At that time, Su Zicheng and Han Shuangjiang were already true disciples of the Tao Gate. And of the other two world protagonists, one was a member of the royal family of the Moon Kingdom. The other came from the largest noble family in the Moon Kingdom. On the Mirror Kingdom side, the four great sects were above the royal court. On the Moon Kingdom side, the situation was special. For various reasons, the imperial power was supreme. Chu Huaishu had personally witnessed Su Zicheng avenging his blood feud. At this moment, he asked, "So you single-mindedly want to cultivate because of this hatred in your heart?" "Yes." The youth nodded forcefully. "Then I have to tell you that this road may not be easy. You have a lot of hardship to endure." Chu Huaishu knew very well that a world protagonist also grew continuously through tribulations. This enmity is irreconcilable. "No matter what price I have to pay, Zicheng will avenge my blood feud," the delicate-featured youth said, gritting his teeth. "No matter how strong the other party is, no matter how great their background." Chu Huaishu asked again, Yes, I will definitely kill him, the youth replied firmly and powerfully. Chu Huaishu looked at him, gently patted his shoulder, and decided to give him some clues without leaving a trace at an appropriate opportunity. But what he said was, cultivate well. You can do it. Since you want to kill him, then kill him. A few minutes later, Su Ziqing had packed up everything by the side of the pool. Senior brother, we can go, he said. Unexpectedly, Chu Huaishu said, no rush. He took out an item from his storage token and threw it to Su Ziqing. Eat this, he said. Inside the cold pool's secret realm, Su Ziqing scrambled to catch the item his senior brother had thrown. He looked down and saw that it was a wooden box. The wooden box looked extremely exquisite, and it was unknown what material it was made of. There were also profound patterns on it. Oh, you have to give this box back to me later, Chu Huaishu said. This is a spiritual pill treasure box, used for storing spiritual pills to ensure that the medicinal efficacy does not diminish over time. It's quite valuable. Ordinary spiritual pills are not worthy of this kind of box, he explained. For him, he had already obtained the medicine cauldron. The Tao gives birth to one. The subprofession of a pill refiner was one he would definitely practice. Therefore, a spiritual pill treasure box had also become a necessity, something he would use in the future. In addition, while Chu Huaishu said this, he was also satisfying his desire to show off, to let this youth who had not seen the world broaden his horizons. As for the pill inside the spiritual pill treasure box, it was naturally the profound heaven embryonic breath pill that the lowly elder, Chu Yinin, had given him. His heart still ached a little. Although it can no longer raise my spirit embryo's grade, this thing is really damn expensive. In the future, if my spirit embryo is damaged, I can still use it for healing. Chu Huaishu's heart was bleeding. But in any case, the profound heaven embryonic breath pill was the most suitable pill for the pseudo-spirit embryo, Su Ziqing, at the moment. No, I have to show off and show off hard, Chu Huaishu thought. Su Ziqing slowly opened the medicine box. In an instant, the fragrance of medicine assaulted his nostrils, and he saw the Longan-sized spiritual pill inside. He immediately closed the medicine box, roughly guessing in his heart that this thing was very precious. Senior brother, this is, the youth asked. The profound heaven embryonic breath pill, Chu Huaishu replied, pretending to be calm, waiting for him to show a look of shock. As it turned out, the inexperienced Su Ziqing had a blank look on his face. He just felt that the name sounded a little impressive. This made Chu Huaishu very displeased. Already in pain over the loss, he immediately pointed at the stone gate behind the pool. I've told you before, this secret realm was set up by a predecessor named Lei Wenyan. M.N. Ziqing remembers. This senior Lei attained the realm of a great cultivator with the talent of a mere grade 3 low-grade spirit embryo. Su Ziqing's own aptitude was extremely poor. Hearing this, his eyes immediately lit up. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Chu Huaishu continued in a deep voice, the effect of the profound heaven embryonic breath pill is to heal a damaged spirit embryo. If a low-grade spirit embryo consumes it, there is a high probability of raising the spirit embryo's grade. When this senior Lei obtained this spiritual pill, his lifespan was already at its end, his days numbered. Even if he ate it, he had no hope of breaking through. Therefore, he chose, like many Tao Gate predecessors, to set up a secret realm within the sect, to leave behind a fated opportunity, to wait for a fated person. What Senior Lei wrote in his last words was, Junior of a later generation, the great Tao is at your feet. I hope you will not, because of insufficient spirit embryo aptitude, lose the courage to press forward. This old man bestows upon you a great creation. Chu Huaishu's eyes sharpened, his voice sinking. Hearing this, Su Ziqing's heart raced, his emotions surging. A feeling of admiration was about to overflow. He looked towards the stone gate behind him. This honest child felt as if he had been taught a lesson and even had the urge to bow towards it. However, little Su quickly came to his senses and looked up at Chu Huaishu, who was much taller than him. For senior brother to give it to me, isn't that also? bestowing a great creation upon me. The hands of the youth holding the treasure box couldn't help but tremble slightly, his face filled with shock. Seeing him like this, Chu Huaishu was finally satisfied, the ache in his heart weakening a little. Su Ziqing immediately said, "Senior brother, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." He raised the spiritual pill treasure box high with both hands, signaling for the other to take it back. "What?" Chu Huaishu asked. "For what senior brother said. A spiritual pill like this that can defy the heavens and change one's fate is probably priceless. Naturally, this is a grade 7 high-grade spiritual pill. Even a great cultivator would flock to it." Chu Huaishu continued to show off. "Then I can't accept it even more. What's more, it was senior brother who passed through this secret realm, so this pill of senior lay should be kept by senior brother," Su Ziqing said reasonably. To say he wasn't tempted, how could he not be? He was a pseudo-spirit embryo with the worst aptitude. To avenge his blood feud and to repay his senior brother in the future, how could that be easy? But one should not accept a reward without merit. The other had shown him a kindness as heavy as a mountain. How could he accept a spiritual pill as well? All the greed in his heart was wiped clean by the delicate-featured youth, as if having such a thought was a sin. Chu Huaishu waved his hand, addicted to showing off. "And how do you know that I only have one of this grade 7 spiritual pill?" He said faintly, "You can rest assured. This profound heaven embryonic breath pill is not the one left by Senior Lay, but one I obtained through other means." Now it was not like when he was playing games. He couldn't muster up that Shinibu energy from his player days. If he were still playing a game, he would definitely have said, "Therefore, this is the creation I bestow upon you." Hearing this, Su Ziqing's heart was even more shocked. A spiritual pill of this level, senior brother actually has too. He's also just an outer sect disciple of the Tao Gate, who only entered the sect a few days before me. This is too terrifying. Chu Huaishu looked at the slightly agape little Su, a pleased smile on his face, and said, "If I'm giving it to you, then take it. Just consider it me returning a spiritual pill for the sword art you gave me." "But senior brother, that was not my original intention. It was you who gave me the opportunity to enter the Tao Gate. Su Ziqing's words were directly interrupted by Chu Huaishu's raised hand. He immediately returned to his usual self and said irritably, "You said before that you would listen to me in everything. You were just talking nonsense, weren't you? I'll whip you right now. Do you believe me?" "That's not it," the delicate-featured youth immediately replied. "But this. What's with all this and that? If you keep rambling on, I'll pry your mouth open and stuff it in for you. Do you believe me?" Chu Huaishu had a look of eagerness on his face. "I've already hit the world protagonist Han Xuanjiang. Why don't I try hitting Su Ziqing today?" Seeing this, Su Ziqing didn't know what to say. The youth finally gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'll just consider it that senior brother thinks highly of me and is investing heavily in my cultivation. I must cultivate diligently and at least become a great cultivator like Senior Lay. Senior brother treats me like this. In the future, after my great enmity is avenged, even if he asks me to be his loyal soldier, I am willing." At this thought, little Su's mind was finally clear. He asked, "Senior brother, should I eat it here?" Chu Huaishu nodded. "This is a secret realm, after all. It's an excellent place for closed-door cultivation, safer than the outside world." "All right." The youth nodded, sat down cross-legged on the ground. He opened the medicine box, consumed the spiritual pill with a solemn expression, and then slowly closed his eyes. The profound heaven embryonic breath pill melted the moment it entered his mouth and immediately transformed into a warm current. Chu Huaishu stood guard for him from the side, unable to help his own curiosity. With this innate pill-popping sacred body of his, how many grades can one profound heaven embryonic breath pill raise him? He was a little expectant. From the quality of the pill, even if he was an amateur, he could tell that the one Chu Yinyin had given him was not as good as the one he had eaten. There was even a subtle difference in their appearance. After all, mine was personally refined by the Pill King. It's definitely the best of the best. Before long, Chu Huaishu faintly perceived that the aura on little Su's body was beginning to change. His whole body was flushed, incredibly hot, and even began to emit a little white smoke. This scene was very similar to Chu Huaishu's own experience. As time passed, the medicinal effects were continuously absorbed by Su Ziqing. After a good while, he suddenly opened his eyes and then let out a long, turbid breath. Chu Huaishu directly used information probe on him and began to curse in his heart. A grade 3 low-grade spirit embryo? He went from a pseudo-spirit embryo and leveled up 3 times in a row. Little Su, oh little Su, what's the point of you cultivating? In the future, just go and soak in a medicine jar. At this moment, Su Ziqing was a little dazed. He could clearly feel that he had become different, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Senior brother, am I? Your spirit embryo should have been greatly improved. As for the specific situation, you'll need to go to the spirit compass at the disciples' courtyard and test it. Chu Huaishu did not tell him that he had leveled up 3 times, because with his current first realm strength, even if he took a drop of Su Ziqing's blood, he couldn't detect it too accurately with his spiritual sense. So he covered it up. Su Ziqing stood up and bowed to Chu Huaishu. Thank you, senior brother, for bestowing upon me a great creation. Get up, get up. It's time to go back. After speaking, he got up on his own and was the first to walk out. In his eyes, giving little Su a spiritual pill was in exchange for this 6-petaled lightning. As for the kindness he keeps remembering, thanking me for leading him into the Tao Gate. Chu Huaishu strode forward and waved his hand, causing the sleeve of his robe to flutter in the air, signaling the youth to hurry up and follow. That was something I owed you to begin with, he said in his heart. Outside the cold pool, it was pouring rain. Although the Tao Gate had a mountain-protecting formation, the sect had always advocated for being close to nature. So, the weather changes were no different from the outside world. It would not rely on the formation to block the rain and snow. When Chu Huaishu had gone out, it had only been a cloudy day. He knew it would definitely rain, but he hadn't expected it to be so heavy. After the two of them surfaced from the water with the help of the water-repelling pearl, the first thing they saw was Han Shuangjiang standing by the side of the cold pool. She was still wearing a light blue outer robe, holding an oil paper umbrella, almost exactly the same as their first meeting at the foot of Wuming Mountain that day. Equals. The young woman was also holding 2 umbrellas under her left arm, as if the rain outside was too heavy and she had specially come to deliver them. Why are you here? We have water-repelling pearls. We can use them to block the rain, Chu Huaishu said. Oh, I forgot, Han Shuangjiang said, seeing the 2 of them. The slight frown on her brow immediately relaxed, and she spoke in a very flat tone. In fact, she wasn't here to deliver umbrellas. It was purely because Chu Huaishu had said he would be right back, but had not returned for a long time, so she had grown more and more worried. In addition, little Su had also not returned for so many days. She was really afraid that something had happened in the Cold Pool secret realm. The cold-faced girl had been standing here waiting for a while. She had even been debating whether to go and find Deacon Yo to come and take a look. As for the matter of the water-repelling pearls, she had really forgotten. Now that she had brought 2 extra umbrellas, it could serve as a cover for her. It saved her from worrying so foolishly, which would make her seem stupid. But Chu Huaishu had been a companion for many years and was an expert in this area. He had already taken in the changes in the big ice cube's expression and couldn't help but smile. However, he didn't say much more, not teasing her wildly like he usually did. Chu Huaishu just took out his own water-repelling pearl and said, Hey, the rain is so heavy, your umbrella can't block it all. You can use this water-repelling pearl to block the rain. He knew that this big ice cube was a bit of a clean freak. At this moment, her feet were covered in mud, her outer robe was slightly dirty, and many places on her body were drenched by the rain. Even a few strands of her black hair were dotted with raindrops blown by the strong wind. The cold-faced girl looked at the water-repelling pearl, then looked at Chu Huaishu. Following his gaze, she found that he was looking at her shoes and the drenched places. However, at this moment, Su Ziqing immediately stated his position. Senior Sister Han, why don't you use mine? This water-repelling pearl was originally yours. To say he was savvy, he was savvy. But to say he was perceptive, he didn't seem to have much of it. No need. Han Shuangjiang was the same as always, habitually putting on a cold face and rejecting others' good intentions. Let's go. Let's not chat here. Let's go home, she said, seeing that the rain could get even heavier. Emin, go home, go home. Chu Huaishu patted Su Ziqing, signaling him to walk faster. Hearing the words go home, the delicate-featured youth couldn't help but look up at the sky, a warmth spreading in his heart. The three of them, who no longer had families, thus walked in the direction of the bamboo hut in the pouring rain. Chu Huaishu looked sideways at Han Shuangjiang, the slight clean freak, holding an umbrella with one hand and lifting the hem of her outer robe with the other. Along the way, she carefully avoided the puddles, sometimes leaping to the right, sometimes taking a large step to the left. For some reason, looking at the young woman's beautiful back, his heart was filled with a sense of peace and tranquility. Unconsciously, he had already been in the Xianhuang realm for some time. From the beginning, when he still had a bit of a player's mentality and felt a sense of detachment from the entire world, to now, he had completely gotten used to it here. What's there to play games for? Chu Huaishu said in his heart. This is the mortal world now. The bamboo hut was a warm little home. Han Shuangjiang went to busy herself with cooking, Su Ziqing went to busy himself with laundry, and Chu Huaishu went to soak in a hot bath in a wooden tub. The water, naturally, was also boiled by little Su. The pouring rain outside had almost stopped, but from the looks of it, it was still best to dry the clothes indoors. Soaking in the hot water, Chu Huaishu was completely relaxed and slowly closed his eyes. He began to plan for the near future. The East-West continent grand competition is imminent. I'm still at the third layer of the first realm. I need to hurry up and raise my strength. My realm is just one aspect. I also have to learn skills. This six-petaled lightning, that little Su had given him, he would definitely learn it. He was greatly moved by such an earth-grade art. In the scripture pavilion, the price of high-grade arts was very expensive, about the same as the price of cultivation techniques after the fifth realm. Those powerful arts with a good reputation might even be slightly higher. With my current sect contribution points, I can't even afford a mystic grade art. I can only choose from among the yellow grade ones. But for my current realm, a yellow grade is actually enough. Of course, mystic grade would be best. This was actually a matter of cost-effectiveness. With the same amount of experience points, a yellow grade skill could probably be maxed out, while an earth grade skill could only be started. And the skills he needed to learn were not just sword arts, but also movement arts, protective arts, and so on. Therefore, Chu Huaishu had to learn to make some trade-offs. In the first realm, there's no need to be overly ambitious. The sect generally won't let disciples come into contact with high-grade arts too early. It's not beneficial for their cultivation. In addition, Chu Huaishu had also just specifically checked the learning conditions for six-petaled lightning. Under normal circumstances, the mandatory requirement for an earth grade art is comprehension 3 to learn. And with comprehension 3, you can only learn one earth grade art. But this thing is an incomplete version, so it can be learned with comprehension 2. After learning it, I won't be able to learn any other earth grade arts. It's useless even if my comprehension rises to 3. I have to raise it to 4. And most importantly, it takes more than damn 90,000 experience points just to get started. Getting started with an art was the cheapest part. The subsequent upgrades would have a terrifying experience point cost, multiplying several times over. For six-petal lightning, to require more than 90,000 just to get started, the subsequent costs were unimaginable. But compared to the 1 million experience point scam, that is 10,000 swords returned to the origin, it seems alright. Chu Huaishu smiled. This legendary #1 art in the world was truly a giant pit. From his current situation, Chu Huaishu didn't even have the conditions to learn six-petaled lightning. But he wasn't in a hurry. The most important thing to do right now is to learn how to refine pills. Officially become a pill refiner, and then see if the Tao gives birth to one is really a fully automatic medicine cauldron. If it is, then I can make a living by refining pills. I can make money, I can earn contribution points, and I can also rely on popping pills to improve my cultivation. He had already decided. He would go to the scripture pavilion tomorrow. He would devote his mind to pill refining first. You have to be willing to invest to get a return. The sun was about to set, and the rain outside had completely stopped. The three of them sat at the table eating as usual. Su Ziqing's appetite was also particularly good. He had been gnawing on dry rations in the secret realm for so many days and had long been missing Senior Sister Han's delicious dishes. The big ice cube watched the two big eaters wolfing down their food and muttered in her heart, Junior brother Su's appetite seems to have gotten a lot bigger too. But when she thought about how both of them were walking the path of body tempering, she was relieved. Some people have a strong appetite-shrinking force, eating only a few bites. Eating with such people also affects one's appetite. The appetite-expanding force of these two was at maximum, so much so that Han Shuangjiang's own appetite had improved a little, and she was proud of her culinary skills. After serving himself a piece of meat, Chu Huaishu looked up and asked, Senior Sister Han, have you gone to the scripture pavilion to buy an art yet? Annoying. I told you not to call me Senior Sister, she said coldly. Every time this dead fox called her that, she had a bad premonition. But the big ice cube still answered honestly, the day you were taken away by the 10th elder, I went to the scripture pavilion and chose a sword art. Yellow grade? Chu Huaishu asked. Amen. The big ice cube nodded. Our 1,000 contribution points is a bit awkward. A yellow grade would leave some leftover, but we can't afford a mystic grade. Even the cheapest one is not enough. Far from it. Normal. The gap between mystic and yellow is huge. Yellow is relatively basic, while mystic is an advancement, Chu Huaishu said, and then changed the subject, starting to press. Then how many contribution points do you have left? A little over 200, close to 300, Han Shuangjiang replied. Yellow grade arts were indeed cheap. Some powerful cultivators could even mass-produce them. It was just novice period stuff. But when it came to mystic grade, that was a qualitative change. Chu Huaishu began to reveal his ultimate goal. Why don't you lend them to me for now? Han Shuangjiang had always been quite a money grubber and immediately looked up. I'm preparing to learn pill refining. My current contribution points are probably only enough to exchange for the most basic pill refining art, and then it won't be enough to buy pill recipes and spiritual herbs, he explained. The little housekeeper was always meticulous and good at managing finances. But since it was Chu Huaishu who was asking to borrow, no matter how much of a little money grubber she was, she immediately nodded and agreed. These contribution points were exchanged from his spirit compass to begin with, she thought. Amen. This way, it should be about enough. Don't worry, I'll definitely pay you back soon. I'll even round it up for you and return 300, he said magnanimously. Su Ziqing, listening from the side, couldn't get a word in. He only hated that his cultivation was low and he didn't have many ways to earn contribution points, unable to share his senior brother's burden. Su Ziqing. Oh, Su Ziqing, you have to work even harder at your cultivation. After the meal, Han Shuangjiang, who no longer had to personally clear the bowls and chopsticks, went back to her room to cultivate. She was now basically practicing her sword art during the day and her cultivation technique at night. Chu Huaishu was stuffed and was still digesting. He looked at Su Ziqing, who was wiping the table, and started a casual chat. Little Su. Yes. Senior brother. When you got this six-petaled lightning, you probably didn't think it was an art at first, right? While wiping the table, Su Ziqing replied, Amen. At first I thought it was a relatively profound martial art from the mortal world. But later I found that no matter how I learned it, I couldn't learn it. I could only perform a flowery but empty form. The youth was a youth, after all, and still wanted to prove himself a little. At this moment, he added, Senior brother may not know, but I learned martial arts from the mortal world very quickly, especially sword arts. I can learn them all at a glance. And it was because of this that some people in your family began to guess that this was actually a cultivator's art. Chu Huaishu said. Amen, yes, Su Ziqing's eyes dimmed. Seeing this, Chu Huaishu didn't plan to delve deeper into this topic. He actually knew in his heart that this world protagonist wasn't just able to learn any martial world sword art at a glance. He could quickly grasp the basics of any sword path art. It was said that below heaven grade, he could learn them all at a glance. As for heaven grade, he would need to study them for a short period of time, and only a short period. Many players had guessed that Su Ziqing, one of the world protagonists, was probably the legendary Comprehension 10. Although his spirit embryo attribute was low, his comprehension was heaven-defying. However, before I transmigrated, he didn't seem to have mastered 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Chu Huaishu recalled. As expected, 10,000 swords returned to the origin was actually a new type of scam in the Xianwang realm. At this moment, Chu Huaishu could actually see that the current little Su, after being messed with by him like this, was actually a little down on himself. He felt that this was not conducive to the growth of a world protagonist, so he intentionally let him show off a little. Actually, you're not thinking about it correctly. This six-petaled lightning, if I'm not mistaken, is a high-grade art. To be able to learn its form is already not easy. And you should have learned it in an instant, right? He said. Amen, I learned the flowery form in an instant, but I couldn't get the hang of it at all. I studied it for over a month in one go. But it was all in vain, Su Ziqing replied. Now that I know it's an art, I'm relieved, he said. Without spiritual power, he naturally couldn't enter its gate. The flowery form is fine too. Little Su, why don't you demonstrate it for me? Chu Huaishu continued to give him a chance to show off. All right, the delicate-featured youth immediately replied. He usually looked a little timid, but he had also once been a high-spirited youth. When it came to demonstrating sword arts to others, he had been used to it since he was a child. This had always been his greatest pride. His parents had also been proud of this. Su Ziqing found a tree branch to replace a long sword, and, in the small courtyard after the rain, under the moonlight, he performed the sword art for Chu Huaishu to see. It had to be said, when he held the tree branch, the feeling the whole person gave off changed in an instant. The youth was delicate-featured, with an androgynous appearance. So much so that since he was a child, he was often suspected of being a woman disguised as a man. But with a sword in hand, the feeling the whole person gave off instantly became a few degrees sharper. He was born for the sword. Chu Huaishu watched as he performed with abandon in the small courtyard, his movements as smooth as flowing clouds and water. His every strike was clean and neat. If it weren't for the sudden turn of events, he would also be a famous young hero in the martial world, right? Chu Huaishu thought. After performing the entire set of six-petaled lightning, Su Ziqing's right hand would occasionally twitch slightly, forcefully suppressing the trembling. The youth didn't know that this art had a very strong negative side effect, and thought it was because he hadn't entered the first realm. Don't hide it, I saw it all. Chu Huaishu was not surprised by this. The youth was a little embarrassed and lowered his head slightly, saying, as expected, nothing can be hidden from senior brother's eyes. Don't give me that. Chu Huaishu did not accept his flattery, but instead asked curiously, you were like this every time you finished practicing, but you still practiced hard for a month? Su Ziqing nodded and said a little embarrassedly, because I was more stubborn back then. I just didn't believe that there was a martial world sword art under the heavens that I couldn't learn. Chu Huaishu grumbled in his heart. As expected, giving you this sword-tempering art was the right thing to do. You kid are also exceptionally talented in this aspect. The delicate-featured youth looked down at the tree branch in his hand, still a little ashamed. Senior brother, at first I didn't know this was a cultivator's art. After studying it for over a month, I began to believe that it couldn't be that I couldn't learn it, and thought that there was a problem with the art itself. And there was one part that felt very awkward to use, so I even randomly changed it a little. After speaking, he casually swung his sword, and then changed the move. This scene was all seen by Chu Huaishu. The next moment, a system prompt actually sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, the completeness of the art, six-petaled lightning, has been improved. Current completeness, 86%. A world protagonist, terrifyingly so. He actually raised the completeness of six-petaled lightning by 4%. Chu Huaishu was greatly shocked. This also told him, indirectly, that six-petaled lightning wasn't missing any parts. Rather, its creator had not yet perfected it. It was still a semi-finished product. This was because Su Ziqing hadn't added a move or two, but had made fine adjustments. As expected of comprehension, a natural-born future head of the sword path, Chu Huaishi thought, a guy who hadn't even entered the first realm yet had, relying on his own talent and intuition, spent over a month to adjust an earth-grade art. If word of this got out, probably no one would believe it. At this moment, Chu Huaishu could only put on a strong front. He nodded slightly, as if he could see its essence with a single glance, and said, "This line of thinking of yours, I think there's no problem with it." "Senior brother, really?" A hint of surprise appeared on Su Ziqing's face. The cheater continued, "With your eye, you naturally can't tell, but this six-petaled lightning is not yet perfected. It is a semi-finished art." Hearing this, the delicate-featured youth was aghast. "I practiced it for over a month and never noticed this point. I just faintly felt that a few places were strange," he replied honestly. A tempestuous storm raged in Su Ziqing's heart, and his reverence for Chu Huaishu grew even stronger. Senior brother only just glanced at six-petaled lightning today, and he has already discovered that there's a problem with it. So amazing. In fact, Chu Huaishu, as a cheater, could also rely on the system to perfect a skill. However, the prerequisite was that he first had to raise the skill to level 4, which was the Great Perfection realm. On this basis, he could then continue to invest experience points or use special items rewarded by the system to perfect it. For him, at his current stage, this was still a long way off. Therefore, little Su had, in effect, once again demonstrated his value as a world protagonist. The flaws in this art are not just in this one place. You can think about it some more on your own, do some more research, Chu Huaishu said, as if he were giving him a test. Yes, Ziqing understands. The youth was clearly a very self-aware tool person. At the same time, this world protagonist who had recently suffered repeated setbacks regained a bit of his confidence. "Senior brother said my line of thinking is correct. Does this mean that I actually have certain talent in the way of arts?" he thought. The many martial arts moves from his family, after he had mastered them, he would also modify, and each time it was equivalent to strengthening them. He hadn't expected that he could also do this in the way of arts. "Su Ziqing, don't belittle yourself. You still have value." The delicate-featured youth encouraged himself. At this thought, he couldn't help but think of what his senior brother had said to him. That day, he had just successfully joined the Tao Gate, and Chu Huaishu had told him, "Straighten your back, stand further forward." A small part of the youth's former high spirits seemed to have returned. After simply praising little Su a few times, Chu Huaishu returned to his own bedroom. "I've picked up a treasure." He was in a great mood. This strategy of mine of establishing a bond with a world protagonist is truly brilliant. He was a little pleased with himself. Although Chu Huaishu was a dignified transmigrator and a cheater with his own system at that, he was very clear on one point. If you don't know how to lead a team, you'll work yourself to death. It was a joke. Of course, he had to have a group of elite soldiers and strong generals under him. An individual's strength was ultimately limited. What's more, everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. It's not like you can do everything yourself, right? In the long run, the benefits that Su Ziqing could bring him were actually countless. Chu Huaishu sat down on the meditation cushion and, feeling delighted, praised little Su a few more times in his heart. Then, he opened his character panel. The next moment, after he swept his gaze over the panel, all his words of praise vanished like smoke. Little Su. Chu Huaishu was enraged. As the completeness of six-petaled lightning had been improved, the experience points required to learn the skill had also fucking risen. Before, it was over 90,000, close to 100,000. Now it's over 100,000 and a few hundred. Chu Huaishu, an experience point-poor household, instantly gritted his teeth. In addition, he quickly thought of a very fatal point. Damn it, I only have comprehension. It was because six-petaled lightning was incomplete that I could learn the skill. Don't tell me that by the time he has completely fixed the art, I still won't have saved up enough experience points. In that case, if I don't raise my comprehension to 3, I won't even have the qualification to learn the skill. Chu Huaishu was greatly alarmed, his face instantly turning a little ugly. After this period of practical operation, he already knew in his heart that his luck seemed to all be in physique. He was a master at drawing physique. If little Su has a new epiphany recently, then I'll just shut his mouth. The next day, Chu Huaishu woke up bright and early. It had poured rain yesterday, but today the weather was nice. But the temperature had clearly dropped quite a bit. In the clear weather, one doesn't notice summer's passing. A single rain reveals the autumn. Little Su. Yes, senior brother. You seem to be in a very good mood? Chu Huaishu asked, looking at the high-spirited Su Ziqing. The delicate-featured youth was a little embarrassed and replied, Last night, when I was cultivating the sword-tempering art in my room, I could clearly feel that as my spirit embryo advanced, my cultivation speed also increased quite a bit. Now, the body-tempering liquid was useless to him, but he believed that before long, with his own efforts, he could also break through the 7th aperture, which had already loosened a little. Hearing this, Chu Huaishu nodded slightly. He had personally experienced this himself. I get it. Han Shuangjiang will never get to experience this wonderful taste of improving her aptitude in her life. Her life is incomplete. After the meal, leaving Su Ziqing at home to clear the bowls and chopsticks, Chu Huaishu, needing to borrow Han Shuangjiang's contribution points, took her with him to the scripture pavilion and the treasure pavilion. Along the way, the cold-faced girl was a little puzzled. Chu Huaishu, why did you suddenly want to learn pill refining? She asked. This family needs someone to make money, doesn't it? He replied as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hearing this reply, the little housekeeper didn't quite dare to respond. After all, right now this family of 3 was indeed spending Chu Huaishu's money. The further one goes on the path of cultivation, the more heavenly materials and earthly treasures are consumed, Chu Huaishu said, including when we cultivate to the 2nd realm. After getting the technique, different techniques will also require different heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist in cultivation in order to get started. Not to mention the 3rd and 4th realms. Learning a craft is never wrong. This fellow who had gotten the medicine cauldron the Tao gives birth to one, began to lay the groundwork in advance. He looked up at the sky and spouted nonsense. I feel that I have a great talent for pill refining. The big ice cube glanced at him, but didn't say much. In her heart, however, she began to wonder if she should also learn something. It's one thing to spend his silver now, but I can't just rely on him to support me in the future, right? Han Shuangjiang did not want this. The two walked and talked, and soon they arrived at the scripture pavilion. They went up to the 4th floor together and then stopped in front of the shelf with the pill refining arts. In borrowing a sword, there were 4 mainstream subprofessions: pill refining, artifact refining, talisman making, and formations. These 4 subprofessions were also the most profitable. Han Shuangjiang saw Chu Huaishu standing in front of the bookshelf, picking and choosing, and she began to look around casually herself. Although the contribution points in hand were not many, fortunately, the entry-level pill refining arts were not expensive. Chu Huaishu soon chose a pill refining method called Profound Fire Heaven Burning Art, because his own compatibility was the highest, at a whopping 89%. With high compatibility, I can save more experience points when I level up. The cultivation techniques and arts of the Xianhuang realm all seem to have this characteristic. The lower the grade, the grander the name. An art that can only refine grade 2 spiritual pills at its peak has the nerve to call itself heaven-burning. He smiled slightly. Let's go. Chu Huaishu called out to the big ice cube. So quickly, she was a little surprised. Chu Huaishu began to put on an act again. I already said, I suspect I'm very talented in pill refining. For a chosen son of heaven, it's all the same no matter what you learn. The young woman secretly pouted, obediently followed behind him, and went downstairs together. After paying the contribution points, with the help of the manager, the contents of the jade slip for the Profound Fire Heaven Burning Art were branded in Chu Huaishu's mind. The two went to the treasure pavilion without stopping to buy the recipe for a grade 1 spiritual pill, as well as the materials for refining it. Chu Huaishu chose for a long time and finally chose the qi-gathering pill. He chose the qi-gathering pill mainly for two reasons. First, its market demand was large. This spiritual pill could speed up the absorption of spiritual energy during cultivation. Although it was only effective for low-level cultivators, it was indeed useful. Second, its refining difficulty was the highest among grade 1 spiritual pills, so its profit was also high. Since the success rate of the medicine cauldron is 100%, of course, I'll just refine qi-gathering pills. As for the pills he himself needed for daily use, he wasn't in a hurry at all right now. The most important thing now was to compound the interest and make money first. All their remaining contribution points were then used to buy raw materials. This trip out could be said to have been a full harvest. On the way home, Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but ask Chu Huaishu, "Do you think I should learn something? And what would be better for me to learn?" She felt that the other had a lot of his own ideas and was not at all like a cultivation novice. He was never at a loss and always had a plan, very clear about what he was going to do next. This was a point she greatly admired. "You?" Chu Huaishu looked her up and down. Han Shuangjiang met his gaze, her body tensing slightly, her long, round, jade-like legs pressing tightly together. "I can't tell," he said, spreading his hands. "You can't tell, yet you look for so long." The big ice cube grumbled in her heart. Chu Huaishu withdrew his gaze, walked forward, and said, "Senior Sister Han, do you really not know what your greatest advantage is?" "What is it?" she asked. She actually understood in her heart that her greatest innate advantage, besides being a profound yin physique, was probably being good-looking, but she wasn't as thick-skinned as Chu Huaishu. She couldn't bring herself to say it. "You're lucky," Chu Huaishu replied. "Lucky?" Han Shuangjiang frowned slightly, not liking to hear it. "Don't you think you're a person with great fortune on your side? Like last time when we went to the secret realm, you chose at 10 forks, and you got it right every time," he said. The big ice cube had also thought it was magical at the time, but she also felt it couldn't be that profound, and said that might have just been a coincidence. "So, my suggestion is that when you have nothing to do, you should wander around the Tao Gate more, and see if you can enter any other legacy secret realms." Chu Huaishu continued. "If you really can, then it means that you might really be favored by the heavens with fortune on your side. All you do all day is talk nonsense." Han Shuangjiang couldn't help but complain, hearing him get more and more outrageous. "But I'm serious," Chu Huaishu said. "And when you're wandering around, you'd better bring me along. I also want to get a piece of the pie." Now that they were familiar with each other, he could already say freeload with such righteousness. Such heaven-defyingly beautiful legs. If he didn't hug them, it would truly be a prodigious waste. But in fact, the Tao Gate had this atmosphere to begin with, emphasizing fated opportunities. So, many Tao Gate disciples, when they had nothing to do, would indeed look for secret realms everywhere in the sect, like a sect-wide treasure hunt. Chu Huaishu even felt that this was very much like the predecessors playing a game with the later generations of juniors. Of course, the main reason Chu Huaishu had mentioned these things to her was because he knew very well that there were still 2 Tao ancestor legacies in the outer sect. This was like a treasure hunt set up by the Tao ancestor 1,000 years ago. Only the last 2 Tao ancestor legacies had not yet been found. In borrowing a sword, they were both found by Han Shuangjiang, and she had found them alone. But Chu Huaishu wasn't sure if, with a transmigrator like himself, under his butterfly effect, the big ice cube could still get these opportunities. Whatever. She's famous for her deep fortune. There shouldn't be a problem. He had confidence in his koi fish. In fact, to what extent was Han Shuangjiang's fortune deep? If the 4-world protagonists were to agree to go somewhere, she was the one who would often be late. The reason was simple. Even when she was traveling day and night, she would have a series of fortuitous encounters along the way, which would delay her. If the opportunity was too great and she couldn't get out right away, she could only passively stand them up. Chu Huaishu had seen a post on the forum before, saying that a guild was very lucky and had accepted a team dungeon quest released by Han Shuangjiang to help her clear dungeon. As a result, halfway there with her, well, they had inexplicably fallen into another dungeon. In addition, there would often be a situation where a hidden dungeon was hidden within a dungeon. Han Shuangjiang heard that he still wanted to follow her around, claiming he also wanted a piece of the pie, and found it funny. "You just so sure I have fortune on my side? What if you follow me around every day and we don't encounter anything?" the big ice cube said. Unexpectedly, Chu Huaishu shrugged very nonchalantly and said with a smile, "So what? Then we can just treat it as a walk after dinner." He said it in a very casual tone, but the speaker may be unintentional, while the listener has a heart. "A walk." Han Shuangjiang lowered her head slightly, her lips unable to help but purse a little, her heart inexplicably accelerating. She actually imagined a scene of the two of them walking side by side in the forest under the beautiful moonlight tonight. "You dead fox, who wants to take a walk with you?" She dispelled the scene in her mind. Chu Huaishu, walking in front, was still saying to himself, "I'll be busy with pill refining for the next few days. How about we have a date in 3 days?" "Teach, that's fine too," Han Shuangjiang said. After the young woman spoke, she quickened her pace and rushed ahead with her head down.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.